Chapter 20, Stage 17, Open War. =+=+====================================================================================================================now acted like the rest of the world, transfixed by the creation of a new nation without any sort of warning. Yet, Yellow 13 agreed, a little stunned by the news. Ribbon could care less. He was entirely focused upon the Stonehenge installation that unveiled itself within the Equatorial Union, and would have flown out to destroy it had Bartlett not interfered. "I feel ya, Ribbon, I do," Bartlett had said. "But even if you go right now and destroy it, you won't solve a thing." The sad part is Bartlett was right. Upon the revelation of the Stonehenge installation, ZAFT attempted to destroy it with a cruise missile attack from one of their submarines loitering around the EU waters. The cruise missiles were all destroyed by a beam of light, indicating that this particular installation was better defended than the previous one. Incidentally, the ZAFT submarine was lost shortly after it had deployed its cruise missiles, with the reason for its loss was unknown. Ribbon wasn't one to be stopped by logic, however, and thus Bartlett took the more extreme measure of cuffing Ribbon to his chair, and then cuffing the chair to the bolted-down table in front of him. Was this really necessary? Ribbon rattled the handcuff. Bartlett chuckled. "Hey, you'll just run off into that thing at the first available opportunity, of course it's necessary." Concerning this new UCIA, Yellow 13 spoke up. "What demands has it made?" Bartlett sighed. "For a country run by so-called Belkans, its demands have been pretty reasonable. They've offered to let anyone who wished to join them do so, as long as swear loyalty to the Republic of UCIA first and foremost. A lot of the Eurasian EFA brass has already joined them, that is, they joined and gave the Uzans territory, so that probably helped." Bartlett took a swig of his drink. "According to that Professor Lady, they've also invited the Giga Float to join them, promising to let Giga Float keep its autonomous status in exchange of letting Belsari, UCIA handle their protection." "An orb?" Yellow 13 asked. Bartlett shook his head. "I won't be surprised if Orb also got an invite, but based on what I've heard about the current Orb's head of state, I'm pretty sure he won't accept the deal." "Plant? What's this about a republic?" "Pa." Patrick Zala spat. He hasn't been in a good mood ever since Siegel Klein ran away. Of course, he took the necessary steps to ensure that the terrorists responsible for the attack were properly punished to cover his tracks, but their failure didn't sit well with him. "Sir?" his aide asked, and received the permission to continue speaking. "The Republic of UCIA has requested for a ceasefire with Plant." "Denied." Patrick Zala snapped. "It's quite obvious that these so-called Uzans are just natural dogs in a different color. Just because they can change their coats doesn't protect them against the sin of destroying a colony." Copernicus City, Moon. The now comparatively empty meeting room, a room that used to be filled with Federation commanders, told the remainder exactly what kind of scenario happened. "So these knights?" One of the remaining old generals laughed mirthlessly. "These so-called knights infiltrated our ranks, instigated all of these heinous attacks, and then have the audacity to create a new world order under the name of justice? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." He looked around at the faces that are left. "I commend all of you for staying within the Atlantic Federation, and for maintaining our ideal. Even if we left now, I'm sure the dogs in UCIA would have us assassinated." One of the lower-ranking officers snarled. "Given the circumstances, we'll follow you to the end, General." "Good, good." The general smiled. "Now then, let me think." Another officer raised his hand. "Sir, if I may, what if we exposed the truth to the world?" "The truth?" The general laughed. "The truth is that we, the Federation, is evil. Truth, my dear boy, is formed by opinions. The masses believe what they wish to believe, and in turn their opinions frame what they believe as the truth." He sighed. "Whoever these Uzans are, they know their audience quite well." "Sir," an aide said. "If I may speak. The Stonehenge installation in the EU is targeting UCIA, an orb, and the EU itself." The aide gulped. An officer slammed his hand on the table. "This is preposterous. We don't have the command of the installation." The general laughed. "That we do not, but people will not care." He gestured to the aide. "Make a public declaration, tell the world that we have lost control of this Stonehenge weapon to Blue Cosmos members, and they're attempting to terrorize the world into submission in retaliation of the creation of this, UCIA." He glanced at a man wearing a blue coat. The man smiled. "For a blue and pure world, a little bit of roughness is necessary. Our reputation can certainly handle a few smears here and there." Republic of UCIA Capital. In a sparkling clean, if somewhat cramped, office, Cohen does his paperwork, while various aides relayed messages to him and the men assisting him. "We've received a message from ZAFT, they rejected our plea for peace. The neutral country of Orb is unwilling to join us at this time. Giga Float has accepted our request to support. We are sending in a squadron of CFA-44 Nosferatu fighter jets to assist in its defense." The Grunder War factories and shipyards are operating at optimal capacity, and the production of X-02 Wyverns is proceeding as scheduled. Cohen sat back. Sounds like everything is going well. Of course. One of the men laughed. UCA's stance on naturals and coordinators have made things remarkably easy. It's quite surprising how many people have no problems with living next to a supposed space alien. What bothers me is ZAFT, though. I take it they're not going to stop attacking the Earth. Dealing with a live threat from space is a little out of my field of expertise. Cohen laughed. But if they decide to attack UCA, then we will retaliate with all of our might. But of course. Another of his non-aide men agreed. For that is the code of the Belkan Knights. Sir. An aide interrupted. Message from the Atlantic Federation headquarters, the Stonehenge ring in the EU has been compromised by the Blue Cosmos. Cohen raised an eyebrow. Really now? Send word to our pilots, take that turret down before those terrorists can use it to kill the innocent. Yes sir. The aide saluted and rushed out. Even though you know that the ring is under our control, you didn't even bat an eyelash. One of the most venerable men sitting behind Cohen thought. Looks like you understand exactly why we built those rings, Cohen. While the orders came down to destroy the ring, the USAN pilots deployed for the task were unable to approach the Stonehenge installation, due to it being, a massive anti-aircraft defensive system. Cohen, having foresaw this, like everyone else familiar with Stonehenge, only sent and lost a token amount of aircraft in the attack, bolstering UCA's freshly established reputation of being a protector of the people in the process. While the attack was done with only a minimal amount of pilots, the subtext was plenty clear for the other two factions. UCA has its own military with an unknown, but possibly very great, production capability, along with their own technology. This realization led the other two factions to retreat for the next 2 months, as UCA continued to annex more and more territory until it encompassed almost the entire Eurasian continent, despite the clear threat presented by the Stonehenge defensive system, which fired upon the continent sporadically and seemingly without any real aim. In response to every attack, UCA, and occasionally ZAFT, would launch a concerted strike with cruise missiles and fighters only to fail abysmally. The Federation, what's left of it, seemed perfectly content to sit in the northern and southern Americas and defend their territory against the occasional ZAFT incursion. This period of simmering war would last through the entire 2 months. Equatorial Union, Mercenary Airfield. Cypher, as you might remember, had a contract to clear out the airspace above the EU, which he did in the first week. Due to both his and the other ACES exemplary performances, the EU extended the contract for his entire mercenary company, and they spent the 2 months flying easy patrols in the skies over the Equatorial Union, which saw a remarkable drop in conflict almost immediately after the creation of UCA, and the rebels practically disappeared when it abandoned its neutrality in favor of joining UCA. Most people credited this to the presence of the Wyvern fighters deployed by the USAN pilots, which were far superior to the spearheads the EFA fielded. In particular, Cypher's reputation in combat gave him attention, and most importantly, we got a bigger contract this time. Crux said as Cypher took a break from tuning his new machine. A part of him wished that the machine's manual wasn't so poorly written and that they had ZAFT mechanics on board, or at least mechanics familiar with ZAFT equipment. Oh. Canopus looked at the document Crux was holding. Well, looks like someone's finally going to do something about that thing. What, they're hiring people to attack Stonehenge? Cypher asked. Not quite. Crux shook his head. They're trying to hire people who can scout the defensive platform long enough for everyone else to have an idea on what it is capable of. It turns out that this particular version of Stonehenge was perfectly able to make trans-atmospheric attacks. The range on its weird laser weapon wasn't very wide, but it is able to snipe down any satellites that tried to get a read upon its defensive systems. That little gem of knowledge, found out during the 3rd week of the peaceful 2 months, was probably why ZAFT stayed the hell out of that particular spot with their orbiting ships. Geez, we're 2 months in and they still couldn't do anything about it. Chopper groaned. Man, I don't know about you, but I don't feel like taking this job no matter how good it pays. A laser defense system, it probably is the Excalibur. Cypher thought, and not for the first time. I wonder if I can get a closer look now that I have this thing? Cypher, you listening? Chopper tapped him on the shoulder. Yet. Cypher nodded. This sounds like an interesting job. What? Chopper exclaimed. You're insane. Well, it feels like we can do it. Cypher said, looking up at his new unit. Look, I know you're good, hell, the best there is, even. Chopper said. But you and that guy of yours are going to get yourselves killed. Cypher's guy is actually a ZGMF 600 GUAIZ, a successor to the ZGMF 1017 GIN and ZGMF 515 CGUE. Incidentally, let's go with the Japanese pronunciation and call it Gates. Developed with the data from the stolen Federation mobile suits, the ZGMF-600 GUAIZ is the next-generation frontline unit ZAFT is attempting to field in order to replace the GIN. With a body that looks like someone stole a GIN's shoulders and slapped them onto a CGUE, the GUAIZ boasted heavier armor and stronger thrusters, giving it unparalleled performance in space, at least during testing. The standard GUAIZ is equipped with head-mounted Vulcans, a medium-sized shield, itself equipped with small beam emitters that can create claws, a pair of grappling cables equipped with beam spikes, and a beam rifle developed from the GAT series data, easily equaling to the Gundam's rifles in power output. Cypher's suit has none of that. The EU contacts were unable to acquire a full production model. Well, Cypher's suit has the head-mounted Vulcans and the grapple cables, but that's it. Instead, it was customized and equipped according to what materials and weaponry they had available. Lacking in experience in mobile suit combat, Cypher simply went with his heart in how to best equip his new unit. As such, Cypher's customized ZGMF-616 GUAIZ Keeper, pronounced as Gatekeeper, was equipped with a pair of solid swords, taken from killed Jins, leg-mounted missile tubes strapped to the armor, underarm autocannons, taken from Jins again, and beam spikes installed in the unit's feet, special delivery from Grunder. The most impressive upgrade was its extended flight pack complete with vector thrust engines that contained both the maneuverability and the power to let Cypher maneuver as he desired within the atmosphere, within reason, since if the G-forces were too much the wings would snap off. So now he has a GUAIZ that looks like a CGUE with a Jin's shoulders with the spikes of an AL strike pack strapped to a rocket engine sticking out from behind it. At the very least it was all painted nicely. By the way, that thing looks like it's going to fall apart at any second. Chopper remarked, gesturing to the GUAIZ. Well, it didn't when you said that last week. Cypher laughed. I can handle it. Cypher's GUAIZ was painted with a uniform ash grey with its shoulders and wings painted black. On its chest and shoulders was the emblem of Galm, of the hellhound biting its chain. Well, if you say so. Canopus frowned. Antares actually requested to go as well. Frankly, I don't like the idea of a giant ring of cannons under the control of terrorists, but at the same time I can't, in good conscience, let the two of you walk into a mission with such lopsided conditions. Cypher smirked. Yet. Maybe if they had two of these things it'll actually be fair. Chopper made a face. You just jinxed all of us. Outside of Stonehenge interception zone, 1100 hours. Cypher's GUAIZ coasted through the sky, flying below and slightly behind a spearhead with a scorpion for a logo. Cypher glanced at the plane. You don't talk much, do you? The two spent the past 30 minutes of flight in total silence. Chopper does the talking. Antares replied. There's not much to say out here. Just let your flying do the talking, I see. Cypher smiled. So which outfit were you from? I don't remember seeing an emblem like that. Mercenary. Antares said tersely. And different from you and Chopper entirely. Cypher thought about that for a moment. So, ever heard of a William Bishop? No. Cypher rolled his eyes. Antares being naturally unsociable made this conversation happen much later and slower than it should have. His threat radar then beeped a warning, showing another fighter coming in to meet them, roughly from the direction of the Giga float. Unidentified fighter, state your intentions. Cypher said over the general frequency. Galm 1? Is that you? Bartlett replied, surprised. I thought I recognized the paint job. When did you switch to a mobile suit? Not too long ago. Cypher admitted. I'm getting the hang of it, but it's certainly a lot easier to fly without having to worry about my 6 all the time. Bartlett, in an X-02, positioned itself next to Cypher. Are we done chit-chatting? Antares butted in. Just about, and who might you be? Bartlett asked. The reply was terse. Antares 1. Never heard of you. Bartlett laughed. Well, if you're flying on Cypher's wing then I guess you have what it takes. He does. Cypher laughed. More importantly, are we all here to take down Stonehenge? Yet. Bartlett scowled. It's about high time we killed that overgrown bastard. Everywhere. Suddenly, every television station was given a special broadcast, that they could show, if they wanted, and all of them did. The good people of everywhere were then treated to a far view of the Stonehenge defensive ring, with the title text USEA mounts attack on terrorist installation scrolling on the bottom. And, naturally, everyone stopped to look. Stonehenge airspace, 1100 hours. Incoming. Cypher warned. Best thing about the GUAIZ, it has far better electronics than the other units. The 3 units broke formation and dove to the deck, almost hugging the ocean surface, as explosions sounded above them. Looks like they saw us coming. Bartlett muttered. It's not like the EU or the Giga float are outside Stonehenge's range, they knew we were coming from a long ways away. Why did they start shooting now? Cypher wondered. He then raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Incoming! Break! Everyone pulled up as an explosion buffeted the ocean surface, digging out holes in the ocean beneath them. Looks like they're using new ammunition. Keep your eyes peeled. Bartlett ordered. I see it. Damn, that thing's huge. Antares exclaimed. Cypher glanced down. High energy signature, break. The three crafts diverted from their approach once more, as a beam of light cut through where they used to be. Yep, that's the Excalibur all right. Cypher and Bartlett said almost simultaneously. More from Stonehenge. Cypher added. Geez, they really don't like us. Bartlett grinned, diving for the deck once more to avoid the next barrage. We should thank them for only firing 2 rounds at a time. Cypher laughed. Laser. Antares, break left. He does, and the laser harmlessly throws itself into the ocean. Stonehenge Control Center. Why aren't they stopping? The commander in charge demanded as the 2 planes and 1 mobile suit dodged again and again, flying ever closer to the Stonehenge ring. An aide opened his mouth to answer, but the commander overrode him. Activate all assets. Those guys are dangerous. Kill them with everything we have. Our guys. We might have made them angry. Cypher said lightly. Break hard, Stonehenge is opening up on us. The 3 craft scatter in different directions as the Stonehenge rounds obliterate the sky around them. What's this? Cypher wondered as a small blip showed up on radar and vanished. A new voice came over the radio. It's a cruise missile. All units raise your altitude. Who are you? Antares demanded. Listen to him. Bartlett snapped back, climbing with full afterburners. The other units obeyed and zoomed to above 5,000 feet before the sky below them lit up with one hell of a fireworks show. Good to have you here, Thunderhead. Bartlett breathed. Thunderhead, Roger. The voice said, it sounded like it was smiling. Wardog, and all allied assets, I'll be taking over the role of electronic support. I'm uploading combat data to your flight computers now. What was that, damn? Cypher dropped like a stone again to avoid a Stonehenge shot. Let us talk, damn it. He complained to the massive gun trying to kill him. All units, Stonehenge is protected by multiple layers of defenses. Don't let your guard down. Thunderhead called out. I can see that. Antares gritted his teeth and barely avoided being fried by the Excalibur laser. They're steadily getting closer. The Stonehenge commander observed. Are we using everything we have? No, but... The commander grabbed the operator by the collar of his uniform. Use everything we have. Do you understand me? If they reach us we die. They're going to get us, and we're going to die. Geez, aren't you a bright ray of sunshine? The operator thought. Yes sir. Enemy submarine launching burst missile. Thunderhead warned. Climb. Damn it. Bartlett climbed again and suddenly inverted to avoid being blown to pieces by Stonehenge. I regret my life choices right now. You said it. Cypher laughed, zooming across the skies and darting around the massive explosions made by the Stonehenge rounds. Oh shit, that was close. He then exclaimed as a beam of light zoomed by beneath him. What the? More missiles coming from above. Thunderhead warned again. Missile fired from enemy sub. Incoming from Stonehenge. Jesus. Antares gritted his teeth. Stonehenge packs this much firepower. He dove to skim the water surface, then climbed again, and felt his spearhead shake from the strain. Where's Jesus coming from? Bartlett demanded with a grin. Thunderhead counted down. 3, 2, 1, impact. The sky lit up with a multitude of explosions from the Strang aerial super weapons, and the 3 crafts disappeared from view. Archangel. Wow, that's insane. Talisman breathed, watching the displayed image on the TV turn completely white from the explosions. Do you know what they were? Kira asked, feeling the cold, clammy despair at the bottom of his stomach. The Stonehenge ring you're probably familiar with, it's a large-scale railgun system. Talisman said, with enough power to destroy asteroid fragments with a single shot. The laser is the Excalibur laser defense system, it's also the thing they shot into space a few weeks back, probably, and it looks like those guys are using 2 different types of burst missiles. One from the Yedobanian submarines, and one that was launched over Grace Maria. He thought to himself. It looks like both missiles are built to deal serious damage over a wide area. We need to get our asses over there. Blaze snarled. All of those weapons are long-range weapons. If Stonehenge isn't destroyed right now there's no telling what's going to happen or who they're going to target at next. They were silent for 2 months. Maybe they'll be silent for more. Natarl said hopefully. Do you want your safety to rely on crossing your fingers? Mullah flag aside. Captain. Maru nodded. We're deploying as well, let Morgan Roet know. Following the declaration from Cohen about the creation of Usia, the Archangel took it as a sign that maybe sticking with the Federation wasn't the best idea and deserted, fleeing to Orb for repairs and resupply. Their arrival into Orb's harbor was quite timely, as it coincided with a shuttle from space, a shuttle carrying prominent ZAFT politician Siegel Klein, his daughter Lakis, and several bodyguards in his employment. Two of those bodyguards stand with the Archangel crew right now as they watch the news in a Morgan Roet break room. I don't think the Archangel should deploy, Kira said. The ship won't be fast enough to escape that kind of punishment. I'm of the same mind. Mulaflaga nodded. But do we have the range to get there and fight if we launch from Orb? I don't think any of us have a craft capable of flying out that far on its own. Murakumogai, one of the bodyguards, said. Not even that Gundam of yours? Kira asked. Guy shook his head slightly. Damn. I suppose we can take spare batteries. The other mercenary thought aloud. It will ensure that we have enough energy to fight, at least, although it means we'll need to be picked up by the Archangel later. Muru brushed them all off. The Archangel will sail at maximum speed towards the Stonehenge installation and use the nearby island for cover, we will then deploy combat aircraft from the ship. Mew stared at her. I don't think it's going to be that easy. Muru smiled. It won't be, but it sure as hell won't be for a lack of trying. Talisman, however, was suddenly struck by a thought. We pilots from the other world consider Stonehenge, and all these other super weapons, to be a bane towards peace. Having one would put you on all of our hit lists for a long, long time, so who would gather them all in one place, and more importantly, why? Giga float. Two Grunder mechanics looked at a pair of empty cuffs still attached to a chair, but no longer attached to the bolted-down table. Incidentally, the table was also no longer bolted down. Is it our problem? One of them asked. Is it going to be our problem? Nah. The other one replied, casually pocketing his screwdriver in one of his pockets. Skies over Stonehenge. Ribbon, in his commandeered X-02, zoomed towards the battlefield, every pore in his body screaming to destroy the giant ring of cannons. It could be considered destiny, almost. So focused he was, he didn't notice the aircraft bearing down on him until it was almost too late, not that it mattered, as he was going far too fast to actually maneuver even though he was practically hugging the ocean surface. As a result, Ribbon zoomed past the unknown fighter trying to intercept him and caught a glimpse of the fighter's body. What was that? Ribbon wondered, going over the shape of the aircraft in his mind that was sent to stop him and realizing that he's never seen one before, and then noting with alarm that it was actually catching up to him. Well, if you want to tango, now isn't the time. Ribbon muttered, slowing down to a speed that actually let him maneuver. Ooh, a Ribbon. The pilot of the other aircraft said. This is going to be fun. Mobius 1 waited for the other aircraft to get close to him before executing a barrel roll, and as he did so he caught a glimpse of the emblem on the other aircraft. A butterfly? He was then surprised once again as the aircraft in front of him executed an inhumanly tight full turn while bleeding off speed, getting behind him once again. The other pilot laughed, unheard by Mobius 1. Gotcha, Ribbon. Mobius 1 smiled slightly despite himself and turned sharply to avoid the pair of missiles fired at him from the other plane. Interesting, I haven't seen someone like you around before. He muttered. The other aircraft was no slouch, and it turned to align Mobius 1 in its gun sight and opened fire with its Vulcans. Mobius 1 responded by suddenly flipping and dropping altitude again to dodge the trail of bullets, almost skimming the water surface in the process. He then pulled up and high as the other fighter flew straight to gain speed before following him. Interesting. Mobius 1 muttered and performed a relaxed turn, breaking off his climb to let the other fighter catch up. The other fighter happily took the invitation and fired a missile at Mobius 1, who jinked heavily in response and released a flare. It seems to have trouble following. Mobius 1 thought, noting the unstable speed of the other aircraft and its occasionally sluggish controls. It's not controlled by a human pilot, I think, not a natural or a coordinator. Whoa! The other pilot exclaimed as Mobius 1's X-02 executed a Pugakev's Cobra, its nose pulling straight into the air as if sliding on its tail. In response, the other craft slowed down by simply rolling. Thought so. Mobius 1 murmured, letting his nose drop straight down towards the ocean before hitting his engines again. Hey! Come back here! The other pilot nosed down to follow, and stuck close to Ribbon's tail as he performed another barrel roll. Except this time, the other fighter suddenly lost control and fell out of the sky for a few precious seconds, giving Ribbon enough time to sit behind it and fire his guns. That looks like a CFA-44. Mobius 1 thought as the other aircraft regained control and evaded most of the fire he poured upon it. But it's a bit stockier than normal, a customized unit. As the other aircraft climbed up again, Mobius 1 smiled slightly and followed. Stonehenge. The commander of the installation sat back to watch the dogfight on the largest monitor he had. Whew, I don't know who that fighter was but thank God he's there. One of the war room operators scanned the screens in front of him. We're finally getting readings again from our scanners. As it turns out, firing a lot of large-scale weapons in one place tend to be bad for the electronics, no matter how well shielded they are. Good, good, do we see anything? The commander asked. Visual scanners have no contact. Another operator reported. There's a lot of smoke and a few clouds in the sky. The commander scratched his chin. Don't deactivate any of our weapons, prepare for a second barrage. Are you sure, sir? An operator asked. This seems like a bit of overkill for just 3 enemy units. One of them is the Demon Lord of the Round Table. The commander clenched his fists. Against him, nothing is overkill. Ocean around Stonehenge. Cypher, you all right? Bartlett asked. Yet. Cypher breathed. Unit status normal, if we want to hit them now's the time. Cypher had burned the wings out and detached them to both drag the other 2 fighters down to the ocean surface and provide them with some form of protection against the steel rain. The 3 of them stared at the far-off shoreline of Stonehenge. Bartlett gritted his teeth. I think we've gone far enough. We've learned that this Stonehenge installation's got a lot of cards to play, and I'm pretty sure it has more. He then switched through a few radio channels. Heartbreak 1 to Thunderhead, do you read? Nothing. Well, I expected as much. Bartlett grumbled. We should get out of here. We can definitely hit it from here, though. Antares insisted. I agree. Cypher said. But at the same time, if they throw all that shit at us again, we're not going to get away from it a second time. Hell, they might even bombard us until they're definitely sure we're dead next time. Yet. All units, return to base, we need to be smart about this. Bartlett declared, and the 3 units schemed along the ocean surface away from Stonehenge. Looks like they couldn't do it. Kira observed as the 3 units going into the Stonehenge airspace retreated. Maybe they're worried it had more stuff to throw at them. Smart move. Mulaflaga agreed. I'm pretty sure all of us thought it was just a Stonehenge installation with a high-powered laser, not that it wasn't deadly enough already. He chuckled drily. But if what we've just seen is any indication, that thing probably has more defenses waiting, conventional, unconventional, you name it. Yikes. Kira gulped. Not going to lie, I'm getting cold feet. You and me both. Mew laughed. But we're not going to back down from this. Imagine if its full power is unleashed on a country. Kira nodded and scowled. Athrun, if you want to pull more of that berserker thing of yours, now's the time. ZAFT base Carpentaria. Athrun, despite his desire to burn Stonehenge to the ground, was going back to space. Orders from your pops, I don't think you can ignore them now that he's practically the king of plant. Dirka muttered. Though I have to wonder, why is Isaac going as well? Beats me. Isaac shrugged. Oi, Athrun. Athrun shook his head. I imagine that he has his reasons, hell if I know what they are right now. The parent and child hasn't had much in terms of contact for a while. Isaac scratched his face. Weird. Stonehenge airspace. The battle between Mobius 1 and the Butterfly aircraft was rapidly drawing to a close. The Butterfly aircraft jinked left and right, trying to shake off the wyvern sitting close on its tail, but to no avail. After figuring out the enemy's maneuverability, Ribbon simply stayed a little bit further than normal against it, and as such any of the Butterfly aircraft's sudden maneuvering was countered by a swift streak of bullets on the aircraft's fuselage. As a result, the Butterfly aircraft is looking a little worse for the wear. The Butterfly aircraft performed a barrel roll one more time, and Mobius 1 responded by firing an XLAA and detonating it immediately. What? You cheater! The Butterfly pilot said to herself as her maneuver brought her straight into the path of the XLAA debris and shoved said metallic debris straight into her engines. The act wasn't fatal by any means, but it was able to slow the recovery of the Butterfly craft long enough for Mobius 1 to get behind it again. Wow, this is going for way longer than I thought. The Butterfly aircraft pilot exclaimed. Another voice chided her. This has gone for way too long. Your time is almost up. Ugh. Fine. The pilot huffed and then hit full afterburners. We'll play again someday, Ribbon. Since the 2 weren't communicating on a general line, Mobius 1 didn't hear the message. He was, however, very surprised at the Butterfly aircraft simply pulling away and zooming off into the sky. Hey! Mobius 1 looked down at his gauges. Damn, got too carried away. He said upon noting that he was almost out of energy, and then raised an eyebrow in surprise as he received a private message containing a set of coordinates, very close to where he was now. Feeling like he doesn't have anything to lose, and unwilling to go back to the Giga float lest Bartlett cuff him to something heavier than a bolted-down table, Mobius 1 turned and headed towards the specified coordinates. Unspecified coordinates. Soon, Mobius 1 saw the arrowhead-shaped hull of a Spengler-class Federation aircraft carrier on the water, and quickly received a "We have one aircraft coming in." An air traffic reported. Unidentified aircraft, Please state your identifications. Don't have any. Mobius 1 said tersely. Someone gave me a map to be here. Roger that, aircraft. Do you have a call sign? The tower operator asked. The call sign is Mobius 1. Ribbon replied. There was a sound not unlike a man falling off of his chair. Sure. Mobius 1, you are cleared to land. Welcome to the Kestrel. Weird name. Mobius 1 thought. Roger, I'm coming in to land. So, what's this about, sir? Ribbon asked once he took a seat in the captain's quarters, by special invitation. The captain sitting across from him was old, but had an air of authority that came from a lifetime of service and command. Captain Anderson, it's an honor to meet the ace of the Independent State Allied Forces, Mobius 1. The captain cleared his throat. As you may be aware, the presence of the Stonehenge defensive system presents a clear and grave danger to the safety and well-being of Usia, or more importantly, the people living within the Usan borders. Ribbon didn't think much about the politics of the world at this moment. I am aware. What do you plan to do about it? Look at this. Anderson directed Ribbon to a small television screen, where the two of them watched some of the footage of Stonehenge's interception against Cypher's group, though Ribbon didn't know it was them. It's quite apparent that this particular installation has more than one set of defenses. Attempting to attack it without knowing its weaknesses is tantamount to suicide. Plus that weird fighter might show up again. Ribbon thought. Okay, go on. That is why we are currently gathering skilled pilots, so that when we do have the necessary information, we will be able to collectively assault the defensive system in one go. Captain Anderson said. And to facilitate that eventuality, we've been ordered to give you this. He hands over a letter, a medal, and a disc. Okay, what's this? Ribbon asked, tapping the pile. This is an executive order of action. Captain Anderson said. As long as you have it, Usan assets within your vicinity will grant you unquestioned support, so long as you ask. It is our way of organizing a very large array of pilots in what will likely be a very chaotic situation. Ribbon frowned. And you're doing this for an independent pilot, why? Because we have an interest in protecting the people, and, well, to do that we need skilled pilots. Anderson smiles slightly. There's no catch, I can promise you that. Ribbon, seeing no real downsides to having something like this, took the order of action and pocketed it. Excellent. Anderson stood up, and Ribbon did the same. We'll refuel and resupply your X-02, I imagine you wouldn't want to stay on a possibly hostile carrier for very long. If I had that kind of doubt I wouldn't have landed to begin with. Ribbon replied. Both were suddenly interrupted by a very harried ensign. Sir. He said with a quick salute. Orb has been occupied by the EFA. What's left of the Federation has received a unique opportunity. It was no public enemy number one, as far as the politics of the world stage was concerned. This meant that any action it takes will be vilified by all of its enemies, in other words, it was now free to take any kind of action that it saw fit. As such, the EFA deployed a substantial fleet off of the coast of Orb. I see no reason to bother with such trifles. It's not like they'll believe us anyway. Murata Azrael, leader of the Blue Cosmos and freshly home on Earth from Copernicus, said in response to one of his officers suggesting that they demand Orb to surrender. All units commence attack, secure the airspace over Orb and bombard it with EMP warheads, stop them from doing anything stupid like destroying their mass driver. Do you really think they'll do that? One of his officers muttered as he watched the EFA's new toy, the GAT-01 Strike Dagger, deploy one by one off of the ships along with the F-7D spearheads. Well, Azrael said thoughtfully. They have that Giga float, and Orb's leader is a fierce protector of his country's independence. Seems pretty likely to me. Won't that big cannon shoot at us? Another officer inquired. If Usia wants to keep their knight in shining armor routine, they won't. Azrael laughed. It's a pity the extended project isn't quite ready yet, but we'll make do with what we've got here. He thought to himself. Did you send that message to Orb though? He asked one of the officers, the message I specifically penned for him. Fortunately, the Archangel departed from Orb several hours before it came under attack. Unfortunately, this meant that the ship was no longer able to assist Orb in its defenses. While Orb's military was technologically formidable, and they were able to roll out several M1 Astrays just in time for the fight, it was ultimately futile as the Orb forces lacked a battle line and thus folded quickly against the EFA's rapid and relentless assault. As such, the situation is immensely bad for Orb, with the EFA forces rolling over the Orb emplacements and tanks as if they were barely there. The only good news, it can be said, is that the EFA has yet to deploy ground troops to secure their foothold on Orb. Morgan Roet was still tightly defended, and the amount of foot soldiers the Federation could spare was certainly finite. Uzumi Narath Ha, the current chief representative of Orb, seethed in anger as the letter he received from the Federation suffered in his grip. It read, Dear Uzumi, if you do anything stupid like blowing up your mass driver, I'll have everyone in orb lined up and shot. It was signed by Murata Azrael. Uzumi knew Azrael was no fool. An action like that would sign the death sentence for the Blue Cosmos and the Federation as a whole, under normal circumstances. However, now that the Blue Cosmos held the Stonehenge installation, as far as Uzumi knows, they were already in a position beyond recovery, and most people would have no problems isolating the Blue Cosmos from the Federation should it conduct a genocide of this scale. And then Azrael would simply watch his faction burn to the ground while he makes a quiet exit, protected as he is by the Federation's commanders. Uzumi consoled himself with the thought that his daughter, the rebellious tomboy that she was, snuck onto the Archangel when she thought he wasn't paying attention. Oh, so they did it after all, was Cohen's response upon hearing of Orb's plight. Sir? The aide asked uncertainly. And here I thought Azrael was just a warmongering idiot. Cohen smirked. So, gentlemen. He turned to face the grey men seated behind him across a massive round table. Your thoughts? It's time for the Knights to make its entrance. One of them said with a grin, as the rest nodded their approval. I thought as much. Cohen laughed. Prepare a press conference and give me a direct line to our commanders out on the field. Archangel, 1 hour into the EFA's invasion of Orb. The mood aboard the Archangel was suitably grim. Damn. They really went out of their way with this one. Mullah Flaga muttered. Let's go. Kira scowled. Whoever they are, let's go. Muru glanced at Kira. Ever since he realized that a certain Lakis Klein was still in Orb, the boy has been a bit restless. Kira, we can't fight an entire army. Like hell we can't. Blaze growled. Stonehenge can wait, it's not going anywhere. Orb's occupational force isn't going anywhere either. Natarl pointed out, earning her a glare from Blaze. That being said, he's right. Stonehenge isn't an immediate threat, the loss of Orb is. Because that's where we get our supplies, right? Muru sighed. So how do you guys plan to defeat an entire invading army, without them burning Orb to the ground in the process? We hit them hard and fast. Talisman responded. We hit them now, before they have had a chance to deploy their ground forces in any real capacity. That sounds all nice and good, but you can't fight off hundreds of enemies alone. Natarl said. And by the time you've made it back to Orb, chances are you won't have the energy left to fight. So we'll sink the invasion ships and get the hell out. Blaze growled. And if it takes us 3 hours to go back to Orb by ship to save energy, it certainly won't be fast. Mew mused. Well, this is plenty bad. We'll take spare canisters. Blaze snapped. I'm done sitting around. Let's do this. What the? Wait. Muru said, but Blaze had already charged out of the bridge. She tugged at her hair in frustration. Arg, why is he so stubborn? Newman, we're heading back to Orb, maximum speed. All units prepare to sortie. Little did Blaze know, someone already preempted his plan. One of the Federation ship officers heard a threat alarm go off. Captain, we have an incoming contact moving towards us slow and fast. Shoot it down. Anything that comes near the invasion ship is an enemy. The captain said dismissively. Request supporting fire from the nearby ships as well. Yes sir. This is the Invasion Fleet Defense Task Force flagship requesting allied supporting fire. The enemy unit was a GUAIZ, a ZAFT unit that the ZAFT army itself has yet to deploy in any serious numbers. The GUAIZ, utilizing its powerful engines, maneuvered through the streams of incoming fire like a dancer and leveled its thin, long-looking gun at the nearest invasion ship, still a long distance away. The captain of the Invasion Fleet Defense flagship then blinked in surprise as a beam of light emitted from the unknown enemy and struck one of the invasion ships, causing an explosion that ripped the ship in half, probably killing all the soldiers on board as well. What the? Recall our task forces. Protect the invasion fleet. The captain ordered, before another streak of light caught his attention. The GUAIZ pilot glanced at the burning remains of what used to be the bridge of the nearest ship, before flying low and hard towards his next target. 5 minutes later. Murata Azrael looked on, stunned, at the image of the invasion fleet ships in various stages of burning and sinking. And all this was done by a single enemy unit. Azrael half stated, half asked. Yes, yes sir. The aide gulped. We have an image of the aggressor. The GUAIZ appeared on screen. It was white, with a single wing painted red, and carrying a large, menacing-looking gun in its left hand. ZAFT. Azrael snarled. Speaking of ZAFT. As far as the invasion of Orb goes, ZAFT could not have cared less. Sure, there was a release of a public statement condoning the Federation's actions, but nobody really cared or expected it to work. Instead, ZAFT was busy preparing itself for an attack on Copernicus City, and the Artemis Station. So they're sitting this one out, but as Raul Cruz rightfully said, I'm sure they'll find a way to blame us for something somehow. Archangel Bridge. Orb saved. Kira asked hopefully. Not quite. Mireille responded, still manning the controls. But it looks like someone struck and destroyed all of the EFA invasion ships, so they're probably not going to have the troops ready in time for a full occupation. It doesn't change the fact that Morgan Roet and many of Orb's key positions have been taken by the EFA. Neytarl added. However, at least we now have a little breathing room, whoever that pilot is, he did us a world of good today. Indeed, we can now at least make a plan. Maru smiled a little. So someone dragged Blaze out of his cockpit before he sulks himself to death or something. Giga float. I recognize that paintjob was Ribbon's first thought when saw the grainy image of the white and red GUAIZ. Funny how things work out. Looks like he's here too, hey. Bartlett remarked upon seeing Ribbon stare at the display on the screen. Imagine Cypher's face when he sees this. Ribbon grinned. So what's the plan? The two of them turned to look at the tactical map projected on a large table behind them. We're hitting them at dawn tomorrow morning. Yellow 13 said. While I would have liked a night raid to increase our chances of success, we run into too great of a chance to damage civilians' buildings as a result. Ribbon finished. So we're going to fight in the daylight against a bigger enemy. Something we're all used to by now, I suspect. Bartlett chuckled. Now, since I didn't see the Archangel sortie to defend Orb, I'm assuming that they've left, probably to tackle Stonehenge. Knowing where they get their supplies, they'll probably come in through here. Bartlett indicated the southwest corner of the map. We'll come in through up here. Bartlett pointed to the northern edge. Since the majority of EFA warships are grouped near here, he pointed to the northeastern corner. Our plan is to drive clean through the area and head to Morgan Roet. Archangel. Since Morgan Roet is Orb's primary military base and houses the majority of Orb's firepower, freeing it will add considerably to our success. Mullah Flaga said, pointing to a map that looked very similar to the one used by Bartlett. After the liberation of Morgan Roet, we will swing clockwise through Orb and strike at every EFA unit we see. Arrows denoting the Archangel units do just that on the map. With luck, we'll liberate enough of Orb's assets to let them form a battle line by themselves while we flow to different combat areas. Equatorial Union. But ultimately, if we do not destroy the enemy fleet, it will all be meaningless. Canopus concluded, as arrows denoting the EU units flew towards the right side of the map. Thus, following the liberation of the majority of Orb's ground assets, all available units will assault the enemy fleet directly. The goal is the total destruction of the enemy fleet and the liberation of Orb. He looked at the assembled pilots. Everyone get some sleep. It's going to be a tough morning for all of us tomorrow. Chapter 21, Stage 18, Boiling Point. =+=+===. Giga float, 0700 hours. Mr. Ribbon, how do you like your new aircraft? Ribbon circled around the finished prototype he helped develop. I have to admit I've never seen anything like this before. The chief Grunder engineer laughed. And we've never worked on something like this before, either. It will be an honor for its maiden flight to be under the hands of the Reaper himself. Ribbon stepped back from his new plane, marveling at how stable the design looks, despite having been born from the two most unstable aircrafts in the history of Strang aerial aviation. His new aircraft looked like a fatter, longer version of a CFA-44 Nosferatu. Data gathered from the XFA-27 was also incorporated within it, as well as EFA, Orb, and ZAFT design philosophies. The end product, while still retaining the overall body shape of the Nosferatu, now contained drastically enhanced electronics, a reinforced airframe, complete with a refined phase shift armor that eats less power when active, and, perhaps most impressively, armored vectored thrusters located all around the body of the aircraft to give it both unparalleled mobility in the sky, owing to the G-force dampeners taken from the strike's data, and impressive agility in the vacuum of space. We've decided to call it the CFA-144 Dracula. The chief mechanic said, getting a raised eyebrow from Ribbon. What? It's good naming sense. Ribbon looked at the fighter painted in his colors, a pale metallic blue, and didn't see the connection. What are its armaments like? Climb inside and find out. The mechanic grinned. Ribbon obliged, turned on the main computer, and whistled. In front of him was a massive blank screen nestled between two other panels of displays. He touched the main panel and was surprised to find out that it was a computer monitor, with a sophisticated graphical user interface, and then his attention was grabbed by the large, shiny button-labeled weapons. 8 sets of autocannons, with 2 in the back, all on swivel mounts. He tallied in his head. 8 light missile hardpoints for dogfights, 4 heavy missile hardpoints for the large targets, and a pair of electromagnetic launchers to tackle anything stubborn like mobile suits. His eyes then wandered down to the bottom of the list. Olds? What's this? A mechanical voice then made him jump. That would be ODLS, not Olds, sir. Ribbon noted that a small light was blinking when the voice was talking. I take it you're my companion AI? Ribbon asked, having seen Lowe's partner computer Hachi yesterday. Yes, I will act as your flight support within this aircraft. The voice replied, very cool, calm, and collected. Ribbon pulled up the pre-flight checklist on the computer monitor in front of him. Do you have a name? He asked idly as he scanned the long list. You can refer to me as Nemo, sir. Ribbon felt a slight shiver run down his spine. Nemo, hey? Nice to meet you, buddy. Certainly. It is an honor to meet the legendary Mobius One, as well. Nemo's response, though robotic, carried a faint hint of pride. And it is certainly an honor to act as his companion AI. Mobius One chuckled slightly. I don't know about the legendary part, sorry about the rush, Nemo, but we need to get to work right now, time is of the essence. I understand, Mobius One. What will your first task be? Ribbon took a deep breath. We'll be recalibrating the missiles first. Do you have data on QAAMs used by the ISAF forces during the, war? Of course, sir. Excellent, load it up. Orb airspace, very high up, 0800. A shimmer sailed through the skies. A shimmer that, when viewed from above, was the shape of a large airliner with a radome mounted on its back. Actually, make that two shimmers, one large, one small. This is a wax thunderhead, attached to the USAN Independent Task Force arrows. One of the AWACS reported. Hey, other AWACS. The other AWACS was a comparatively smaller aircraft, a personal jet, with a radome on its back. This is AWACS Canopus, mercenary affiliation. Canopus responded. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that UCA is also participating in this operation, good to have you in the area. Sir, Thunderhead was a very important AWACS unit, it served the Wardog Squadron until they became the Rajgriz. Crux said, off radio. Thunderhead didn't hear him, naturally. I wish that were the case. UCA is still scrambling to form a cohesive attack unit, so we won't even be able to send an advanced strike force. He said. And besides, sending lone units into held territory is tantamount to suicide. Is UCA worried about Stonehenge? Canopus asked. They are, but liberating Orb is more important. Thunderhead replied. I think High Command has sent a few ships to distract Stonehenge, but I'll be surprised if it works for any more than a few seconds. Stonehenge has actually never left USAN control, but they don't know that. SHH. If they coded their ships in the same stuff we use, I think they'd have a chance. Crux commented. Seriously though, Ustio made some pretty good stuff. The bottoms of the two AWACS aircrafts were coated with a special material that made them invisible from the naked eye and radar, so long as the radar was aimed at them from below. Due to how expensive the material was, only select AWACS aircrafts were given this special paint job. This, incidentally, is why no AWACS unit other than ISAF Sky Eye was visible during operations. ISAF was too poor to pay for it during the beginning of the war, and by the end they had no more need of it. Yet, I remember when I saw a video of Mobius One during the battle at Komata. Thunderhead muttered. It was from one of the operators in an E-767 that day. That shit stays with you, you know. Crux had also seen that video. It was mandatory for all would-be AWACS operators enlisted after the Aruzan War, as it was a good example of how not having a good read on the battlefield would leave you dead. I know what you mean, I had nightmares for a few days after I saw it. Chasing down a Blackbird, the AWACS, and the tanker in one go before engaging with the Yellows. Thunderhead summed up the first minute of the video. He did things with an eagle nobody thought was possible. He's that good, hey? Canopus wondered. I feel like Antares would give him a run for his money. Nobody outflies Mobius One. Crux and Thunderhead replied as one. Well, except maybe Cypher. Crux added. The Demon Lord of the Round Table. Thunderhead said in awe. Man, I don't know about the rest of you, but if the two of them got something like the X-02 the feds can just pack up and call it a day. The new UCA still hasn't reinvented their compressed ammo holds, have they? Crux asked. So far it doesn't look like it's possible. The tech head I talked to said it was something about a fundamental difference in physics, their old methods just plain doesn't work. Thunderhead replied. Weird, really. They can make giant robots in this world but can't figure out how to stuff 60 missiles into each other. Was that how it worked? Crux laughed. That seemed like it would cause some serious problems. How else do you explain a plane dying after a single shot? Thunderhead replied with a grin. All right, that's enough. Canopus brought them back in line. Allied units are entering the operational airspace, let's get to work. First operation, Anti-Warship Operation, Giga Flow Team. Participants, Captain Bartlett, Heartbreak 1, XS-02, Yellow 13, XS-02. Orb's main island, marginally larger than the island Morganroet is housed on, Onogora Island, is comprised of two major terrain features, cities, and dead volcanoes. It's also surrounded by water, but that's kind of a given due to its status as an island. One particular city was built next to a very circular gulf, providing protection to any ships within that gulf, so long as the city perimeter was secured and properly utilized to protect against aircraft attacks. This city, incidentally, is also the closest position to Giga Float, and the gulf it's built around housed a small detachment of Federation warships, escorted by a small fleet of Des Moines and Arkansas-class cruisers. At 0900 hours, one of the early warning radars on one of the warships chirped, a sign that it picked up contacts. "How many of them are there?" the captain asked the operator. "2 enemy crafts, coming in high and fast." The operator responded. "Your orders, sir." No sane person would attack a fleet with just 2 aircraft. The captain thought. "Alert all units and scramble all air assets, shoot those fighters down. Looks like they're ready for us," Bartlett remarked, as blips started appearing on radar. "Doesn't surprise me any." Yellow 13 responded, checking the armaments on his refined Wyvern one more time. Yellow 13 to Thunderhead, requesting guidance. The two groups had met shortly before the two fighters entered orb airspace. Thunderhead roger, sending data on enemy ground emplacements. The AWACS replied, safe in the sky behind its advanced invisible coating. "Their aircraft are just starting to take off, so hurry up." "Roger, Heartbreak 1 engaging." Yellow 13 engaging. Both of them armed their XAGMs for fire. We should take a brief moment to describe the XS-02. In terms of appearance, it is similar to the X-02's streamlined appearance with all of its differences being under the hood, namely, its engine. The XS-02 uses a variant of the same engine found in the Mobius crafts that the EFA uses, which is an engine that does not require air intakes for combustion. This meant that the air intakes on the X-02 could be modified into weapon storage instead, giving the aircraft better staying time in combat. The XS-02 refined Wyvern carries 4 normal missiles, 4 XLAAs for extreme range air-to-air engagements, 4 XAGMs for the particularly tough ground targets, 2 QAAMs for that extremely annoying air target, and its dubiously useful bomblet dispenser to ensure that everything on the ground in a long straight line dies to things exploding on their faces. And it also has its gun. In any event, the enemy ground units, a mixture of slow-moving attack heli VTOL craft and the Ma-01A strike dagger, stationed in the city received an unpleasant surprise when the 2 aircraft attacking their fleet simply stayed out of range as if they could predict the movement patterns of the defenders. "I don't care if we don't hit a thing, just start firing," the captain commands after yet another team complained about not having a thing to fire at. "Shoot those fighters down, god damn it. There's an opening to your right in 150 meters. Thunderhead suddenly said, as opposed to the past few minutes of merely reporting enemy positions. "That will be your chance. All right, let's do this." Bartlett grinned as he made a high G turn at the indicated point of entry and hit full afterburners, with Yellow 13 following closely after him. "Oh shit, they're gunning for the carrier," one of the smarter EFA field captains realized. "Get on the roof and shoot them down." His squad of 2 daggers and 4 VTOLs, automated, rose up to above the city skyline to intercept the rapidly approaching R-Wyverns. The 4 automated VTOL crafts died to streams of bullet fire almost immediately, and the 2 daggers couldn't get a single shot in before the R-Wyverns simply dipped below the skyline and passed them by. "2 more enemy groups directly in front of you, they're not rising," Thunderhead warned. "Copy." Bartlett rose above the buildings, did a lazy flip, and simply picked a different street to fly in. Inwardly, he was very, very happy that he wasn't responsible for footing the bill of repair as glass shattered behind him. "Yellow 13, interceptors above you," Thunderhead reported next. Yellow 13 paid the interceptors no attention and just kept on flying. Unlike Bartlett, he was flying a bit higher in the sky, but it still didn't protect the city as he went supersonic towards the EFA's Spengler-class carrier. Within 2 minutes, the 2 of them cleared the city and its many defenders, some of them finding good vantage points to take pot shots at them from behind now, and had a straight run towards the enemy carrier in the middle of the bay. I think it's a bay rather than a gulf, but you get the idea. It's water surrounded by land. Of course, their flight is far from effortless. Beam rifle fire and missiles chased after them, and the path ahead of them is being progressively blockaded by more and more anti-aircraft fire. "I'll lure some of their fire," Bartlett said as he pulled up into the sky, dragging some of the anti-aircraft fire with him. "Thank you, Captain." Yellow 13 responded as his aircraft hugged the water surface, all the while still racing towards the enemy carrier at breakneck speeds. The enemy captain aboard the Spengler was not nearly as calm as Yellow 13 was. "What are you doing? Shoot them down now," he roared. But it was meaningless. Yellow 13 disengaged the targeting system on one of the XAGMs before launching it towards the Spengler's hull. With pinpoint precision, the missile impacted the Spengler's bow right above the waterline, ripping a massive hole in its hull and causing the ship to take on water nose first. To add insult to injury, some of the beam rifle fire from the daggers trying to intercept Yellow 13 struck the carrier as Yellow 13 zipped over the carrier's flight deck in his rapid ascent into the sky, Carrier hit, it's sinking. Thunderhead reported while Yellow 13 and Captain Bartlett rapidly exited the combat zone, slowly turning south while bleeding off speed. Good hit, ACES. Are they coming after us? Bartlett asked. I really don't want to tango right now. Doesn't look like it. Thunderhead replied after a few seconds. Only a few spearheads are in their air right now and they seem more worried about any subsequent attacks. Yellow 13 breathed a deep sigh of relief. Good, Thunderhead, we'll be taking a straight run south to attack and hold Morgan-Roet. Are you coming with us? That's a negative, Yellow 13. While the two aces couldn't see it, the AWACS aircraft banked and turned southwest, away from the two of them. We've received intel that another operation is occurring to the military dock southwest of here, and we're heading there to provide service. Copy that, Thunderhead. Yellow 13 responded. Godspeed. Thank you, to you as well, ACES. Heartbreak 1. Bartlett glanced at his wingman. What's up? Can we hold Morgan-Roet by ourselves? All signs point to no. Bartlett laughed. But then we're not trying to hold it by ourselves. The goal is to attack and provide enough of a distraction for any troops in Morgan-Roet to break free and add to the momentum, and then we'll keep the skies for them as they secure the facility. Yellow 13 raised an eyebrow. This is a pretty big gamble, Heartbreak 1, we're relying on Orb's military folding against an invader on purpose. I know, but if we give the Feds time to entrench themselves then the fighting would be a lot worse. Bartlett said. The sooner we break them free, the better. The two fighters had cut a straight line through Orb, passing over all of its volcanoes, and had arrived at Morgan-Roet. Looks like we're not the first ones here. Bartlett observed, watching explosions and small blips dot his radar. You ready, Yellow 13? Yeah, let's do it. Yellow 13 nodded. Both aircraft inverted and dove sharply down towards Morgan-Roet as the complex lit up with welcoming anti-aircraft fire. Second operation, Assault on Orb Military Dock, Equatorial Union Team. Participants, Cypher, ZGMF 616 Gatekeeper, Antares, ASFX Shinden 2, Chopper, ASFX Shinden 2. Compared to Bartlett and Yellow 13, the team coming in from the European Union had a longer flight, and thus it took them a little longer to get to the battlefield. Of course, the slight change in combat objectives didn't help their timetables any. Upon noticing that their original flight plan took them fairly close to the Orb military dock on the western coast of the main island, Cypher, acting as the flight lead, decided to alter their path of approach. Instead of taking a path across the ocean and circle around Orb's mainland to hit Morgan-Roet, they would hug the small island chain to the mainland's northwest and approach the military dock before going on to their final target. Having the new fighters, donated to them via the European Union from a mysterious sponsor, didn't hurt any. The Shinden looks like a fatter, stockier version of the Murasame from Seed Destiny. Its tail wings also move depending on its flight speed to achieve better performance, similar to the wings of the X-02. The Shinden is equipped with 8 missile hardpoints. Wow, this is way more advanced than the Tomcat I'm used to. Hell, this is more advanced than the X-02 we're all used to. Chopper had commented when he first sat in the cockpit. Yet. Isn't this a prototype? Why are they sending it to us? Antares had asked. Because you two can keep it alive? Cypher had thought but not said. Regardless, the flight of 3 units approached the occupied military dock without too much fanfare. Looks like they have the place pretty locked down pretty tight. Chopper observed. How are we gonna do this? I don't think the Orb military will respond if we don't make a big enough bang. The enemy defenses are focused around a pair of cruisers. Cypher said, uploading data to the two fighters' computers. Judging by the amount of radio traffic in the air right now, an air attack has already occurred on Orb's mainland, so odds are they'll be expecting us. And that makes me feel better about this situation. How? Chopper demanded. They'll see us coming, so we'll hit them directly on the nose and bloody it to hell and back, right? Antares smirked. Wait. Chopper was getting a sinking feeling in his stomach. Antares' lust for battle and Cypher's reputation as the Demon Lord did not suggest a slow and steady approach. Tell me we're not doing what I think we're doing. Well, if we want to make our presence known, then the best way to do it is to destroy every enemy unit in the area. Cypher shrugged. Easy peasy. We're going to attack a fortified enemy position when they know that we're coming. Chopper deadpanned. You got it. Cypher's response held a worrying lack of apprehension, as far as Chopper was concerned. No offense, but I wish I had a less suicidal lead. Chopper sighed. Like, say, Blaze. Cypher grinned. All right, all units, you're cleared to engage. The Federation army stationed at the dock was surprised to hear their air raid sirens go off, while all of their anti-air weapons were active and searching. Naturally, all of the anti-air weapons lit up and covered the skies with bullets, before someone paying attention realized that the attackers were coming from in low altitude. How many of them are there? One dagger pilot asked. Let's call him Pilot A. Radar picked up 2 aircraft, 1 mobile suit. His captain responded. Just 3 units? Why are we getting all worked up over just 3 units? Pilot A laughed. Well, the North Garrison lost their carrier to 2 attackers, so I wouldn't be too cocky right now. One of his other teammates, Pilot B, chided him. If the other guys are right, then these are the same pilots that fought in Josh A. Pilot A grimaced. Oh shit, that's bad for us. To accentuate his point, the dagger belonging to his captain suffered a direct hit on the head and was immediately disabled. Where the hell did that come from? Pilot A used his boosters to evade, mostly just to avoid being a stationary target. All he managed to do, however, was to dodge straight into another shot fired at him. Alright, first group clear. Cypher picked out some more targets. Find the nearest idiot and bag it, don't get shot down. He then dropped down from the sky and focused on all Federation anti-air hardpoints in the base. I'll fly support. Thank you kindly. Chopper sighed and depressed the trigger, strafing a trio of EFA helicrafts and sending them into the ground. We'll leave the heavy lifting to you, then. Acknowledged. Cypher grinned, his gatekeeper dancing on the ground with its powerful engines to avoid being shot to pieces by the daggers coming his way. In response to the oncoming daggers, he liberally sprayed his machine guns in the direction of their attacks, to no great effect. When the pilots knew to use their shields, the mobile suits were able to protect themselves against grievous harm, for a while, anyway. Cypher had zero issues with readjusting his aim to hit the dagger's exposed legs or head whenever necessary. Damn it! An EFA pilot snarls as the dagger next to him had its legs blown off. Fan out! We'll overwhelm it with firepower. How? His teammate demanded as Cypher's gatekeeper blew past his dagger at full speed. He's not even coming close to standing still. The first pilot was saved from having to answer when Cypher kicked his dagger into the ground from behind and eliminated its power source with a clean shot to the back. Son of a berry. Go right. The teammate pilot snapped as Cypher turned to go after him, followed up immediately by sailor-like cursing as Cypher brought him down. Wow, he's getting all the attention. Chopper remarked as an anti-aircraft gun swiveled to target Cypher, who had gotten too close. Chopper picked off the anti-aircraft gun with a salvo of gunfire. Guess I should expect as much from the Demon Lord himself. I still don't see how his flying has earned him that name. Antares said as he strafed some of the helicrafts. I expected more, bloodshed. What, this isn't enough for you? Chopper demanded, then he looked forward. Ah, crap. He banked to dodge an anti-aircraft gun. Could use some help here. I expected as much from a legendary ace, but... Antares dove down onto the aircraft gun and picked it off. I don't see the level of performance that would make him a demon. Antares performed a sudden barrel roll to dodge a beam rifle shot in his direction. It might have something to do with him using a mobile suit instead of a fighter though. Chopper laughed. The skills needed to use both units are quite different. Antares, Chopper, cut the chatter. A new voice said a little bit slyly. Chopper rolled his eyes. Thunderhead? Which rock did you crawl out of? Thunderhead couldn't help but smile, he missed the loud mouth in the past few years of his life. Stay focused, War Dog 3. We have a war to win here. Chopper, on the other hand, didn't have anything other than lukewarm feelings toward the, as far as he's concerned, mediocre AWACS operator. Yet, man. And here I thought I'd be away from your beautiful voice when I came over to this alternate dimension. Thunderhead merely laughed, the years have really mellowed him out. You'll never escape, War Dog. Never. Is there something going on between the two of you? Antares demanded. Not funny, man. Chopper sighed. So, Thunderhead, how does it look for us? Currently? Could be better. Thunderhead replied. I'm sending you combat data, stand by. Sheesh. Chopper shook his head as he reviewed the data quickly. Looks like we're attracting a lot of attention from our neighbors. A wave of blips on the radar converging onto the base accentuated his point, the base currently devoid of enemy units. Chopper then did a double take. Wait, wasn't this base occupied before? He then looked up in alarm and banked to take a better look. Holy shit, man. Cypher exhaled a deep sigh of satisfaction. Golem 1 to Thunderhead, I'm out of ammo, and I think I pushed this unit too far. His cockpit was bright red with alarms going off about everything. Antares took a look at the gatekeeper. I can see that. Cypher's gatekeeper was crackling with electricity, and the barrels of its guns spewed smoke. That's kind of ridiculous. Chopper deadpanned. Wow. He breathed as he surveyed the base full of dead daggers and VTOL helicrafts, and the plumes of smoke everywhere. Demon Lord indeed. Thunderhead was comparatively less impressed, since Blaze was more than perfectly capable of doing the same as far as he was concerned. This is Thunderhead broadcasting to all units of the Orb military. He declared. The occupying force of the base has been destroyed. I don't think they'll get out here fast enough. Chopper muttered, as his radar warning alarm started beeping. I really don't think they'll get out here fast enough. Damn it, Chopper, intercepting enemy aircraft. He turned his Shinden towards the incoming EFA spearheads and hit his afterburners. Antares, engaging. Antares copied Chopper. Will you be okay, Cypher? Might be a bit tough. Cypher said hesitantly, moving his controls and receiving no response. The first wave of EFA spearheads met Chopper and Antares in combat, and immediately lost 3 of them in the opening engagement, and then the rest of the flight was blown from the skies via anti-air fire from the ground. This is the 1st Orb Defense Battalion. A commander-sounding voice came over the radio as tanks and M1 Astrays appeared from previously hidden underground entrances. We'd like to extend our thanks to the brave ACES who have come to assist our country, and it will be an honor to fight alongside you. Roger that. Chopper responded with a wide grin, while shearing off a spearhead's wing with a burst of gunfire. Let's get this party going. 3rd Operation, Morgan Roet Takeover Operation, Archangel Team. Participants, Kira Yamato, Ale Strike Gundam, Mu La Flaga, Launcher Skygrasper, Tall Koenig, Sword Skygrasper, Blaze, F-7D Spearhead, Talisman, F-7D Spearhead, William Bishop, F-7D Spearhead. The mechanic crew ran out of parts to maintain the spearheads up to their super spearhead specifications, so they're considered to be normal units for this battle. The Archangel's detachment deployed from the Archangel very early, so they could arrive and liberate the dock before the Archangel actually arrived within weapons range. While they expected some level of resistance to organize before they arrived at Morgan Roet, because radar exists and all of the units have large cross-sections, none of them expected a fleet to array itself before them even before anyone got within shooting range. I guess it was too good to be true. Mu La Flaga muttered. How do you boys want to approach this? Let's see. Tall Skygrasper was customized to include better electronics, to help further his support role. A lot of cruisers, a lot of frigates, no carriers. He blinked in surprise. Really? No carriers at all? Then we'll break through them. Blaze shrugged. If their carriers aren't here then they're sitting near Morgan Roet, and those things are more dangerous. Copy that, lead. Bishop agreed. W Rajgris 3, ready. Alright, let's do this. Blaze hit his afterburners and dove down towards the enemy fleet. Up until the appearance of the Archangel team on their radars, the EFA fleet was engaged in light-hearted conversation about the bad orders they were given. The attackers were north of Orb, not west, and were thus pleasantly surprised when it turned out that we're actually on point. 6 units total, think they're coming to get us? A ship operator wondered. Don't think so. His next seat neighbor replied. Morgan Roet is right behind us, and that's a way bigger target. Enemy units are within interception range, commence firing. The fire control officer of the ship declares. Alert the carriers back at the docks. The ship captain ordered. Have them send interceptors immediately. Yes sir. As predicted by the operators, the 6 unknown attackers blew past the blockade of ships without firing a single shot. To the chagrin and embarrassment of the anti-aircraft crew, 3 of the attackers, all spearheads, flew past the ships at a very low altitude and nearly capsized a ship or 2 by the virtue of flying by too close and too fast. Damn, they're good. One of the anti-air crew grumbled, watching the anti-air fire chase after the escaping attackers. How did the missiles do? No good, the damned mobile suit shot them all down. His neighbor spat. Firing second salvo. Cease fire. The fire control officer countered. We are to hold positions against the enemy warship. They have a warship. The first crewman wondered, and he and his next seat neighbor traded confused glances, before blinking in surprise as the threat alarm sounded again. Incoming flight of fighters, looks like this group is actually headed straight for us. The radar operator said. We're going to be in for a fight this time. While the bad guys were confused about the logistics of the good guys, and getting ready to be attacked again, the good guys themselves were flying over the stretch of water between them and the coastline. Kira appeared at the Morgan Roet facility, using his Gundam's cameras to get a better look on things. Hey guys, I don't think the facility is being guarded. He said. They're probably in hiding. Blaze responded. We're flying pretty low right now, after all. Well, sure, but... Kira thought back to the rapid attack of Orb. It feels like there aren't enough Fed units around for some reason. As if prompted, blips appeared on his radar. Kira. Talisman sighed. Hey, I had nothing to do with it. Kira complained. Sure you didn't. Blaze grinned. All right, change of plans. We're cutting straight across Morgan Roet to reach the enemy carriers in the dock area. The 3 spearheads banked and turned as one to meet the opposing spearheads. Rajgris will fly top cover, Sky Graspers will go anti-ship, and the strike will provide anti-ground support, got it. Rajgris 2 copies. Talisman scanned the ground for any anti-air artillery, and is surprised to not find any. Rajgris 3, Roger. Bishop focused himself on the enemy planes. Roger that, Blaze. Mullah Flaga answered for the other 2 kids. Let's start this dance. The air battle waged between the Rajgris and the EFA fighters didn't last for too long. Although the Federation side had the numbers, they did not have the skill or coordination to last against the ACES, at all, really. The Sky Graspers, on the other hand. Hey Kira, we found your hidden EFA buddies. Tall gritted his teeth as he turned off from his attack route with a fairly sharp move. For him, they were hiding in the bay. The daggers, previously hidden in the water, now stood in the water with the top half of their body exposed and firing their head Vulcans and beam rifles. Why did they do that? Kira demanded, firing at one of the daggers. Oh. He frowned a moment later as the dagger let itself sink into the bay, resulting in a sizable splash as the beam from his rifle hit the water and nothing else. Well, that sucks. He summarized. No kidding. Damn, I can't get close. Mew banked and rose after watching the daggers splash one of his missiles. I need an opening to use the beam guns. Kira, in response, fired his beam rifle towards the carrier. One of the daggers rose from the water to block it with its shield, before crashing into the water again. These guys are surprisingly persistent. Kira muttered, putting a little more distance between them and the carrier. Rajgris 1 to Sky Graspers, finish it off quick. Blaze warned him. If they're dug in hard it means they're trying to buy time. Don't let them. Even if you say that. Tall pulls out of his attack run with no result. Shit, I can't get a good angle on it. It's dead angles everywhere, sheesh. Mew broke off from his attack run directly above the carrier. Kira, you want in on this? Beats shooting at fish all day. Just shoot it with the Agni and get it over with. Kira fired another shot only to have it foiled again. Tall's radar showed more threats. We took too long. He snarled. Enemy units coming in from all around us. They're real damn close too. What the Blaze had to roll hard to avoid a salvo of missiles aimed at his spearhead's underbelly. Where the hell did you come from? He demanded of the nearly 100 daggers surrounding the airspace. Something odd just happened here. Talisman muttered, a tad unnecessarily. How did we miss 100 daggers moving right below us? Sir, it looks like the Mirage colloid screen was effective. An aide reported to Murata Azrael, aboard a ship safely away from Orb. The enemy units are confused. Murata's satisfied smirk told everyone aboard the ship what he thought of this situation. Alright, whoever they put behind those controls is a lot better than the average pilot. Kira grumbles as the 5th dagger goes down from his beam rifle. I can't get a good window of attack, often. The strike's evasive maneuver was accompanied by an almost non-stop barrage of beam rifle fire tagging his every move. Yeah, their targeting's far sharper than it was before. Talisman agreed, having had no openings so far to launch an attack on any EFA assets on the ground yet. At this point I don't think they're interested in protecting the carriers at all. Agreed, did they throw away 2 ships just as diversions? Bishop muttered angrily. As a matter of fact, the EFA did not throw away 2 ships. The 2 ships were not there at all. Much as how the Mirage colloid system can be used to visually hide targets from detection, it can also be used, with great difficulty, to create dummy units to act as decoys. In this case, 2 sets of Mirage colloid generators were married to large, wooden boxes painted to be visually identical to the carriers they represent, using 3D imagining data from training simulators. The effect is that, at a distance, and to the secondary sensors, they looked enough like the real carriers that the attackers would be confused, so long as they did not get close. The daggers in the water, acting as deterrents and defenders, made sure that nobody went close enough for a thorough look. The fact that only the Sky Graspers participated in attack runs certainly helped maintain their disguise. That can't possibly be the case. Blaze snapped. Carriers are expensive. They're not just gonna toss those things out like candy. They did send 100 daggers to kill us. Talisman replied. I think that's a good sign that they care about their carriers. More than that, there are spearheads coming for us. Tall, having pulled up high to avoid being shot to death, added. There are, a lot of them. He gulped. Wow, there are a lot of them. I think I see more units than the feds deployed at Joshe. Well, ain't that a laugh? Blaze growled. Rajgris, pull up and engage enemy fighters. Strike, the ground is all yours. The first engagement between the friendly and the enemy spearheads didn't go over so well. Talisman, your wing. Bishop reported upon seeing Talisman's spearhead trail smoke from one of the wings. I see it. Not a problem. Talisman replies curtly, barrel rolling over an oncoming spearhead to shoot the one behind it with his guns, but not scoring a hit. These guys are way better too. Is there an elite Fed unit we missed? Wasn't it supposed to be us? Blaze laughed even as his aircraft shuddered from a hit to its fuselage. It's about damn time we had someone good to fly against. To drive the point home, his spearhead ducked neatly between two spearhead launching a united attack on him and shot them both down. Or, at least, so he thought. Oh, this is interesting. Blaze remarked as he inverted and dove to avoid more fire aimed at him. Rashgris to all units, the newcomers are not manned. Repeat, they are unmanned. What? Kira looked down to the daggers firing non-stop at him. Then are these guys unmanned as well? It's a high possibility. Bishop replied, barrel rolling behind an EFA spearhead and picking it off with gunfire. But... yet. Kira agreed. As far as I know, and as an ex-engineering student he knew a lot, remote control technology has never been a major point of interest for either the Feds or ZAFT. So are these things being controlled remotely? Tall asked, trying his level best to avoid being shot down. Also, could use some help here. I'm on you. Mullah Flagger responded, chasing down the spearhead behind Tall. I don't think these are controlled remotely, thanks for that. Tall breathed. My sensors aren't showing any increases in communications, so unless they're using a band we're not familiar with, these guys are all using onboard ACE. Real damn advanced onboard ACE. Blaze grumbled, strafing another spearhead as it nearly ran into him. These things aren't dying as fast as they should. The spearhead he strafed wavered slightly in the air before it made an absurdly tight turn and followed after Blaze. They probably have reinforced instruments, what with not having a crew and all. Talisman replied, his aircraft shaking again. Okay, you. He said to one of the spearheads dancing on his tail. That was not okay. Apologize. He decelerated and turned, forcing the other aircraft to fly in front of his guns just long enough to tear its tail off. I think Talisman's losing it. Bishop joked, executing a Pugakev's Cobra, where his aircraft looks like it slides forward on its tail in the air, to throw off two chasers. The stress might be getting to him. I think all of you are losing it. Tall said disbelievingly. Where's the sense of panic? Hey. It looks like you guys could use a little help. A new voice suddenly came onto the scene. Mind if I join in? Help yourself, Heartbreak 1. Blaze replied as he shredded a spearhead on Talisman's tail. There's plenty of food on this table. Ha, good to know. Captain Bartlett grinned. Heartbreak 1 engaging. Yellow 13, engaging. The pair of XS-02s, coming in fresh from the north of Orb, jumped into the fray. Murata Azrael held his hand out even before his aide had a chance to speak. Sir, we have a report concerning the newly deployed autonomous controlled combat units. The aide said, handing over his report. Azrael scanned it quickly. So despite them being superior units they're still losing. He summarized. Why yes sir. The aide gulped. Amazing. Azrael sighed. Oh well, whatever. How does it look in space? Sir. ZAFT has sent several detachments into the Southern America territories. High Command is requesting that we back off for the time being. What? Azrael rolled his eyes. Sheesh. They haven't started on their deployment of the unmanned units, have they? The damned idiots. Apart from Murata's faction within the Federation, which is formidable, all things considered, no other group within the EFA uses automated combat units yet. He flipped the last page of the document, and his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The battle over Morganroet rages on. God damn it, this is endless. Bartlett growls as his aircraft shakes from another hit to the fuselage. I could use some help here. Warwolf. Bishop responds out of habit, driving away the AI-controlled spearhead on Bartlett's tail but unable to shoot it down. 30% of enemy air force down. Yellow 13 responded. This is slow going. The EFA spearheads, armed with a fast-adapting and fast-learning AI, initially suffered heavy losses against the ACES. However, as the battle continued the ACE progressively learned more and more of their enemy's flight patterns, and the losses subsided. The same could not be said of the AI-controlled daggers, though. Due to the complexity behind mobile suit controls the ACE could not adapt to them as quickly and as such they relied on using hefty firepower to buy time. Unfortunately buying time is exceptionally hard against Kira Yamato's impeccable aiming. Alright, that's almost all of them. Kira sighs, holstering his beam rifle to avoid using the last drops of his energy. Mew, Tall, how are you guys holding up? I want to land. Can I land? Tall replied in despair. Because this sucks. Tall suddenly breaks in his sky grasper, and the spearhead chasing after him slams into the back of the sword strike pack's blade. You'll break the sword that way, Tall. Mew chided as he fired one more round from the Agni cannon into the ground, cutting apart the pavement and destroying a dagger. It's a good thing the daggers are rooted to the spot. They're improving fast. Talisman observed. They must have a very sophisticated learning AI. Did you have something like that, Talisman? Blaze asked on a private channel. No, the closest thing I know of is Slovakia's drone technology. Talisman crisscrossed in the sky with Blaze, causing their chasers to nearly collide with each other. But not only are they less advanced than what we're seeing, they also need a local or remote controller. And the jammers in the ground of this dust ball prevent reliable long-range communications, though like Kira said, they don't have such advanced tech to begin with. Talisman added. Well, shit. Blaze growled, his aircraft now trailing smoke from the various small hits it's taken. Isn't that just, the hell is going on? All of the surviving spearheads and daggers belonging to the EFA suddenly turned as one, heading west off of the battlefield. Kira snapped out of his confusion first. No. Don't let any one of them escape. Yellow 13 caught on next. Damn. If they're allowed to return with the data. Roger. Bishop spoke for all of them, and the ACES gave chase to the EFA spearheads. While retreating, the EFA spearheads did not evade or fire back. Instead, they just ran at full afterburners as hard as they could. That proved enough against the worn-down ACES, and over half of the spearheads escaped from Morgan-Roet airspace. None of the daggers got away though, if only because Blaze, and Bartlett, took out the ones Kira couldn't reach out of frustration. The battle to liberate Orb quickly escalated following the loss of the two key Orb military installations, and before the end of the day all EFA forces were driven off of Orb soil. So they say. Bartlett sighed and turned off the news heralding the EFA's quick retreat. But as far as I'm concerned, the feds weren't driven out, they just left. Certainly, it wasn't as if the feds were on the back foot by any means. Even though we took over Morgan-Roet and the military dock on the mainland, they still had control over the vast majority of Orb cities. Talisman agreed. That control of theirs was bull. Mew laughed. They had a skeleton force in each city and they knew it. If Orb woke up and it did, then the feds would have no choice but to pull back, and they did. All thanks to that red and white unit. Tall grinned. Whoever that guy was, he sank all the Fedi transport ships before they got here. Yellow 13 coughed to get everyone's attention, gathered as they were in a Morgan-Roet hangar. There is still the matter of Stonehenge. What do we do about it? The gathering went silent. Well, what do we know about it? Bartlett finally asked. Besides the fact that it's a giant ring of keep away. Tall muttered. It's protected by at least 2 different layers of burst missiles. Talisman summarized. One designed to rain shrapnel on all targets below it, and one designed to destroy everything within the contact range. Mix that with Stonehenge's innate ability to blow everything at a high altitude to pieces and we have a real tough first wall on our hands. Blaze grumbled. First wall. Bishop frowned at him. Blaze made a non-committal shrug. Way I see it, if they're going to protect that Stonehenge circle with extra security, then they're going to go overboard, I mean, all of us are here. He indicated to all of the Strang aerial aces. That's true, they even had the Excalibur laser system. Bartlett acknowledged. Wouldn't surprise me to see some more cards up their sleeve. Excalibur? Sounds pretentious. Tall grinned. Bartlett bopped the teenager on the head. Tell me about it. Excuse me, sirs. A Morgan-Roet staff member stuttered, finally succeeding in getting the ACE's attention after several minutes. There's a call for you. You, all of us? Bartlett asked. He asked specifically for a heartbreak one, sir. The aide led the group into a conference room. Although Bartlett was the only one called, nobody else was going to let this interesting, and very sketchy, situation pass by. All right, I'm here, what do you want? Bartlett asked as soon as the large screen in front of him came alive. He grimaced as the image of the screen simply showed the 2 words voice only. His grimace changed into surprise when he heard the voice. Hey, Captain. I didn't think you would try something as insane as attacking an occupying force by yourselves. Who is that? Tall whispered to Blaze, who seemed to recognize the voice. Blaze simply shook his head slightly. I wasn't about to just kick back and relax. Where are you right now? Bartlett asked. I'm working in New Usia. The voice replied. We're monitoring the situation in Orb right now, well, Orb as well as Stonehenge. Interesting. Bartlett smiled slightly. Yet. The voice agreed. Well, first off, the EFA have pulled back entirely from Orb, and they've vanished. Vanished. Bartlett scowled. How the hell could a fleet just vanish? You got me. The mystery voice's shrug was audible. But whatever the reason, the assault fleet responsible for attacking and invading Orb is nowhere to be found. That being said, the feds have assembled a second fleet, and it's probably headed to Orb again, given their current movement patterns. I think the feds have lost their marbles. Kira muttered. Bartlett rubbed his temples. So, their first invasion almost succeeded, so they decided to give it all up and try again? That seems like horrible tactics to me. We thought the same thing. The voice laughed. But there seems to be more than that. Bartlett snapped his finger. Does it have anything to do with computer-controlled weapons? A pause. So they've deployed them already. The voice finally sighed. Damn, and here we thought we had more time. We? Everyone thought. Our operatives discovered traces of advanced technology in some of the Federation production facilities. The voice continued. While we don't have any concrete evidence, it is assumed that they somehow obtained it from Belkan sources. Meanwhile, Cypher's team, responsible for clearing and holding the military dock on the Orb mainland, were also receiving a similar briefing, targeted explicitly at Antares instead. I take it you don't believe in Belka's involvement in this issue? Antares said cautiously after mulling over the revelation for a few seconds. Grunder mechanics have bemoaned the loss of their missile technology to a fundamental difference in physics. His mysterious voice, much colder and more proud than the one that addressed Bartlett, replied. Given their record of pride and technological progress, I do not believe that Grunder was responsible for the sudden increase in the construction capabilities of its enemy. If that's the case, then who's responsible for it? Antares asked. If we knew, we wouldn't be in this situation. The voice replied. However, we have found two names to be of interest. Antares wasn't an overly patient man. And they are Nukam and Wernher Noah. Never heard of them. Bartlett shrugged. What are they? We've never heard of them either. His mysterious voice replied. Our best guess is that both are weapons manufacturers of some kind. If they really are responsible for the sudden increase in technological gains of the Federation, then it's fair to assume that they both have vast amounts of manpower and resources at their disposal. The back-and-forth discussion between the groups went on for some time, and eventually all parties agreed that, while the talk of who's orchestrating the war is interesting, the defense of Orb comes first. Still can't believe that the EFA just gave up on this place. Mulaflaga sighed. They played us good. Whoever thought that sacrificing so many units to take over a sovereign country built on superior technology but only for a day is a goddamn idiot. Thankfully, that idiot isn't on our side. Bartlett shook his head. Though it's more involved than that, I guess. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that the Feds will send a huge wave of computer-controlled fighters at us the next time they come at us. Blaze said, earning a glare from Talisman. I just jinxed us, didn't I? Blaze sighed. At the other Orb military dock, Cypher looked up in surprise as a red and white GUAIZ landed on the nearest airstrip, missing a wing. As Cypher watched, one of the arms of the GUAIZ detached from its socket and dropped to the ground while the pilot walked towards him. Don't make them like they used to, do they, Galm 1? The pilot grinned, snapping off a salute. Hey buddy. Cypher grinned and stood up. I'm still alive, Galm 2. Good to see you too. I take it you've been busy. I can do a lot with ammo and free targeting. Pixie laughed. But it looks like this is the end of the road for that boy. He sighs, looking at the GUAIZ wistfully. Orb doesn't have the parts to maintain it without a serious overhaul. Sounds like the same problem I have. Cypher said, gesturing to the open hangar door revealing his gatekeeper behind him. But then, no aircraft lasts without proper maintenance. Yet. Pixie breathed. So, buddy, what do you plan to do when the Feds come back? Mobius 1 was not too happy with his new aircraft, but prototypes are prototypes for a reason. In his case, the CFA-144 Dracula had a faulty engine connection that grounded it for the entirety of the day, and by the time the problem was fixed, a surprisingly difficult feat considering how one of the exhausts burst into flames, the battle was already over. ZAFT sighed, plant. So he summons us, and then refuses to meet us due to time constraints. Isaac grumbles. Okay, message received, we're not important. Sheesh. Your dad has issues. The two of them were shunted off to a side room in the massive building Patrick Zala works in, receiving their top-secret orders via an envelope rather than by person. Well, I imagine that he's busier than ever nowadays. Athrun pops the envelope open. What with being the king of ZAFT and all. Patrick Zala has accrued a disturbing amount of power recently, earning him the questionable nickname. Yet, no shit, Sherlock. Isaac scowls harder than ever. Something interesting? He asks once he sees Athrun freeze. Well. Athrun tosses Isaac the envelope. Someone screwed up big time. Isaac reads with progressively more anger. The hell, how does what? Their orders were as thus: find and recover the prototype mobile suits stolen by terrorists. =+=====. Author notes. Well, this took way longer than I expected. Ended up rewriting it twice, not much improvement I think. Also, whoever linked this fanfic to that one YouTube video, you're awesome and I'm sorry. And whoever came to this fanfic due to said link, you're all awesome and I'm really sorry. Well, sorry not sorry. You know how it is. He he he. Chapter 22, Stage 19, Liberation. == ZAFT shuttle. Isaac rubs his temples. He's been doing that a lot recently. Does His Highness your daddy not want us to find those prototypes or something? He demands of Athrun. Athrun, a little bit past the point of caring, shrugs noncommittally in reply. Everywhere we've gone it's restricted access, this OR confidential that. Dirka agrees. We've been at this for 2 days and we haven't gotten anywhere. That just means whoever stole them have pretty big ranks on their shoulders. Athrun says. Considering how screwed up things have gotten, it won't surprise me at all if there are at least some ZAFT officers who are thinking of defecting to Usia. Isaac, taking a break from massaging his poor temples, sighs. That's just great. He sits back tiredly. The Mitely coordinators, defecting and bowing to naturals. Where do we go from here, Mr. Leader? Athrun, still past the point of caring, shoots a nonchalant look at Dirka. Dirka sighs heavily and pulls out a small checklist from his pocket. Orb. With the Federation fleet sitting at Orb's border, Orb has done nothing for the past few days except to reinforce their defenses. Or rather, reinforce their defenses as best as they are able with constant Federation probing attacks on the coastline. The Feds aren't just sitting with a blockading naval force for show. As such, the ACES of Strang Ariel have volunteered to assist the Orb's military in the defense of its homeland. It would work better if Orb's military was not made up almost entirely of tanks and Astrays, aka things that can't fly for a long period of time. For now though, Blaze and Chopper were busy chasing down a pair of AI-controlled spearheads zipping through the skylines of an Orb metropolis. Why are we leaving them alive again? They're unmanned. Chopper asks, banking right to keep the spearhead in front of him square in his sights. Like I said, because the intel folk want to figure out what the Feds are trying to find out. Blaze answers. Really? Man. Chopper sighs. You'd think the Feds would have found whatever they needed after taking over Orb. Blaze laughs. We only gave them a day, small wonder they couldn't find anything. A voice comes over their radios after a few more seconds of high-speed, window-breaking chasing. Blaze, Chopper, you are both cleared to fire. About time. Chopper wanted to know why they left the spearheads alive until now, but figured it would make more sense to ask when they have their feet on the ground. Chopper, Fox 2. He launched a missile. Blaze, Fox 2. Blaze did the same. The two AI spearheads pull up in unison to avoid the missiles, and both immediately receive a stream of bullets into their fuselage, courtesy of the two chasing fighters. Targets confirmed destroyed. Chopper said as the two burning dead AI spearheads fell to the earth. Got any more for us? Roger that, there's another flight of spearheads southwest. The Orb operator responded. Hanabi team is chasing them north. Understood. Blaze hit full afterburners. We'll intercept the enemy fighters before they get too far from the coastline. If our buddies on the ground don't shoot them down first, you mean? Chopper adds with a grin. A few minutes of flying later, the two of them saw the spearheads running for the coastline, and the Federation blockading fleet far in the distance. Why don't we just sink the damn fleet already? Chopper asks, again. Too many of them, too few of us. Blaze replies curtly. Now look alive, these guys actually want to dance. The AI spearheads had turned to fly directly towards their would-be interceptors. That's a first. Chopper, engaging. The two teams of fighters zipped past each other in a near head-on collision, guns blazing the entire time. The two teams of fighters separated from each other with one spearhead on fire and falling. Damn, he got my wing. Chopper said, ignoring the warning beeps in his cockpit. I got him good though. The spearhead Chopper engaged was relatively okay, damaged, but otherwise still flying. Not enough to kill it. Blaze smirks as he pulls a high G-turn, putting himself on the tails of the lone surviving enemy aircraft. Fox 3. The one remaining spearhead, damaged by Chopper's pass and unable to evade, took the missile in its engines and exploded. Damn. Chopper sighs. Oh well. We can go home now, right? Yet. Blaze looks down to check his energy levels. Wardog Leader to control, we're returned to base. Roger that, Wardog Leader, good job out there. Morgan Roet. Welcome back. How was your trip? Bartlett said as he tossed a kin to Blaze. Blaze opens it and plops down on the nearest couch. 16 engagements of 2 fighter flights. What the hell are the Feds thinking? What does this accomplish? What? I don't get a drink. Chopper asks indignantly. Bartlett tosses him one. We think it's because they're trying to gather more combat data for their computers. By losing all the fighters they send? Yeah, that makes sense. Chopper chugs his drink in one go. Ah, man, this hits the spot. They could be scouting for something. Blaze muses. though it's anybody's guess as to what they're looking for. Bartlett thought for a moment. Orb has two things the Feds could possibly want: advanced mobile suit technology, and their mass driver. The Feds can already produce their own mobile suits, and at an extremely fast pace too. Chopper says. Unless they're trying to go for quality, I can't see them invading Orb just for, here. He points to the floor. Chopper has a little trouble pronouncing the facility's name. Going by the design behind their daggers. Blaze says. The Feds care a lot more about fielding the numbers than individual performance. Those units were intended to be piloted by people, right? Chopper asks, getting some affirmation in reply. Man, their armor looks weaker than paper. I'm real glad I'm not using one of those. Their armor is stronger than the ones on our fighters. Bartlett reminded him. It only looks weak compared to Kira's strike. Chopper yawns. Oh, Purple Eyes? He's something special, I take it. His unit looks weird, too. The Strike Gundam is the base machine that the Federation daggers derive from. Kira says. So, it does look a little weird, I suppose. Welcome back, kid. Bartlett greets Kira via raising his drink. How was practice? Tough. The Astray pilots are all good shots. Kira sighs. I wish the Feds would hurry up and do something. I'm tired of waiting around. You said it. Chopper nods. Let them show up, gather their numbers, we can sink them and all go home happy. Blaze and Bartlett shared a glance, and a similar thought. If the Feds have nothing to gain by hitting Orb, then what are they doing here? Space. In the end, we find ourselves out here after all. Dirka sighs. We're ZAFT aces now, right? Why are they giving us the shitty jobs? The three of them, Athrun in the Aegis, Dirka in the Buster, Isaac in Agu AIZ, were sifting through the debris belt around Earth per several leads into the belt. If their information was any more solid then they wouldn't be doing this, but they are. I'm having fun on this goose chase. Isaac says, his voice suggesting that he was anything but having fun. You guys having fun? Yeah, just having a blast. Athrun grumbles. Just what I wanted to do for the next week and a half. Can we stay a little focused? Dirka pleads. I mean, there are supposed to be enemy suits here. Isaac is not convinced. Enemy suits from where? Artemis is on the other side of the planet, Copernicus is under siege, the Junk Guild has agreed to stay out of our way, what could possibly be out here? Predictably, their threat warnings went off. Isaac. Athrun sighs. I had nothing to do with it. Isaac replies quickly. Sure you didn't. Athrun grumbles. Do we have a visual? He asks Dirka. I see them. Dirka peers through his sniper scope. They're probably modified djinns, by the looks of things. I don't recognize the markings though. Deserters, hey. Isaac grins savagely. Perfect. He accelerates to meet his enemies. Don't fire just yet, Isaac. Athrun reminds him then switches to an open channel. This is the ZAFT Special Investigations Force, call sign Sable 1. Unknown units, state your intentions. No response. Did you really expect it to work? Dirka asks Athrun wearily. It was worth trying. Athrun shrugs. Alright, we're cleared to fire, but don't kill them. Okay. Dirka targets the nearest gin of the four enemies and opens fire. His target deftly uses the debris and evades. Alright, so we're not dealing with idiots. He mutters. As good as they think they are. Isaac trades fire with another gin, they're not a match for us. One of his shots connects with the enemy's arm, roasting it and causing the gin's pilot to purge it in a hurry. Athrun jinks right to avoid being shot from behind. They have a good sense of tactics though. He extends out a beam saber in the Aegis's foot and catches the gin trying to backstab him right in the liver, if mobile suits had livers. But not a good sense of teamwork. Athrun says lightly as he shot the gin in front of him in the face. Got him. Dirka celebrates as he shot the gin he's facing into a large piece of debris. Are we gonna interrogate them right here, or? That won't be necessary. Another voice came over the frequency. It'll be easier to talk this over on our ship. The three ZAFT boys look around in alarm as their threat alarms go off, but they don't see anything. So how about it? Agu AIZ with orange marking appear from behind a cloud of debris. It'll be a lot easier than fighting, I'm sure. Its pilot, one Andrew Waldfield, grins. Isaac's first expression upon seeing the ship they're being led to. Why is it pink? It's meant to be a ship for peace. Waldfield replies. Okay, but why is it pink? Dirka demands. Why is someone like you in something like that? Best not to think too heavily on it. Waldfield laughs. The four of them dock with the Eternal, Waldfield's, temporary, battleship. The FFMHY-101 Eternal, like its non-ACES configuration, is entirely pink. Unlike its non-ACES configuration, however, this Eternal lacks the set of triple white wing-like appendages mounted on both sides of the craft, and most importantly, it lacks the two Meteor units that give the ship increased combat power, relegating it to its single heavy beam cannon and assortment of CIWS and missile launchers for firepower. It is in this ship that the stolen prototypes are housed. So, Dirka says slowly, as he observes the now one-armed Waldfield slowly. Sir. Never mind the formalities. Waldfield waves it away. We're renegades now. He motions for the three boys to sit down in the captain's office. Isaac instinctively went for a gun, but realized he didn't pack one. Renegades? Why is the Tiger of the Desert a renegade? He asks instead. Depends on how much you wish to know, I suppose. Waldfield smirks. For starters, what brings you boys out here? The prototype mobile suits that you stole from us. Isaac snaps. That much should be obvious. No, it wasn't obvious. Waldfield grimaces. Last time we met up with a group of ZAFT suits they tried to kill us. No shit, if you're going AWOL it's hard to believe that they'd just leave you alone. Dirka mutters. Waldfield chuckles. You got your ordering wrong, kid, well, that isn't much of an issue. He takes a sip of his coffee. So, for you kids in the front lines. Tell me, what does this war feel like to you? The war, what does that have to do with anything? Isaac demands. It feels like it's strayed from its original goals, not that original goals were too clear to begin with. Athrun says slowly. Originally, it was a war of vengeance. Waldfield nods. Vengeance for the deceased, not that I needed to remind you. It's something else now. He passes a video recording to the three ZAFT boys. Take a look. The three of them oblige. Isn't this the fleet attacking Copernicus? Isaac says dismissively. I don't see how. Oh whoa. The video showed the attacking fleet being engulfed by multiple flashes of light. When the light dissipated, there was nothing but scrap metal left of the ZAFT warships. It's the same thing they used to wipe out Panama, isn't it? Dirka looks to Waldfield, who nods. They call it Trinity, after the good old days of prototype nuclear weaponry, I suspect. Waldfield says. Based on analysis, the weapons are not nuclear-based, but we don't know what they're made of, other than the fact that they hit impressively hard. No conventional ordnance nowadays can pack that much bang in a cruise missile form. Athrun frowns. So the war is escalating, that sucks, but it's not that unusual. This war's been escalating since day one. That it is. Waldfield nods. The problem is, someone just pushed the boulder off of the slippery slope. Dirka looks confused. What's that supposed to mean? It means, well, it means that we find the current rate of escalation to be alarmingly fast. Waldfield pulls up a set of documents and graphs on the computer on his table. Patrick's suddenly gathering a lot of political power, the formation of a new country out of nowhere, none of this makes any sense to us. It's not like the feds shooting themselves in the foot has anything to do with it. Dirka mutters. Waldfield caught the sarcasm. He stands up. Normally I'd consider this to be acceptable, if stupid. However, Patrick seized control of the entirety of the ZAFT military in a matter of days after the Trinity was unveiled. Incidentally, nobody on plant knows about this. He taps the video. You can guess why. It'll be bad for morale, yet. Isaac mutters, and then clears his throat. But none of this explains why you've betrayed the ZAFT military. Really? Waldfield scratches his chin. I thought it was obvious, I don't feel like dying for a ZAFT that has lost its purpose. What is ZAFT trying to accomplish by taking over Copernicus? Dirka, who's been struggling with this problem for a while, finally asks. I mean, we know now that they house these goddamn super missiles and they're extremely dangerous, but what was the initial drive for attacking the city? Waldfield has a slight smile on his face. You got me on that one. Plant had no reason to attack Copernicus, which is a neutral city, unless they had a damn good reason. Such as killing the Federation High Command. Athrun suddenly said. Wait. But this means. Waldfield nods grimly. Exactly. Whoever is pulling the strings behind this war has been doing it for a long time, which comes back to the reason why we went renegade. It's simply too difficult to investigate on this, shadow, behind the powers while being inside one such power. The three of you have a choice right now. Waldfield stares at the ZAFT boys. You can either go home and pretend like you never saw us, or you can come with us. There's no middle ground. Isaac felt a shiver run up his spine. His pride was telling him to drop the traitor to the nation right here, right now, but his instincts were telling him that the Tiger of the Desert will savage him if he tried. Our position is precarious enough as it is. Waldfield said as an apology. So what would our job be if we were to be renegades? Athrun asks slowly. Well, Objective number 1 is to free Orb. We need to get the princess out of Usia's grasp before they get her for good. Isaac frowns at that one. Usia's the bad guy. Call it a hunch. Waldfield shrugs. It's not that I find Usia detestable, hell, their treatment of coordinators and naturals alike have been very even-handed, even commendable. That being said, there's something off about them that worries me, so it's better safe than sorry. Who's the princess again? Dirka wonders. ACES. Athrun says automatically. Ah. Dirka sighs then shrugs. Sounds like your type of job, Athrun. Isn't Orb under Federation siege right now? Isaac asks. Getting in and out would be very, very hard. They have the prototypes. Dirka points out. If their specs are anything like the rumors then they should be pretty damn good. Oh, they're good all right. Waldfield nods. But I can't go to Earth right now, for obvious reasons, and nobody else that came with us is good enough to handle them. Isaac began to laugh. What a stupid situation. The traitor to ZAFT needs us heroes to bail out an ex-princess of Plant so we can find out what's wrong with it. Hey, those are the cards on the table. Waldfield pats Isaac's head, earning a glare in response. Take it or leave it. Usia. The invasion and subsequent liberation of Orb was an unknown to the populace of Usia. The average citizen knew that something was happening, and their knowledge was directly proportional to their distance to Orb, but they lacked concrete proof. In the past few days, that has been changing. Slowly, videos concerning the battles over Orb skies began to surface across the world, and soon enough the number one talking point among the Yuuzhan citizenry and military alike was the sheer audacity, and utter stupidity, of the plan, and the exemplary performance of the ACES. Stonehenge. Stonehenge, the powerful Yuuzhan anti-air defensive artillery system, used to be under the control of the Grey Men. As the above sentence implies, it has since changed hands. Murata Azrael's ship, a small, nondescript, but certainly retrofitted, fishing boat floated into a hidden dock within the Stonehenge installation's base. Yo, my fellow gentlemen. Murata greets the men staffing the Stonehenge's primary control room. He then wrinkles his nose at the smell of blood and bleach mixed together. Looks like spring cleaning didn't go over so well. Yet, getting stains out of the carpet is oddly challenging. The lead operator laughs. Maybe I should bring my wife over, she'll get rid of the stains like that. He snaps his fingers. Murata, and a few others, chuckle at the joke. What's the situation? His tone was now all business. It doesn't look like the Yuuzhan bastards have figured out what we did here. The lead operator replied. We've established about 60% control over the base's functionality. Only 60? What's left? Azrael scowls. A lot of the minor base defenses. The operator brings out a large map of the entire Stonehenge installation on the control room's large array of screens and color-coded the sections that they had control over. It's incredible how many turrets this place has, not to mention the AI-controlled interceptors. Whoever designed this place wanted this installation to withstand the apocalypse itself. Azrael scanned the screens, noting several weapon names he did not recognize. And you have no control over them. The technicians are worried that if we force them too hard we'll alert their ex-bosses. The lead operator explained. So they're taking it nice and slow just to be on the safe side. Fair enough. Azrael shrugs. Keep up the good work, and if Usia calls, we play along like good little puppies. I know, boss. The operator grins. Orb. Guys? We have a problem. A radar operator said. There are a lot of beeps on the horizon. So they're finally going to do it. The lead operator gulped. Send message to High Command, and tell all bases to scramble all assets, bring it up on monitor. Roger. Another radar operator pushed a button, and the large screen in front of all of them turned into a colorful display of blue dots, with a paint-like smear of red approaching from the northeast. So they're finally doing it. Kira breathed. Oh boy, this is going to be bad. He scanned the horizon one more time, hoping that at least some of the points he saw were just illusions. Kira, Captain Maru's voice came over the radio. We'll be stationed over the northern city in order to protect against the edge of the enemy attack. Got it. Kira looked around at the empty hangar. It feels so barren now. Yet. Mew looked around as well. Not having the 4 sets of spearheads will do that, I suppose. Don't get distracted out there, kid. This is by far the biggest battle we've ever been in. Why are the feds doing this? Tal demanded. This doesn't make any sense. It's almost as if they're looking to be destroyed. Kira agreed. Even if they succeed, Usia and ZAFT will both drive in and annihilate the Atlantic Federation, so what are they trying to gain from doing this? Maybe there's nothing for them to gain. Mew said darkly. Considering the Atlantic Federation's reputation, the world will be better for it if they became the greatest evil, and then died. Kira scowled. The implications behind someone sacrificing an entire nation as, what appears to be, a political ploy didn't sit well with him. But, that's future talk. Focus on the fight right now. Mew bopped Kira lightly on the helmet. Elsewhere, a pair of Astrays were preparing to launch, one with black wings, and one with a single, red arm. Takes you back, doesn't it? Pixie says, going through his pre-flight checklist. The first time we met back home was to protect a nation from going under. I think our situation right now is a little bit worse though. Cypher laughs. Maybe they'll get careless and send lightly escorted bombers our way again. Belka wasn't known for its sophisticated decision-making. Pixie chuckles, and there was a moment of silence between them. Buddy, let's do this. Yet. Cypher took a deep breath. Ustio 6th Fighter Division, 66th Unit. Galm Team Number 1, Cypher, taking off. That's a hell of a mouthful. Pixie laughed. Galm 2, Pixie, launching. Hoo boy. Chopper rubbed his eyes. Someone, tell me I'm dreaming. You're dreaming something, all right. Bartlett responds. Jesus, how did it come down to this? The two of them stared silently at the approaching tide of Federation aircraft. The Feds are insane, that's how. Yellow 13 sighed. I wonder if they ever considered stepping back and reconsidering their line of action. It's pretty hard when their initial cause for war was to wipe out space aliens. Chopper grumbles. Almost makes me wish the Yuks were still around. Yet Obania was the opposing country of the war Chopper participated in. I don't think it'd be that different if the Yuks were around. Blaze pointed out. Our war was also one of vengeance. Vengeance or no, we have a show to perform today. Bartlett chided them. Focus on the task at hand. Speaking of which, Chopper felt like this was the biggest issue. What should our formation be? I'll take Antares. Yellow 13 said. That's fine with me. Antares just wanted to shoot some guns. Colonel Bishop chipped in. I'll fly in your formation as well, Yellow 13. In that case, Wardog leader to all aircraft, check in. Bartlett grins. Wardog 2, Roger. Blaze has a self-satisfied smirk. What? I'm 3 again? Ah. Chopper rolls his aircraft in protest. Ah. Wardog 3, ready. Bartlett cracked his knuckles. All right, all aircraft, prepare to engage. Protect orb at all costs. Dad, Kagalai scratches her head, nervous at facing her father even through a monitor. You snuck aboard the Archangel. Her father, Uzumi Narath finished for her. I know, Kagalai, I know. Sorry, Dad. I remember what you said about seeing the war with my own eyes, and what I've seen is that this war is big and stupid, and I can't just sit back and do nothing. Indeed. Uzumi sighed. It would seem as if all sides in this conflict have decided to act in the worst possible ways. You're, not mad, are you? Kagalai asks hesitantly. I am very mad. Uzumi says evenly. Especially at how you've apparently decided to join the fighting. Kagalai looked down at her flight suit and couldn't really argue the point. Dad, Orb is in danger of being wiped off the map. I can't pretend as if our ideology will somehow save us from a bullet to the face. It is precisely because we are so challenged that we must hold to our ideology. Uzumi said. What good would it do if the orb you protected was not the same you went to war for? Kagalai was never too fond of her dad talking about ideals. But people can die right now. Some of them will likely die by your hands. Uzumi pointed out. I know that. Kagalai growled. I'm ready for it. It's not a matter of if you have the mental fortitude to kill the enemy in front of you, Kagalai. Uzumi thought. Kid troubles. Siegel Klein asked Uzumi after the Lion of Orb's conversation with her daughter. When did she become so bold? Uzumi chuckled. I'm deeply worried that she will die out there. Makes the two of us, but we can't shelter them forever, not when the reality is on our doorstep. Siegel sighed. Lakis is out there too, you know? She's really taken a liking to that Yamato kid. She's out there soothing the civilians. You got someone on him? Uzumi asked. I got a smart bodyguard you can borrow. He seems like a good enough kid. Siegel laughed. No need to stick a gun in his back just yet. Uzumi shook his head. If you say so. Siegel observed his newfound friend carefully. What will you do, Atha? I will wait here. Uzumi said firmly. Until the last moment, if need be. This is a Wax Thunderhead, Wardog Squadron, do you copy? We hear you, Thunderhead. Captain Bartlett responded. Go ahead. Roger. Wardog, be advised, the Federation is fielding a large amount of unmanned aircraft and mobile suits. They're going to overwhelm us with numbers. No, really? I would have never guessed. Chopper muttered as he scanned his radar. You'd think the Federation people would notice if their tax dollars turned into a million jet fighters. It doesn't look like they're going to do anything besides overwhelming us with numbers, though. Blaze observed. They're hanging back too far. Thunderhead sighed in relief. Good. We're going to overlay a jamming field over the combat area to help dampen the effect of the AI-controlled units. All aircraft, you may experience decreased sensor abilities, so be careful out there. I think we can handle having some of our electronics knocked out. Antares said confidently. Go right ahead, Canopus. AWACS Canopus copies, commencing electronic combat. The AWACS aircraft, still practically invisible when viewed from their bellies, started to scramble all forms of communication in the area between the incoming Federation blob of units and the orb defenders. In response to the jamming, the Federation ships staggered their AI-controlled units to approach orb in waves, having less units at once reduce the risk of the AI bugging out due to the scrambling. The things we do for our goddamned country. The Federation fleet commander snarled. Let's get this over with. All ships commence fire. As his ship shook from the missiles launching from their tubes, he heard one of the operators report that the special support ships were slow to arrive. And thank God for that. He thought. Incoming cruise missiles. Thunderhead alerted. All units get ready for intercept, don't let those missiles reach the cities. The cruise missiles flew towards the orb shoreline, a few of them detonated prematurely due to the jamming, before the majority of the rest of them were intercepted by the ground units lined up on the island. The rest caused some minor damage to the orb's landmass and city outskirt areas. Here comes the main force. Bartlett warned. All right, don't get overeager and fight conservatively. We're going to be out here a while. Blaze, roger. Chopper, roger. Looks like the center line has started, Kira. Tall reported. They should be coming up here to this area soon. Yet. Kira looked back at the Archangel, and at the oddly pink-colored strike Gundam besides him. Kagalai, are you sure about this? This is my house they're stomping into. Kagalai snaps. Of course I'm sure about this. I got a bullet for every last one of the bastards. The eyes of her pink strike, the strike rouge, glowed in agreement. Don't lose your head in the clouds, girlie. Mew chided. Or it'll cost you in the future. For the time being, stick close to your wingman. Kira sighed. I won't be able to protect all of you in this fight. This isn't about protecting us, Mr. Yamato. An astray with a paint job of black with red streaks flew up and landed next to the normal strike. We're here to protect everyone. And who might you be? Tall asked. Nicole. Nicole Amalfi. The pilot of the astray replied. I've decided to help. Don't remember him. Tall thought. Nicole, hey? Kind of a girl name. Nicole rolled his eye. I know, I get plenty of it back home. As opposed to Kagalai who I thought was a boy. Kira muttered. You thought? So you changed your mind at some point? Tall grinned. Kira paused, sensing a social landmine. I swear to God Kira if you call me a boy one more time Kagalai said, indignant. I couldn't help it. You were boyish. Kira defended himself, badly. Enough, kids, save it for the after party. Mew stepped in. It looks like we have company, too. Kira scanned his radar and saw the first wave of AI spearheads coming in. Okay, what's the plan, Mew? Since we don't have the numbers for a straight-up air superiority fight, we're going to let them get within range of the coastline before picking them down. Mew said. Astray pilots, aim carefully and make your shots count. Unknown to both groups, the third area of operations, southeast edge, closest to Morgan Roet, was actually hit first. While the orb forces had better training and positioning, the overwhelming numbers of the Federation units slowly wore away at the orb line. Do not let the enemy onto our shores. The orb commander in charge of the theater roared. We must not let them get near. Said the guy that let them onto our shores not too long ago. One of the operators muttered under her breath. 3 daggers are approaching Section 2A, Negi team, please intercept. A trio of Astrays radioed in their affirmative and engaged the daggers with their beam sabers. The daggers responded in kind and the two groups went into mech-on-mech sword fight action. A flight of spearheads are descending on Section 6D, AA Group 5, prepare to intercept. A second operator said. A line of anti-aircraft vehicles angled their guns high, and peppered the air with streaks of bullets. Some spearheads flew through the streaks and left a smoking mess while others evaded the streaks long enough to drop bombs onto the AA vehicles, turning the tank-like vehicles into scrap metal. There were, unfortunately, more spearheads than AA guns. 5 spearheads have entered Section 5A. Megami team, intercept. 2 daggers sighted in Section 1C, moving into 1B. Oliver team, cut off their movements. Enemy warship bombarding the shoreline. Sakura team, please fall back along the highway. Damn it! One of the field captains growled. We're slowly being overwhelmed here. An explosion then grabbed his attention. Control, what happened? The enemy has broken the defensive line at 1B. An operator responded. Daggers are coming in your direction. Another operator then noticed 2 dots with friendly IFFs, but not of orb designation. Wait a moment, 2 allied units are approaching Sector 1B at high speed. Well, tell them to get here faster. The field captain leveled his Astrace beam rifle towards the general direction of Section 1B. All units keep your eyes open. Ground units, provide us support. The ground unit's normal tanks raised their barrels in acknowledgement. Soon enough, the field captain caught the dozen or so daggers charging straight towards them, and locked onto the nearest one. Fire! The combined orb unit of 3 Astrace and 6 tanks fired in unison, bringing down 2 daggers while the rest scattered and approached in a pincer movement. In unison, the 10 daggers returned fire with their beam rifles in a movement entirely unrelated to their maneuvering. Looks like their shooting AI needs work. The field captain grinned savagely as the daggers' counter-fire went wide. Don't falter, take them out. Above you. One of his teammates called out. The captain's response was to accelerate and move away from his location, and the bomb from a spearhead flying over his head impacted the spot he was at relatively harmlessly. Shit, where did they come from? The captain growled, focusing his attention on the spearheads over his head, dividing his attention just long enough for one of the daggers to charge into his Astrace backside with its beam saber and running its pilot through. Captain! Damn it! One of his teammates shot the offending dagger and killed it. Whoa! He moved to parry another dagger's beam saber with his shield while counter-firing with the Vulcans on his Astrace head and taking out his attacker's head cameras in response. Command, we're losing control of the sector. The captain of the tank unit said as his unit blasted a dagger's leg off. Requesting reinforcements. More enemy daggers are headed your way from 2A. Was the operator's response. We're stretched thin as it is. Damn, we're pulling back then. The tank captain said as the tank next to his suffered a direct hit and exploded. No point fighting at a severe disadvantage. All units fall back, we're regrouping. Easier said than done, the second of the 3 Astrace was cut down by the incoming and now reinforced daggers. All the daggers fired in unison again and tore through 3 more tanks and the last Astray. We don't get to run, I see. The tank captain sighed. Fine, if that's how it's gonna be, fire. Fire everything we have. The tanks raised their barrels as the daggers aimed their beam rifles. Sorry we're late. The tank captain looked up to see a salvo of beam rifle fire, and 6 of the 10 offending daggers fell almost at once. Plus a 7th, since it tripped over its fallen compatriots. A pair of Astrace flew over the captain's tank, one with black wings, and one with a single red arm. I've never seen paint jobs like that before. The tank captain muttered. Thanks for your support, whoever you are. Sure. Solo Wing Pixie responded. Galm 2 to Galm 1, we have a lot of area to cover, so let's do this quick. Yet. Cypher, the demon lord of the round table, responded evenly. The remaining daggers fired at the 2 newcomers with surprising accuracy. Whoa, that's pretty good. Pixie maneuvered around the shots without problems. Would have gotten me a long time ago. With 2 swift strokes of his beam saber he dispatched 2 of the daggers. Yet. Cypher parried the 2 shots with his beam saber, attached to the offhand shield, and shot down his 2 attackers with his beam rifle. More daggers approaching Section 1B. The command operators came over the radio. They're being backed up by spearheads. Do not let the spearheads deeper into the island. Roger. Pixie replied. Galm 2, commencing intercept. Galm 1 to Galm 2. Cypher said. I'll leave the enemies in the skies to you. Pixie had a slight smile as he heard that. Free engagement with air priority, hey? Roger, leave it to me. Back at the central command room. An operator observing the Galm team's battle blinked hard. What are those 2? His next seat neighbor leaned in. What's going on over there? Good things. Look at those 2. The first operator pointed to 2 blue friendly dots being approached by a steady stream of red dots, with the red dots disappearing before they got close to the blue ones. The 2 of them alone are holding off the bulk of the attackers on the southeast theater. His neighbor blinked in surprise. Whoa, really? Who are they? That doesn't matter. Their immediate superior bopped both of them on the head. Focus on defending the homeland and stop chattering. Then he leaned down and whispered into their ears. There are reporters buzzing all around the coastline. Drop a hint to one of them. Northern Theater, Archangel. Compared to the other 2 coastlines, the Northern Theater received the greatest amount of mobile armor, reed, spearhead, attacks, due to its distance from the Federation ships and the relatively higher speed of the spearheads. This meant that Archangel was having a hell of a time fighting the small, agile fighters, initially. Okay, we've set up. Mew reported. Canopus, do your thing. Canopus, roger. The AWACS operator cracked his knuckles. Unleashing high-performance gemming. High-performance gemming was just the gemming they are currently using, but unleashed at a much higher level. It affects everyone on the field, but against the AI-controlled spearheads, who have no subsystems to help maintain their aircraft, called pilots, it is especially lethal. The spearheads, it should be said, are designed well enough that they will not lose altitude while their computers recover, but the temporary disruption in their flight capabilities is more than enough for the Archangel crew to pick off the fighters through visual detection while said fighters cruise in a lazy straight line. As it so happens, this particular batch of AI fighters lost roughly 2/3 of their numbers before they recovered. Enemy fighters have regained control. Tall reported. Geez. They really get going when they get going, hey. The fighters he was referring to regained control and immediately performed very sharp turns to avoid being shot down by Kira. It helps some. That's 6. Kira counted to himself. Any more? The rest are being handled by the AA units. Canopus replied. Strike Gundam, return and rearm, the second wave is undoubtedly coming soon. Already? I have most of my power from the last resupply. Kira, though a bit surprised, followed the order to return and change batteries. We'll handle it out here while you eat. Kagalai grinned. So be a good boy and listen to your elders, yet. Kira rolled his eyes. Aren't I older than you? Details, details. Kagalai waved his comment away and fired at the spearheads over her head, with comparatively less results than Kira. Center Theater, Wardog, Yellow Squadrons. Compared to the other two theaters, the center line is closest to the bulk of the Federation fleet, meaning that it received two things, more daggers, and enemy fire support. The first part was already annoying, as the daggers' improved AI put them on more than equal footing with the technologically superior but relatively less accurate ACES, and the daggers have armor that more than just rudimentary protection against aircraft missiles, to say nothing of the smaller caliber guns. Doesn't stop the ACES any, though. Wardog 2, I'm making my run. Blaze declares before diving down towards a trio of daggers. We hear you, Wardog 2, ready to support. A pair of nearby ACES reply and aim their beam rifles toward the daggers. Blaze zips over the 3 daggers, getting the attention of their artificial intelligence and earning some Vulcan fire in response. The daggers were then destroyed, or at least unable to continue combat, via beam rifle fire from the 2 supporting ACES. Enemy ships are firing onto the shore, all units take cover. Thunderhead warned. EDA in 5, 4. The 2 ACES turned and ran to hide behind some abandoned skyscrapers while Blaze simply climbed above the clouds. Bartlett gritted his teeth as the first shots from the Federation warships hit the shoreline. Damn, how many volleys is that now? At this rate our forces aren't going to last. We're stretched too thin trying to cover the entire line by ourselves. Yellow 13 agreed, still in the middle of an evasive maneuver to shake off a spearhead on his tail. We don't have enough ACES to perform any kind of offensive positioning. It would be better if we were to operate as a marauding force instead of fixing ourselves to one line. Talisman pointed out. That way we'll be able to provide more thorough support before needing to move on. Can the line hold out by itself if we acted like that? Chopper wondered. A panicked voice interrupted their thoughts. All units, we're having serious trouble at Section 13C. We request immediate assistance. Let's do it. All units follow my lead. Talisman said automatically as he banked and zoomed towards the section in danger. Your lead? Hey. Wait. Chopper groaned. God, what's with him? I think he knows what he's doing. Blaze observed. Let's go. The sooner we free up a unit the better. Bartlett was of the same mind. Yet. Wardog Squadron, assist Garuda 1 as necessary. Yellow Squadron, the same. What the heck? Our top cover is leaving. One astray pilot, Pilot A, on the ground observed. His captain knew what was going on. They can move freely, we can't, all units hold your ground and fight defensively until they can come back. Like we have a choice. Pilot A muttered as a ship-fired shell exploded very close to his astray. Sector 13C was in serious trouble. Of the 6 astrays assigned to the area, only 2 were still alive and kicking, against a total of 8 daggers still advancing on their position. 2 astrays plus assorted tanks and anti-aircraft gun vehicles, but against a mobile suit they are not too useful. Anyone out there, please respond. The new captain due to field promotion called frantically into the radio. We need help. Everyone else has their hands full. His teammate said glumly. Let's do the best we can here. Shit, man. We're gonna die out here. The leader is less than composed. Somebody. Anybody. This is, Garuda 1, providing close air support. A reassuring voice said on the radio. Sit tight, we're here. A squadron of fighters comprised of X-02s and Shindens zoomed above the heads of the remaining Astrays, and they dove into the daggers without a shred of hesitation. Don't worry about destroying them outright, attack their cameras. Talisman commanded. That's not really possible. Chopper pointed out as Blaze dove down onto a dagger. The dagger looked up to aim and received a missile to the face. For the rest of us. Chopper amended. Good thing all of us are the best of the best. Antares said with a feral grin on his face. Let's do this. Commencing close-range support. Is it really a support if we're doing the attacking? Bishop chuckled. Bishop, commencing attack. They don't have any fear, do they? The previously panicking captain said in awe, watching the fighters dodge shot after shot with the bare minimum of movement, never once wavering from their intended target. Where did they learn to fly like that? It doesn't matter. His wingman snapped. We need to get in there and help. Don't need to tell me twice. All orb units. Assist those aces. The two Astrays charged out of their cover and rained fire upon the daggers which were distracted by the fighters buzzing around them. In what seemed to be no time at all, the 8 daggers were brought down through the combination of fancy flying and beam rifle fire. Garuda 1, thanks for the help. The captain exhaled deeply. We're going to pull back to 12C and reinforce the group there. What about us? Chopper asked indignantly. Garuda 1, Roger. Talisman said, overriding Chopper. Godspeed and good luck. The Federation side wasn't having the best of days. On one hand, they have these top-of-the-line AI-controlled fighters that can be mass-produced on a frighteningly large scale. On the other, they can't really use all of them at once and the waves that they're sending are proving themselves to be good at only dealing superfluous damage. It's been 2 hours since the battle started, and Orb, though battered, was far from out. Group 19 has been entirely destroyed. An operator aboard the Federation flagship carrier reported. Group 20 has suffered an ECM attack and is unresponsive. How are they still holding out? The ship commander wondered. Their Astrays aren't supposed to be that good. Well, sir. An operator responds in a small voice. The southern flank is being held back by a team of 2 Astrays. Their paparazzi is making a huge fuss, too. Her next-door neighbor added. Take a look at this. The operator brought up what could only be a live feed from the battleground. The crew of the ship watched as the Astray with black wings caught a spearhead before it hit the ground. It was shot down by Pixie. Said Astray then tossed the entire spearhead into an advancing dagger like, well, a spear, and destroyed both machines in the process. They even heard the chatter over the general radio band, too. Cypher, I see that you're way more vicious when we're just dealing with drones. Pixie commented. There's no reason to hold back against them, but I am still getting used to the Astray's control scheme. Cypher replied modestly as threw one dagger into another and impaled both of them with a street light. As expected of the Demon Lord, I suppose. Pixie laughed, downing spearheads like flies with his beam rifle. If we keep this up we're going to win without any problems. The Federation crew didn't know who was talking, but knew well enough that it was the enemy talking. So he says. The Fed captain grunts. He's got his head in the clouds. Yeah, but they are winning. The operator of the video thought. Your orders, sir. Send message to Azrael. The captain said dismissively. Let them handle it. Stonehenge. Let us handle it. Murata Azrael frowned. The hell, what could possibly be the problem? The messenger shrugged. By the sound of things, the ACE they're using are hampered by ECM, so they can't deploy enough of them and keep them all combat able. Good to know. Azrael sighed. What's Usia doing? He asked his Stonehenge commander. As long as we're not obviously blasting Orb to pieces, we should be safe from detection. The commander replied. All right, I guess this is as good of a time as any. Fire on the coastline, get a feel of how to use the cannons. Azrael commanded. Orb. All aircraft. Warning. Thunderhead's voice boomed throughout all radios, Federation and Orb units. Incoming fire from Stonehenge, take evasive action. What? Damn it. Kira turned and scanned the skies in Stonehenge's direction, hoping to see an incoming shell. Those bastards. He growled as the strike dropped to the ocean surface. Impact in 5, 4. Thunderhead counted down. Is there anything we can do to stop them from hitting us? Nicole asked as he followed Kira down. Not with what we've got. Kagalai snarled. Don't you dare hit our city you. Whatever she was about to yell at the incoming ammunition was drowned out by the roar of the Stonehenge rounds exploding, relatively, harmlessly in the air. Yikes. Bartlett muttered. They're pretty scary from up here, all right. He, along with the rest of the Wardog squadron, opted to stay at altitude instead of diving for the deck. It doesn't look like they're aiming to kill, fortunately. Blaze noted. I think we can continue combat operations without too many problems. They're using the Type 2 shells. Sky Eye said. We'll give you a heads up if there are any impact areas in your current combat area, so fly without worries. Roger that, Sky Eye. Bartlett said. All units continue attack. It sounds like they're opening up on the western fronts. Pixie said. Think they're coming after us next. There will be hell to pay for them if they do. Cypher replied. We're closest to the metropolis areas. I hear you, Cypher. Pixie grimaced. Then how about we push these toys all the way back to their ships? Cypher grinned upon the suggestion. I thought you'd never ask. When the Stonehenge rounds exploded in midair, the world stopped to watch. Orb's mobilization of its press and its neutral satellite systems allowed the entirety world, and plant to some extent, to see the Stonehenge's destructive power, and the planes that continued to fight despite the threat posed by the guns. There was, however, one pilot that didn't look twice when the guns fired. Instead, he climbed into his plane and took to the skies, racing towards Stonehenge as quickly as his plane allowed. Mobius 1, Mr. Ribbon. The plane's control AI, Nemo, started to say. You did not leave with your full load of missiles. We have the autocannons and the EMLs. It'll be enough. Ribbon said tersely. You think? A girl's voice laughed as his missile alert went off. We have guests. Nemo commented emotionlessly as Ribbon's CFA-144 Dracula pulled higher into the air. Ribbon narrowed his eyes when he saw the attacker. You again. He said over the common frequency. It was fun last time, so stay out of my way this time. What? The girl in the opposing Nosferatu laughed. I almost got you last time, don't lie. It'll be the same today, too. Ribbon was not in the mood to play, and he no longer lacked the disadvantage in maneuverability this time. Mobius 1, engaging. Oh my, how manly. The girl didn't seem to take him seriously, and angled her Nosferatu down to meet him in a head-on joust. The two planes charged towards each other, and then immediately broke off from said charge almost simultaneously. Looks like you won this one. The girl grumbled as her cockpit alerted her of a hole in her fuselage. She almost wanted to give chase to the Ribbon fighter, but thought better of it. What she had hoped would have been an exciting duel was instead a very clear warning from its pilot, and she was, at least, smart enough to know when it's time to leave, especially when her opponent's EML shot would have hit her cockpit had it been off by a mere foot. That girl has good senses. Nemo commended as they watched the blip that was the Nosferatu leave their radar range. You decided the battle in one shot, sir. Let's just focus on the task at hand. Ribbon said curtly, still on full afterburners towards Stonehenge. Yes sir. Nemo said. Sir, I'm reading aircraft not of EFA origins on the horizon. Orb. The inclusion of Stonehenge explosions all along the coastline of Orb was not kind to its defensive forces. While the Blue Cosmos currently in command of Stonehenge are not nearly as competent as its original crew, the psychological effect of the massive explosives was more than enough to cause the Orb line to buckle and break in many areas time and time again. Not even the ACES in the sky, as overwhelming as they were able to keep the forces rallied, and the psychological boost provided by the ACES, or, rather, the lack of the boost, was all the more apparent whenever they needed to return to rearm. Even so, in the face of a never-ending stream of enemies plus constant long-range bombardment, the Orb lines held for another 2 hours before it showed signs of breaking. Damn, this is looking pretty bad. Chopper observed when he noticed how deep into the island the daggers had gotten. I don't think we'll be able to keep this up for much longer. We'll keep this up for as long as we need to push them back. Blaze said confidently as he launched a missile at the dagger in front of him. That's all there is to it. You make it sound way easier than it has any right to be. Chopper sighed and engaged an AI spearhead. Blaze is right. Bishop responded. There's no room for retreat here. If the defensive units are pushed back any further then the airfield will be compromised. The airfield happens to be a stretch of highway that the planes can use for rearming. Well, hell. Chopper said. Thunderhead, we got any more death coming above us? Predicted volley incoming ETA 90 seconds. Thunderhead responded. Showing approximate impact ranges now. This keeps on getting better and better. Yellow 13 sighed. Ground units, will work in tandem to take down the enemy, so keep your eyes open. Federation sighed. They're still not falling. The captain slammed his fist into the armrest of his chair again. How? They're flying around the explosions. An operator said in awe. That's not possible. The armrest was hit again. What's the status on the satellite hack? We're getting a live feed, now. The operator responsible for hacking into the Orb satellite stared at the screen, blinked twice, then stared at it again. And? The captain demanded. There are enemy support aircraft in the sky. The operator frowned. But they're not showing up on radar at all. Then they're stealth. The armrest was hit again. Tell Stonehenge to fire at the sky, kill the damned support planes. He's really going off the deep end, isn't he? One of the operators, sitting far away from the captain, muttered. Totally. Her neighbor sighed. Cypher felt a tug in his stomach, and stopped to look up. What the hell is that? One of the orb pilots asked, right as a beam of light split the air, and a few spearheads. Oh hell no. Pixie growled, switching to an open frequency. All units listen up. Excalibur is firing on us. AWACS, we need combat support. Currently impossible, damn it. Canopus replied. Pixie looked up to see the AWACS aircraft. A small speck in the sky, but definitely visible, and smoking slightly. Canopus, are you okay? Yeah, the beam of light missed. Canopus replied as threat alarms started popping up all over the radio. But the heat of the weapon damaged our stealth coating. We're being targeted by every fighter in the region. Damn it. Cypher. Pixie said. We should head back. Negative. Let the others handle it. Cypher replied. Every time we hit near the enemy ships, they send out less units to attack the coastline. So we're driving straight into the enemy fleet this time, hey. Pixie nodded. I understand. I'll follow your lead. Wardog. Engage. Protect the AWACS. Bartlett roared as his aircraft climbed steeply to intercept the handful of spearheads gunning for the AWACS aircraft. Yellow Squadron, take down the enemy. Yellow 13 commanded as he joined in the fray. The spearheads at least had the decency to break off of their attack on the AWACS for long enough to let the two squadrons catch up. The airspace below AWACS Canopus quickly turned into a tangled mess of jets and missiles. So that was their secret. The Federation captain grinned savagely. Look at them running to save it. Captain, their AWACS is no longer emitting ECM. We can send all of our units through the middle section now. The captain chuckled darkly. Do it. Damn. Blaze snarled as a spearhead escaped his attention and charged towards the AWACS. Canopus, I let one through. I'm on him. Bishop said, chasing down the spearhead and bringing it down with a hail of gunfire before it had too much time to shoot at the large, cumbersome retrofitted airliner. Canopus, state your situation. We've taken sporadic fire, but nothing serious, no incoming fire from Stonehenge either. Crux, also aboard the AWACS aircraft, said. But it looks like we're about to have a lot more company up here. Canopus, retreat from the airspace. Thunderhead warned with a slight break in his voice. The ECM coverage is gone and the EFA is sending all of their units. There was a moment of silence. Shit. Bishop said, as the swarm of spearheads flew up to join in the fray. We'll cover Canopus's retreat. All units, fight defensively and don't stray too far from the pack. Bartlett ordered. Even if we fight defensively, we're going against ACE. They're just going to ignore us and go straight for the AWACS. Talisman pointed out. Then we better shoot them down before they get within range. Bartlett replied. And then, suddenly, almost all of the spearheads turned around. What do you mean, they're coming back? The Federation captain slammed on his seat armrest once more. Override their ACE and tell them to shoot down those support aircraft. They're coming back to protect the ship. An operator breathed. So that means, oh shit. Incoming. The bridge of the Spengler-class carrier, seated as it was high above every other ship in the vicinity, took a direct hit from a beam rifle shot and exploded. Direct hit on carrier. Pixie reported. They won't be bothering us for a while. They have a lot more carriers than just that one. Cypher said, looking at the hundreds of ships spread out over the massive piece of ocean real estate. We won't be able to get all of them. Then let's focus on the ones we can hit, they'll have to maneuver around every ship we sink. Pixie said confidently. Golem 2, engaging. He declared as he tore through another ship's deck gun with his beam rifle. Golem 1, engaging. Cypher had, at some point, obtained a second beam rifle, and is now dual-wielding beam rifles to great effect. I don't know what made them leave. Bartlett said. But it sure as hell worked out for us. Concentrate on taking down the remaining units, focus on the ones that suicide rush the AWACS first. Wardog 2, roger. Blaze executed a barrel roll to get behind an AI spearhead and brought it down with a missile. Incoming from Stonehenge. Sky-Eye, aboard AWACS Thunderhead, said suddenly. All aircraft brace for impact. Displaying impact areas on your radar, don't get shot down. Just when I thought we could breathe. Chopper grimaced and felt his aircraft shake. Ow. Someone just hit me. I'm on him. Talisman said as he went after the spearhead on Chopper's tail. Looks like a customized spearhead. He observed. Warning, incoming fire from the Excalibur. Thunderhead growled. They're trying to kill us all. Canopus, drop your altitude, you're in its line of fire. Canopus, roger, commencing rapid descent. Space. The ZAFT boys were watching this massive battle from the orb media camera feed, while safely aboard the Eternal. On one hand, the media were given access to the general frequency, so the pilots could yell at civilians and get them to evacuate certain combat areas, and to direct traffic for the anti-air tanks being driven everywhere, and thus the ZAFT boys were able to hear both the increasingly panicky chatter between the groups before they were pacified by what could only be war veterans in the sky. It's probably those guys. Dirka had pointed out the first time they saw the orb forces rally behind a single jet in the air. They're the only ones who can bolster morale that much with just their field presence. On the other hand, I swear, the Federation is staffed by total morons nowadays. Dirka grumbled. They should have known that this invasion was going to go badly now that Usia is in the picture. Athrun shook his head. After seeing what they've been doing up to now, I'm really expecting there to be a puppeteer behind all of this. Who are the major arms manufacturers on Earth again? There's really only one, unless there's someone else in Usia I'm not aware of, and that's Logos. Isaac said. Whoever named their company must have had a really rough day. Dirka joked. Naming your company after a word in common use has to be incredibly stupid. Given their links to Blue Cosmos, their supposed links to Blue Cosmos, I'm not all that surprised nobody wanted a piece of them. Athrun observed. What did you expect us to learn by showing this to us? He asked of Andrew Waltfield. Nothing, really. Waltfield shrugged nonchalantly. It's boring out here and I figured learning more about our Earthling friends would be good for us. Speaking of learning, what are those ships back there? Isaac asked as the camera view switched to one of the news reporter helicopter cameras. Whoever's flying that helicopter has balls of steel, by the way. Dirka pointed out as he squinted at the horizon. If only he could keep the damn thing still. They don't look like the usual Fed cruiser. Isaac said, squinting as well. Their cross-section doesn't fit. It looks like they have something tied on top of the ships. What could it be? Athrun wondered. Wait a minute. A Federation commander near the center of the flotilla of Federation ships said. Those ships behind us, why are they moving? It seems as if they received an order to fire, sir. The operator sitting next to him said. They're moving into contact range. Those things are they, no damn it. The commander snarled. Hail those ships. Tell them to rescind those orders and stand down immediately. But, sir, it's an order from High Command, the operator protested hesitantly. She didn't want to see the large missiles fired at Orb either. High Command can take a steel pole and sit on it. The commander snapped. God himself could issue the command, and I'll still tell them to stop. Hurry it up. Yes sir. The operator smiled, before steeling herself for the probably futile task. This the Spengler-class carrier base ship Belisarius, Special OP destroyers, please stand by. I repeat, Special OP destroyers, please stand by. Archangel. The Strike, and Strike Rouge, Kagalai's pink equivalent, were docked in the Archangel for resupply. The two pilots were sitting out of cockpit to refresh before heading back out again. What is this deeply oppressive feeling? Kiram murmured, staring at the ground as his stomach suddenly dropped to his feet. Hey? You say something. Kagalai, who was nearby, barely heard him. Not really. Kira waved it off. Something big is going to happen. I can feel it. Can we head out? He asked Murdoch as the older man walked briskly by. In 5 minutes. The last battery overheated and leaked all over the damn place. Murdoch responded. This kind of war is hard on the engineering. 5 minutes, do we have 5 minutes? Kira felt like praying, for some reason. Federation ships. Cypher, those ships back there are bad news. Pixie sounded afraid for once. I don't know what missiles they're packing, but they're definitely bad news. Damn it. I don't think we can take them as we are right now. Cypher and Pixie were forced to keep moving through the Federation fleet in increasingly complicated flight patterns to avoid being shot down. New plan, we're bugging out. Cypher said. But they're right there. Pixie resisted as he fired at the destroyer, barely missing its bridge. If we kill them here we win. We can't kill them here, that's the point. Cypher grimaces as a stray shot struck his left-hand beam rifle, forcing him to toss it away before it exploded. Their dumbheads are coming after us, too. We're not the only ones in this fight, Pixie. Right, understood. Pixie nodded and tossed his shield into the cruiser directly in front of him in retaliation of it damaging his leg. Alright then, I'm pulling out. The two Astrays quickly made their exit, leaving the Federation fleet bullets in the dust behind them. The destroyers, without fanfare, released a salvo of 5 missiles towards the nation of Orb. Warning, cruise missiles incoming. Thunderhead alerted as soon as he picked up the missiles on the AWACS radar. All units. Those missiles are powerful, aren't they? More than usual, I mean. Talisman said slowly, feeling the dread in his stomach building. There, yet. Most definitely. Bishop said grimly. All units, do not allow a single missile to hit orb. Roger that. Bartlett replied. War dogs, set up for intercept, take them down far away from the mainland. The 5 missiles split up. Shit. Bishop hit afterburners to chase down the leftmost one. Bartlett grew maced. So much for that. Split and chase them down. I got the first one. Bishop reported as he intercepted the first missile and strafed it with his guns, nicking off one of the wings and causing the missile to careen into the ocean. Fox 2. Blaze had a direct head-on vector with his target and launched a missile at it. Target down, but no large explosion. I got him, I got him. Chopper said as he, well. Damn it, I didn't get him. I got him. Antares cleans up after Chopper and damages the missile well enough for it to careen into the ocean as well. Yellow 13 tracked down the 4th missile and sniped its engine block off with one well-placed round from his EML. The last missile simply failed due to the massive amounts of jamming Thunderhead poured into it. Yet. We got them all. Chopper celebrated. But none of them had those warheads. Bishop muttered. That's fortunate. Keep your eyes open. Bartlett said. There's definitely more up their sleeve. So the Trinities were duds. Azrael scratched his chin. That seems implausible, Maybe, just maybe. An operator said hopefully. Whoever launched those missiles aren't genocidal and stupid. Against naturals, sure. Azrael muttered. 5 explosions tore the surface of the ocean apart. Whoa. Was the general consensus of all observing. All missiles have been intercepted. Thunderhead said with a relieved sigh. Continue to engage the enemy forces present in the sector. Wait a moment. Don't tell me there are more cruise missiles incoming. Chopper groaned. Please, don't. No, incoming fire from Stonehenge and coastal bombardment from enemy ships, nothing unusual there. Sky Eye responded. Enemy units are flowing to the central combat area, I think they're concentrating all forces on this area, all units stay sharp. Bartlett didn't seem phased. Really? That makes our jobs easier. We won't have to separate our forces on 3 fronts. It also makes us more susceptible to cruise missile attacks, so don't let your guard down. Thunderhead chided him. All allied units, the enemy forces are concentrating on sections 4A to 6A. Sky Eye said through a general frequency for the entire orb battlefield. Flow and assist as necessary. The feds were listening in. At least the missiles were stopped. The Belisarius captain sighed in relief. Are we even in control of the AI units anymore? They received a command override, they're charging into the center line en masse. An operator responded. They're not listening to our orders, though I'm not surprised. Bah, talk about horrid design. The captain grumbled. Tell all ships under our command to hold fire until further orders. Sir. The captain grinned. It would be unfortunate if we hit our own units, so let's not take that chance. The decrease in shelling was not noticeable by the good guys. Looks like the flock is back. Bartlett grumbled as his threat warning grew loud again. At least they're not coming after the AWACS anymore. Thunderhead, how are you holding up? We're changing our flight patterns every so often, hope it works. Thunderhead responded. We're fine otherwise. Good, looks like the other units are flowing into the combat area as well. Blaze observed. Think we have enough to push them to the ocean now. Why did they come back though? Talisman wondered, watching the swarm of spearheads creep closer. They went back because of us. A new voice pitched in, belonging to an astray hugging the ocean surface as it ran back to the orb lines. This guy sounds familiar. Bartlett thought. New pilot, state your affiliations. Ustio Air Force, 66th Unit, 6th Air Division, Galm Teams No. 2. Pixie reported. Name's Pixie. Nice to meet all of you. Solo Wing. Blaze's eyebrow went up. You got it. Pixie grinned. Anyways, their AI went home to their ships because we were flying over their airspace and hitting their ships. I guess their defensive AI takes priority over their attack orders. Sounds like a plan to me. Bartlett said. All units listen up, we're going to move the battlefield over the enemy ships and pin their forces there. Understood. An operator in Orb's main control room responded. We'll pool all assets into this operation as well. About time we went on the offensive. Antares grinned savagely. Let's do this. We're gonna get hit by all of their units if we go over there though. Chopper pointed out. Not to mention that Stonehenge will definitely shoot at us if we're that far from the cities. Good. A handful of the pilots responded. Just checking. Chopper sighed. You guys are really gung-ho, you know that. Thunderhead, can you alert Archangel? We could use some long-range support. Blaze asked. We're hailing them now. Thunderhead replied. Got it. Bartlett aimed his aircraft towards the incoming spearheads. All units, we're going to break through the enemy and strike at their fleet directly. Don't get shot down. The orb media was fortunate enough to capture the incoming cloud of Federation spearheads, accidentally sending the orb populace into a minor panic, before seeing the comparatively much smaller air force flying straight into it. Wow, those guys are insane. The Belisarius commander mumbled, watching the footage from orb's media. Who does that? An operator said slowly as he watched the offending orb fighters clear the spearhead cloud. Wow. They actually made it through. The orb media was too far from the battle to see the fighters clearly, even with as much zoom as their cameras allowed, but it was possible to see the fighters involved as indistinct shapes. I think all of them did. The operator's neighbor said as he counted the fighters leaving the spearhead cloud. Yeah, I definitely think all of them made it through. They're coming for us, aren't they? He asked unnecessarily. Why wouldn't they be? The spearheads will fly back and leave orb untouched if they do. Another operator grumbled. Captain, your orders. Prepare to intercept the enemy aircraft. The captain responded automatically. Don't get overeager. I wish we had some flesh and blood pilots right about now. The first operator of this section sighed. Okay, I see the enemy ships. Bartlett reported. All units prepare to attack. If you're out of ammo then return and rearm, otherwise do not stray from the enemy ship's anti-air coverage area. That sounds incredibly dangerous. Talisman remarked. Roger. Roger, he says. Chopper shakes his head. Seriously, how do you guys plan to do this? Go in at maximum speed, fire weapons, run out unscathed. Easy. Talisman replies confidently. Het. Bartlett leads the flight to the ocean surface. All units, engage. The surprise factor of the flight of jets heading toward the enemy ships was great enough that the initial full-strength strike of the ACES disabled 8 Federation ships in one go. The fighters then focused on engaging the spearheads that had followed them. The engagement did not go nearly as well as planned. While the ACES were able to fix the Federation units over the heads of the Fed warships, they were less successful in actually landing any kind of hit on said warships once the spearheads joined in the fray. All of their attention was spent on avoiding enemy fire and the spearheads buzzing around their units. Even worse, a majority of the daggers were ignoring the ACES entirely and were moving onwards towards Orb. Fortunately Orb's got their defensive line back, so we don't have to worry about that. Bartlett had said when Chopper brought up that little issue. Focus on keeping the rest of them here and we'll be just fine. Your optimism is worrying. Antares growled. The spearheads are all over us. Which was true, it became apparent to the ACES upon engagement that the AI controlling the spearheads are much better when they have a numerical superiority, and are able to complement each other during combat. During one-on-one combat, the ACE exhibited something that could be considered tunnel vision, and would rarely change their tactics when they had a target in sight. Now though? Now they're on even footing with the ACES, despite the inferior performance of the spearheads. Not to say that the ACES were losing, though. Spearheads were falling from the skies, but all of the X-02S and Shindens, and the 2 Astrays, were still alive and kicking. The ACES were following Talisman's lead, flying as a group and marauding over the skies of the Fed cruisers, never staying too long over one particular spot. Still, at this rate we're not going to last. Blaze noted. I'm almost dry here. Side effect to having everyone fly together, everyone runs out of fuel and ammo at approximately the same time together. This is Thunderhead. Bartlett heard. It looks like the enemy destroyers are tired of waiting. There was a moment of silence as the implications of that statement sunk in. Shit. All units fall back, Bishop started to say. Launch is confirmed. Thunderhead said over him. Cruise missiles, inbound to Orb. Damn. Intercept. Bishop commanded. Looks like they got skittish when we hit them too hard. Cypher growled. Take down the missiles before they get too far from the fleet. Thunderhead. We need enemy coordinates. Thunderhead, Roger. Sending data. What the, Cypher, look over there. Pixie said. Cypher turned and looked down deeper into the enemy fleet. Do not let those missiles reach the shore. The captain of the Belisarius roared. All ships intercept. Take those damned things down. The Belisarius and its escort ships were blanketing the sky with anti-aircraft fire, hoping to shoot down the Trinity missiles en route to the Orb coastline. Belisarius, cease fire at once. A direct line from High Command, voice only, said. You are interfering with Federation operations. Shut it. The captain snarled. I'm not going to sit and watch you kill millions of innocent people. To puncture his point, one of the Trinity warheads was struck and fell into the ocean, mercifully unexploded. This is an act of treason, Captain. High Command warned. You will be punished in accordance if you continue. The captain's response was to terminate the line. Order to all ships, we're moving out. Captain! An operator shouted as their ship was struck. Other Federation ships are firing on us. Anybody taking down the missiles is our friend. Cypher said quickly. But focus on the missiles. Roger. Pixie followed Thunderhead's coordinates to the first batch of missiles and took down 2 of them with a volley of beam rifle fire. Damn. It's out of range. I'm on it. Cypher cleaned up after Pixie. Good shot, boys. Bartlett followed after the next set of missiles with a spearhead on his tail. He ignored the spearheads while they sprayed bullets in his direction. Captain! Chopper and Blaze both chased after Bartlett to clear him of his chasers. It wasn't successful. Bartlett was able to take down one of the 2 missiles and they ricocheted and collided with each other and careened into the ocean. Bartlett himself was also eventually hit by the bullets and crashed into the ocean as well. Captain! Chopper said again as he and Blaze took down the spearheads responsible for shooting Bartlett down. Do you copy? Quit your yelling and stay focused. Bartlett snapped. I'm fine, now get moving. Next wave in 3 positions, sending data. Thunderhead reported. 3 sets of 2 missiles. Got it. We're on it. Antares, Bishop, and Yellow 13 split up to engage the cruise missiles. 2 of them were successful. Antares was unable to approach the 3rd set of missiles, and they flew towards the orb coastline, where they were intercepted by the strike Gundam. We're here. Kira declared. And I won't let a single missile pass us by. Federation High Command. We've fired 16 missiles so far. One of the men tallied. None of them hit because of the interceptions. The Trinity missiles were launched in waves to ensure that they did not accidentally detonate over the heads of the Federation fleet. Override the launch protocols. The man with the biggest rank in the room snapped. We can rebuild the fleet easily enough with the technology they have given us. But sir. Do it. Orb. Oh no. Thunderhead breathed. What's going on? Thunderhead. Blaze demanded. Thunderhead was never too good when it came to clutch situations, and he stayed silent for a brief second. Confirmed Trinity launch, 20 of them. Sky Eye reported. They're rising high over the ocean surface. Intercept. The previous missiles all flew at very low altitudes. 40. Kira breathed. Archangel. Fire into the sky. Assist the interception. Got it, Kira. Maru nodded. Archangel, prepare to fire longherin cannons. The world watched as the 40 missiles flew towards Orb with a small group of jets chasing after them, with a larger group of jets chasing after them, and knew that this was a moment of truth for Orb. One by one, the Trinity missiles fell to the dogged pursuit of the fighters, most of them falling to the ocean but some of them malfunctioning and detonated in the sky. Upon seeing the first explosion, the Orb media moved to calming mode, as they realized, quite correctly, that seeing a cluster of missiles of such destructive power fly towards their homeland would cause panic. But the panic never came. Instead, the Orb citizens were hoping, praying, that the fighters chasing down the missiles would succeed, and believing in that hope. Their hope would rise higher and higher every time a Trinity warhead fell from the sky, and then the last missile flew over the Orb coastline, and Kira intercepted it just in the nick of time. Damaged, the missile spiraled out of control and slammed into the ground, where its firing mechanism malfunctioned and detonated. Damn! Bishop growled. Orb control, damage report. Silence. Bishop tried again. Thunderhead, damage report. 30% of the defense force has been destroyed. Sky Eye responded. The rest are moving to reform the line. Enemy spearheads are also moving in. We think they're on attacking runs. Thunderhead added. All aircraft, intercept. Not possible. Damn. Yellow 13 gritted his teeth. We're out of ammo and need to resupply. We burned everything we have taking down those missiles. We still have our guns. Talisman growled. That'll be enough. To make his point, Talisman pointed his aircraft towards the spearheads flying towards the nearest orb city and accelerated. Think it over, Talisman. Cypher warned. If we keep this up we're going to be punching out in the ocean. Even though he said that, both he and Pixie were following Talisman towards the city. Talisman wasn't going to budge. Better than letting them bomb the city. Even if I die after taking them down, it'll be a job well done. A new voice chided him. It's not much of a victory if you die to get it, Talisman. Wait, where were you? Blaze demanded as Talisman looked around in surprise. I above you. Look out below. The same voice laughed. Thunderhead was awestruck. This, what? His stuttery question was answered when a CFA-144 Dracula dropped on top of the spearheads and tore several of them open with quick bursts of its EML cannon. Ribbon, looks like you're finally airborne. Yellow 13 said with a slight smile. Ribbon was a little bit grumpy. This is the second time I got dragged away from taking down Stonehenge. He then shook his head. Oh well. Advance forces, we're going to shoot these bastards down and then reform our formations. Orb units, take this time to return and rearm. Hey, we can fight too. Kagalai retorted, taking to the skies with fresh batteries. I need to beat some heads in for them trashing my island. Mobius 1, there are too many fighters for you to protect the city against. We'll assist until this group is destroyed. Blaze said. Not too sure what we're going to do against the daggers on the ground though. That won't be necessary. Ribbon turned on a dime to dive through the spearheads again. Nemo, you have permission to fire. He said as he exited the spearhead swarm on the other side, leaving a trail of dead planes in his wake. Acknowledged. Nemo said. Uplinking with electrosphere. Ribbon pulled the fighter's nose straight into the air, and 2 rows of small emitter points rose from the CFA-144's back, glowing faintly red. Omnidirectional laser system, firing. Nemo declared. The back of the CFA-144 erupted in 16 red streaks of the tactical laser system, and with every burst of a laser beam a spearhead's AI computer was hit and totaled, bringing the unfortunate and now uncontrolled aircraft into the ground. Everyone watching the scene on TV just saw a sudden flurry of red beams before the sound of explosions and the sight of black smoke obscured everything else. Holy! Pixie breathed. What was that? ODLS. Nemo responded mechanically. Recharging weapon. Next burst will be ready in 400 seconds. Now all of you, go tank. Ribbon smirked, leveling his aircraft once again. We'll handle it from here. But, who's we? Blaze looked around. Thunderhead noted a set of blips on his radar. Thunderhead to all orb forces, there's a new group joining in the fight from the northwest, unknown aircraft, state your affiliations. Talisman heard a familiar voice in response. This is the Airborne Warning and Control System Ghost Eye. We're here as support from Musia. There are more than 100 planes with him. Thunderhead breathed. All of them identified as CFA-44 Nosferatu fighter jets, but these IFFs. Talisman then grinned. If we have this much, then we sure as hell aren't backing down. Let's sink the Fed fleet in one go. You haven't changed a bit, Talisman. A voice unknown to the other pilots laughed. We're with you all the way. That voice, Windhover, is that you? Talisman grinned. Hey, I'm here too, Talisman. Another voice said indignantly. Don't forget about the Sky Kid, yet. Friends of his? Cypher wondered. They have Emryan IFFs. Thunderhead replied. They're allies, our allies. He scanned the different insignias with growing awe. All of them. All units, we don't have the time to chat. Cypher declared. Ribbon might have taken down the first batch, but there are more incoming. Scramble and intercept. Some of the Nosferatus broke off from the pack to follow Cypher and Pixie. If the Demon Lord says so, then the Raw team will be happy to oblige. Crow team, roger. We're moving in to attack. Wizard team, Sorcerer team, engage the spearheads. Show them just who rules the skies. It's a goddamn family reunion. Bartlett, who retrieved a spare X-02 stashed in the forward airfield in case they needed new units, said. It's not just him, you know. Bartlett heard. Hey, Pops. We missed you. Blaze replied to the voice with a smile. You're actually a combat pilot. Yet. The man known as Pops replied. Hat. Just like old times, hey. Bartlett glanced at the Nosferatu that glided down to fly next to him. Heartbreak 1, engaging. Well, maybe not exactly like old times. Pops chuckled. Heartbreak 2, I'm going in. Even the Huckbane is joining in on the fight. Blaze heard someone say. Off near, follow his lead. Krabacker, the same. We will not tarnish the memory of Belka by falling behind. Pronounced Gra back. I think I recognize those guys from somewhere. Chopper muttered. But Blaze was distracted by another voice. Captain, Blaze. Sorry we're late. A pair of CFA-44s dropped to flank Blaze. Nagase. You're still alive and kicking, I see. Bartlett laughed. Yet. Yusi has been good to us. Nagase replied. We're ready to fly with you again, Blaze. Number 1, why just Blaze? Chopper demanded. And number 2. Captain Chopper, please don't push the subject. A young man's voice cut across him. This is Archer, I'm glad to see you. Well, that's all nice and well, but... Chopper grumbled. Looks like we're back together too, hey. Blaze shook his head. Someone's playing us for fools. He breathed to himself. It's too much of a coincidence to have all these aces gathered here, of all places. Indeed, the presence of over 100 of the best aircraft UCA has to offer mixed with the best pilots UCA had to offer meant that whatever advantages the Federation had in this battle were completely gone. In no time at all, the Nosferatu went through the spearheads and daggers like a wood chipper and pushed the Federation forces straight back to their ships. The Seed people helped too, I guess. They were useful in taking down the daggers, but for the most part the EMLs of the Nosferatu, especially fired in large quantities, were more than enough for taking down all the units the Federation had to offer. Looks like there's just the enemy fleet left. Sky Eye remarked. What's left of their air cover is in shambles right now. Then we're hitting them right here, right now. Talisman declared. All units, form up and follow me. We're sinking every last one of these bastards. Talisman's special trait was his ability to rally his allies for either offense or defense. Through some unknown element, he is able to inspire his allies to greatly improved combat performance through his actions and his words, and he has no qualms about using his abilities right now. Combine that with the forces currently in the combat theater, and it's a very bad day for the Feds. Avalanche, Roger. Engaging. Schnee team, we copy. Commencing long-range attack. Omega Squadron, Roger, we'll strike at them from above. I'm on your wing, Garuda 1. Talisman heard. Garuda 2, Shamrock, engaging. Warwolf 1, Warwolf 1. Bishop heard. Did you miss me? Bishop smiled slightly. Not at all, Guts. What? Ah, Kman. I even went across the world to get you. Guts said happily. It's good to see you, Colonel. Good to have you here, Guts. Bishop nodded. Let's do this. Warwolf 2, Roger. Geronimo. The Federation High Command, at the end of the day, could do no more than just watch as the cloud of unknown fighters chew through their ships like locusts. The general mood among the Federation Command, glum. It didn't improve as the President of UCA declared unilateral war against what's left of the Federation in response for their inexcusable use of a weapon of mass destruction. Nobody said it, but everyone knew, by the end of the month, the Atlantic Federation would be no more. =+=+====================================================================================================================While this one went long. It's long and very ACES-centric, but then we're pretty ACES-centric to begin with, so. Chapter 23, Stage 20, Changing World. =++++===================================================================================================================Following the battle for Orb, all aircraft belonging to the Yuuzhan Task Force were asked to land at Look, there's another insignia I don't recognize. Chopper muttered as another squadron of aircraft landed upon the Morgan-Roet airstrip. Who are those guys? That looks like the Wizard Squadron. Cypher replied, peering at the tails on the planes. Right before them was Sorcerer, 2, participants in the Belkan War. I guess I shouldn't be that surprised given that you're here, but still. Blaze muttered. And before that we had Rot from Belka and Windhover from Emiria. Talisman added. I find it hard to believe that the new UCA had all these aces just lying around to throw at the problem. Strictly speaking, they didn't. Bartlett said. I heard from Pops, apparently the Yuuzhan Air Force sent to assist Orb got tangled up with a Federation detachment and it devolved into a bar fight before they could reach Orb waters. All these aces gathered because of you guys. He points to Cypher and Ribbon in particular. They came just to help us. Ribbon wondered. Well, I don't think most of them are that charitable. Bartlett thought. Ah, no love for the rest of us. Blaze groaned. Sorry, but compared to the Demon Lord and the Grim Reaper you guys are small fry. Bartlett grinned. Still, where did they all come from? Why did they all come here? Talisman wondered. Boys got a point. Bartlett said to Pops sometime later. Seems to be a bit too much of a coincidence just to have all of us from history come together in one place. You got that right. The balding, friendly man named Pops replied. I wondered about all of this as well, what could cause our timeline to be so conjoined together? I don't really think that's what Talisman was asking, but now that you brought it up. Bartlett said, watching 4 members of the Schwartz Squadron, all 8 had died in the Belkan War, walk past him, talking and joking with each other. Fate has to have something huge planned for us if they're bringing all of the aces from our world here, even across different timelines. To be fair, Pops reminded him. I don't think we have any prior cases of people shuttled across dimensions to compare to. Bartlett chuckled. Yeah, good point. The two sat and watched a pair of X-02s take off into the skies. They watched as the 2 fighters rise high before separating away from each other, and then suddenly turning to face each other again. Who do you think is up there? Pops idly asked. Let's see. Bartlett watched as one of the X-02s quickly found the tail of the other one and stuck on like a snapping turtle. Judging by that flying, it's Cypher versus. The losing X-02 tried a barrel roll, but Cypher's X-02 stayed on its tail without fail. Hamilton. Really? Pops didn't take his eyes off of Cypher's plane, even as Hamilton's plane tried a series of sharp turns and drops to lose the Demon Lord on his tail. Is he ours? Judging by his flying, it's Hamilton from Asia, man, 15 years later and he still sucks in a dogfight. Bartlett shakes his head as Hamilton's X-02 loses the bout via cipher staying on his tail too long. I still can't believe most of them joined a war just so they can dogfight the two biggest aces in our history one-on-one. Makes the two of us. Pops laughed. Though I have to admit, I'm one of those guys, too. Want some tips? Bartlett offered with a grin. Both of them are pretty damn good. If the Demon Lord that shot both of us down isn't pretty damn good I'd be very, very angry at it, well, somebody. Pops laughed. What was you thinking, though? Bartlett suddenly wondered. Orb's too far out for a mission to raise public awareness. Now, this is hearsay. Pops started to say, but... ZAFT space. A squad of Jins was on routine patrol, keeping an eye out on the Artemis space station. Suddenly, the threat sensors on the lead Gin goes off, and the four of them raise their guns against the unknown threat. Said threat turned out to be a Mobius mobile armor. What's a small fry doing so far away from its nest? One of the Gin squad guys wondered, not lowering his gun. Don't they usually work in massive waves? Careful. His friend warned. You're gonna jinx us, talking like that. Captain, what should we do? Artemis is aware we're here. The captain said, heat signatures in the coldness of space were difficult to mask in even the best circumstances. So if they were interested in taking us out, they'd be using something much more substantial. Spread out and kill it, we'll drag its corpse home for examination later. Boss. They, token, girl of the squad acknowledged. I'll go under it. The four of them surround the lone Mobius craft. Taking the shot. The captain declared, and fired a round from his anti-material rifle / badly named bazooka. The Mobius craft takes the shot head on. What the hell? The first squaddy scowled as the Mobius seemed to take no damage. Is it armored? PS armor wouldn't save it from everything. The second squaddy raised his gun. Let me at him. Right as he squeezed the trigger, the Mobius craft turned to face him with ungodly agility and fired a round directly through his cockpit. Gale. Shit. The captain sprayed his machine gun towards the Mobius craft as it came to life, darting around with speed and precision that meant it was controlled by an AI, and a highly advanced one at that. Cover each other. Dying to a goddamned Mobius isn't funny. Despite their best efforts, the three remaining Jins fell quickly to the unknown Mobius craft. It looked at the carnage it left behind, before turning away from both the dead Jins and Artemis and zooming off. Some time later. Wow. What the hell happened here? Dirka mutters, sifting through the battle zone in his Buster Gundam. The damage to these Jins doesn't look like they were caused by Fed equipment, a Thrun. So I see. A Thrun, in the Aegis, agreed. But how can you tell? They're all in pieces. Yeah, but they're not in the pieces that I think they should be. Dirka replied. Also, screw you, a Thrun. A Thrun suppressed a chuckle. Yeah, no scorch marks at all. None. Dirka continued his examination. Whatever hit these guys did it with something either very precise or very powerful. Don't mean to interrupt the party, Isaac interrupts in his GUAIZ. We got a heat signature coming for us at high speed. From Artemis. Athrun checked his radar and moved to put himself between the unknown and Dirka. No, apparently not. What could possibly move this fast? Hey, wait a minute. Dirka suddenly noted. I recognize this cross-section, it's the strike. But Kira's on Earth. Athrun wanted to say. The strike's on Earth. The battle for Orb was just yesterday, there's no way he can get all the way out here in. Incoming. Isaac interrupted, and the three of them spread out to avoid the streaks of green beams headed their way. His shooting could use more work. Dirka lined his rifle up with the projected approach of the unknown strike. Let's see how you like this. He pulled the trigger. His beam rifle shot zipped right past the strike. Looks like your shooting could use some work too. Athrun took some pot shots at the strike, with no hits. Ah, shadap. Dirka grumbled. I'll get him when he's in visual range. Well, he's coming into visual range real quick now, whoa. Isaac felt the impact of the beam that struck his shield. He just got real accurate all of a sudden. Here he comes. Athrun warns and activates the beam sabers in the Aegis's wrists. The unknown strike slams into Athrun with its beam saber and takes the Aegis's left arm off with the impact before zipping away again. Did you see the coloring on that thing? Isaac said as he fired, unsuccessfully, after the strike. It was entirely red. Even the eyes. Dirka followed the strike with his radar as it turned in a massive circle for a second strike. It's not controlled by a human, then. What gives you? Athrun cuts himself off as he dives to avoid another near-suicidal rushing attack by the strike. That idea. Its main cameras are painted over. Dirka fires a shot at the strike and grimaces as the strike simply bats it away. I don't believe it can move like that with just instruments. It's using a lot of hit and run tactics. Isaac observed. I can believe that it's running on just, yeesh. Instruments. He had to accelerate hard to avoid a stream of bullets from the strike. Athrun, what's your call? This guy's flying circles around us. We can't retreat to the Eternal, because we might drag, whatever this guy is, with us. Athrun thought quickly. But if this keeps up we're going to end up just like the Jinns here. He frowned. Alright, we're pulling out. Full speed back into the junk ring, but don't head back to base just yet. Not gonna pull the boss back home, that's for sure. Dirka nods approvingly. Let's yo. The buster suffered a hit to its leg. Alright, you little. He fired missiles after the strike. I don't know who's in that thing, but the next time we meet I'm taking his head off. In their retreat, the three ZAFT boys did not see the red strike be joined by three more just like it. The quad of red strike Gundams quickly collected the scraps of the dead Gin mobile suits and retreated from the area. Earth. Hey Ribbon, do you? No. Blaze couldn't help but grin. It's gotten that bad. 30 dogfights yesterday. I'm tired. Ribbon groaned into the couch he commandeered. Fame and fortune can suck it. Just let me sleep. 30? It was way more than 30. Blaze thought. He won them all, too. Who was your favorite? Pixie. Ribbon replied, still into the couch. He at least made the damn fight fun. Hey. Least favorite? All of them. Now shut up and let me sleep. Cypher's fine. Blaze gestured to Cypher, who was observing Ribbon while sipping on a gallon of coffee. Well, Cypher can do what Cypher wants. Ribbon grumbled. Ribbon here's gonna do what Ribbon wants. Hilarious. Now get up, we have a briefing to attend. Cypher patted Ribbon on the head. UCA just gave all of its pilots a mission and we're getting paid to play along. Ribbon sighed heavily and pulled himself up to his feet. I feel like I really should have just used the Dracula yesterday. Would have solved a lot of problems. Where is the Dracula, anyways? Blaze asked, as he didn't see the CFA-144 on the tarmac. The guys at Grunder have a special hangar for it. They're tuning it and getting data from it at the same time. Ribbon yawned. Got one for me, Cypher. Archangel, sometime later. They're doing what now? Cy clarified, as he thought he misheard. Mireille rolled her eyes. The Yuuzhan Air Force is going to stage an all-out attack across the entirety of the Federation's remaining territories of the Americas. They plan to behead the Feds in one swing. Wow. I'm pretty sure they can do it, too. Tall marveled. Based on what Talisman said, all of the pilots gathered here are aces, pretty good aces, too. Under the requirement of being an ace after getting 5 kills, Tall was now an ace several times over, and he knew he was the least experienced pilot on the entire Morgan-Roet complex. The boy's selling himself short a little bit. So, what do they want us to do about it? Cy leaned back, scanning the lounge they were in and finding nobody else. They're not gonna force the Archangel to tag along, are they? If they do, I'm leaving. Mireille shrugged. I like UCA and all and I think they'll make better leaders than the Feds, but, you know. She didn't quite finish her thought. Cy could get what she meant, though. Yet. All of them joined the Archangel for safety, and now that the safety is evident through the efforts of the Yuuzhan military, there isn't pressure for them to stay aboard the ship anymore. What will you do, Kira? Tall asks him. Kira scratches his head. I don't feel like dancing to their tune. The strike's attached to the Archangel, so if we have to go we will, but no point risking our necks just because we changed sides. Cy chuckled. I hear ye. Tall looked unsure. That being said though, the Archangel's definitely a powerful ship, and we still have the ZAFT, to deal with. He glanced an apology at Kira, who didn't mind. Just because we've crushed the Feds doesn't mean the war is over. I have an idea. Lo chipped in, showing himself after eavesdropping during the middle of the conversation. We can go to space. Was he right outside our door? Kira thought. I believe what Mr. Lo is trying to say. Nicole amended, peeking from the doorframe. Is that the Archangel and its crew would better serve its interests by going to space and keeping ZAFT under check. Are you okay with that though? Mireille asked him. I mean, ZAFT is your homeland. It is. I don't look forward to fighting it. Nicole nodded grimly. But with the current situation in plant, it might not be an option. Kira perked up. What kind of situation? It's mostly rumors for now. Murakumogai, on his way to fetch Lo, said. According to my sources, Plant's chairman has been acting oddly for a while. Yo, Guy. Lo greets him. Your professor wants a word with you, she didn't seem too happy about something. Guy said tersely. Lo makes an I'm so dead expression before slinking out of the room. Weird? Like, how weird can he get, given that he's trying to wipe out everybody on Earth? Sai frowned. Is he suddenly going in the opposite direction or something? In a sense, yes. Guy replied. Patrick Zala, who up until recently has been very vocal and very visible, suddenly isn't. And nobody noticed this. Kira raised an eyebrow. Someone famous like the chairman of plant would have a hard time disappearing. Nobody noticed it because as far as everyone's concerned, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Guy nodded. I know what you're thinking. My sources are implying that the reason why nobody has noticed is because someone's acting as Patrick's puppeteer. But... Mirielai mutters, before looking up at everyone involved. If he's not out of the ordinary, then how are your sources so sure? They're not. It's just a theory at the moment. Guy responded. Our only leads so far are the somewhat odd military movements of ZAFT, especially when one of their latest warships went missing. Actually, supposedly the chairman's son is gone, too. Kagalai joins the conversation. He went into the debris belt and never came back out. So someone's hiding in the debris belt. Everyone in the room said. Hi, Kagalai. Do you need us for something? Kira asked politely. Yeah. Dad wants to talk to you. Kagalai gestured towards Kira's general direction. Following the battle for Orb, Usia enacted an all-out attack upon the Federation territories of America with the full intention of crushing every military base the Feds had, with their forces divided into 4 main avenues of attack, and each avenue aided and assisted by a handful of ACES to both help bolster morale and to deter, utterly dominate, any attempt on the Federation to hold airspace. Naturally, the 4 ACES and their respective squadron mates split up and went with each path. There are more, but there's too many to list. The Galm team, comprised of Cypher, Pixie, and PJ went with the 1st Avenue, fighting in the territory of Canada. The Wardog Squadron, comprised of Blaze, Edge, Chopper, and Archer, went with the 2nd Avenue, where they escorted Yuuzhan mobile suits from the western coast of North America straight to the other side. The Garuda team, of Talisman and Shamrock, went with the 3rd Avenue, sinking ships like there's no tomorrow around the coasts of Central America. Lastly, the Mobius and Yellow squadrons, with just the 2 of them, Mobius 1 and Yellow 13, attached themselves to the force attacking South America. The subjugation operation would last for 2 weeks, where the increasingly unpopular Federation military, due in no small part to a massive smear campaign by Usia, were either destroyed or, more commonly, simply surrendered to the invading forces. There wasn't much of a fight, just a curb stomping. The Archangel, on the other hand, was asked to go to space, which they readily agreed, along with an escort of 2 Kuzenaga-class cruisers, of Orb design. Their mission, to find the ship that sent them a coded message. Do we get to know what's actually inside the message? Kira had asked. Nope, we're the grunts. Mew had denied happily. Let the higher-ups worry about the logistics. Kira was not convinced, but figured it was fine. Not like there would be anything more dangerous than ZAFT in space anyways. =+=+====================================================================================================================================================================:::::::uld Chapter 24, Stage 21, Zoe. The Archangel, along with 2 support ships, was sent into space to find a ship that sent them a coded message. When it reached the debris belt, it saw an interesting sight. Namely, a pair of Mobius Zero crafts with twice the gun barrel loadout that they're supposed to have. You think they're friends of ours? Mew asks Kira, when the 2 of them saw the uniformly red coloring of both aircrafts. Not likely. Kira mutters. Those things give me the creeps. Yab. Mew agrees. Captain, we should probably avoid them, they don't look like they're doing anything dangerous. Though I agree. Maru sighs. I don't want to run the risk of having them be our enemies. Or we'll have something dangerous on our backs. Mew agrees. Alright, you all heard the lady. Let's get out there. Mew had switched to an M1 Astray, customized by the Belkin engineers to work with the gun barrel system from the Mobius Zero. Mark 0, launching. It looks suspiciously similar to the Dreadnought Gundam with the Dragoon system attached. I feel like you're taking her side too easily. Kira sighs. AL strike, going. The captain's right, Kira. Tal reminds him. Imagine if those guys are enemies. Astray, deploying. He has a vanilla M1 Astray. The 3 units, with Muse Astray leading the arrowhead, accelerate towards the 2 Mobius Zeros hanging around the edge of the debris, seemingly not paying attention to them. Tal managed to take a picture of the Zero's cockpit sections. Whoa, take a look at this. He sent the image onto the Archangel's network. The cockpit had a series of neatly arrayed glowing dots on it. Weird. Kira murmurs. Should we shoot them down now? Or just investigate? The Archangel's threat response system then beeped a response, getting the attention of its operator. Captain, there's a ZAFT warship signal within detection range. Sai reports. It seems to be moving in our direction. The Archangel's infrared detectors worked best in outer space, and thus picked up that ship from far beyond their engagement range. Muru thought this over a bit. Make contact with the unknowns. If they're friendly, we'll leave them be. If not, we'll knock them down and go into the belt at full speed. Roger that. Mu replies, opening up all frequencies. This is the... He pauses for a second. Allegiance changes are a bit weird on protocols. Orb Allied Forces. Unknown spacecraft, please state your affiliations. No response. Seriously? Not even with the Belka given frequencies. Mu mutters, and tries again. Kira idly flips through some channels on his radio. Nothing, Mu. Either they don't speak our language or there's nobody in those crafts. Automated zeros. Mu overacts his groan. What about my reputation? You had a reputation. Kira and Tal poke him simultaneously. Thanks, you too. Appreciate it. Mu grumbles and sighs. If it's automated, then we shouldn't be too worried about it. The zeros, however, were more than willing to prove them wrong. Whoa, weapon power up. Tal reported as the engines of the two unknown crafts suddenly came to life. Hang on. I'm getting an IFF response. Same here. Kira frowned as he saw the name displayed on the screen. Zoe? That's a weird name. It's from the Belkan data files, most likely. Mu replies. Look sharp. They're coming in. The two zeros had climbed up high and dove onto the allied units with all of their guns blazing, forcing the three allied units to separate. Just me. Kira groans as the zeros home in on his strike. Fine then, be that way. Kira counter-accelerates at the zeros and open fire with his head-mounted Vulcans against the barrage of fire from the zeros. Due to the strike's phase shift armor, its path through the hail of bullets was much safer than the zeros were, though he didn't clock too much damage upon the smaller, more agile spacecraft either. Gotcha. Kira said as he turned his strike without arresting its speed, and fired 2 shots from his beam rifle at the zero cockpits, striking them dead center and killing both crafts even as the two crafts started to deploy their gun barrels. Okay, let's recover them for analysis and get going. Mu said after he recovered from his surprise. Your aim is getting really up there, Kira. If I can hit it, I can kill it, or spare it. Kira replies confidently. If I want to stop people from dying in a fight, then I need to be good enough to make them stop. Hear hear. Mu laughs. At this rate you'll be better than those aces in no time. The 2 zero corpses were recovered, and the Archangel proceeded to enter the debris belt at a slow speed, to avoid turning itself into a massive heat spot on someone else's infrared systems. So, what's so interesting about this guy? Mu asks Murdoch as the head engineer removes himself from the belly of the mechanical beast. You got me. I don't recognize these designs at all. Murdoch sighs. I'd thought they'd be at least similar to the Belkan engineers, but whoever made this one is on a fundamentally different level. Really? Mu frowns, a little bit worried. Yeah, Kid can probably tell you more about it. Murdoch wipes his face with a rag and go back under. Kid. Mu looks up. Kira was tooling around in the cockpit section he blew up. Oi, Kira. What discoveries are you discovering up there? Without really bothering to wait for a response, Mu floated up to the cockpit to see, then came to a realization. This zero is a bit bigger than the ones we use. He wasn't sure if the realization meant anything though. Check this out. Kira said as Mu came to a stop next to him. I've rigged some of the electronics to this. He gestures to a small screen. So we can read some of the data that's inside it. Find anything good? Mu pokes the small screen a bit, seeing nothing but random numbers and letters. Not especially. Kira sighs. It was apparently never designed to be maintained by humans, as there is no simple way of accessing its programming, not even the most basic of console codes. He scratches his head. As far as I can tell, this thing is definitely made to be thrown away. Seriously? Who's got the money to do that? Mu pokes the screen some more. There's no pattern to these letters, are there? There might be. Kira hits a series of buttons on his smaller screen and a flurry of garbage shows up. Occasionally I'll see the Zoe letters show up, but... He gestures in defeat to the garbage on the screen. That. So we've established that this thing is a Zoe? What does that even mean? Mu wondered. Hey boys, come check this out. Murdoch says from underneath the aircraft, and the two pilots oblige. Murdoch was looking at what seemed to be production data or the like engraved onto the underbelly of the craft. It was a series of numbers and what appeared to be the name of the spacecraft. Zone of Endless. Kira read out the name. I feel like whoever named this thing needs an English lesson. No kidding. So these are both Zoe crafts. Mew went to check on the other one. Hey, this one says Zone of Endlesser. And Gullables written on its top. Kira replies. Seriously? Mew went to check. Oh wow, it really is. What? Kira went to check as well, and there were no words written. Mew simply had a self-satisfied grin, which turned into caution. The top of the aircraft had a set of tiny lights arranged in a hexagonal pattern, and they were still blinking irregularly. Murdoch, Mew said with the voice of someone giving command. Jam all communications within this hangar space. The 2 zeros were scrapped a short while later, and Murdoch, along with Mew and Kira, went to report their findings. It was still transferring data even after it was shot down. Murray repeated. Was anything compromised? Hard to tell, Zoe's built like a coffin. Murdoch grumpily replies. Hell, I don't even know if it has any cameras inside that thing. Mirialia played with her instruments a little. There's been no sign of tampering on our intranet. She reports. At least it didn't get onto the ship. Muru sighs. Save anything interesting you found and jettison the rest. She commands. Gladly. Murdoch grins. All of them miss the small spikes of activity on the intranet system, and who could blame them? That activity could have been anything. Several hours later, while the Archangel and its 2 escort ships were still searching through the debris belt, one of the escorting Kusanagi cruisers suddenly picked up a distress signal and repeated it to the Archangel. Any allied units, we request immediate assistance. The female voice said. Our ship has been attacked and is stranded at the following coordinates. It then repeated a set of 3 numbers. If you can hear this message, please assist us. Muru muted it before it played again. What do you think? She asks her bridge. Probably a trick. Sai said immediately. Nobody's that calm when rattling off a long set of numbers. Those numbers are functionally meaningless, too. Tal agreed. She didn't give us a point of reference. Navigating in space required points of references, otherwise the numbers involved becomes astronomically huge, and useless. Well, by default a ship's navigation assumes the point of reference is closest major locale. Natarl replies. For us, that would be Junius 7. Muru answers uncomfortably. Plug in the numbers, and see what we get. So they do, and a large map of the area is displayed on the main screen of the bridge. On the map was a circle denoting the area they needed to search, as the person did not include a compass direction. We're over here. The navigation officer said, gesturing to a spot just outside of the search radius on the map. We can probably go through the entire search area within 5 hours. That's an oddly long amount of time. Sai notes. Blazing through a belt of dangerous debris isn't exactly a thing we want to do carelessly, unless you feel like doing 2 passes. Newman, helmsman, replies. Besides, if whatever attacked the ship is still around, we don't want to run into it without preparations. In the end, it was agreed that the 3 ships would alternate between active and passive status to preserve its pilot stamina as they went to do the searching, as the large amount of debris made searches and scans from the ship problematic. So how did they get the message onto our ships? Tal had asked. It was a pre-recorded message from a small transponder. Was the explanation. Apparently the ship that sent it sent a lot of those little things out. We just happened to find one. In short, the crew was on a rescue mission of a ship that was simply in danger, as opposed to looking for the ship that sent them the signal, and everyone just crossed their fingers and prayed really hard that the 2 are one and the same. After 2 hours of scouring the designated areas for signs of the ship, they found it. Or, more accurately, they found a pink behemoth of a ship hiding in an overly dense section of the debris field. That's an incredibly eye-catching color for a warship. Mew said diplomatically, as he and the entirety of the mobile suit squadrons from all 3 ships converged upon the ship. That's an incredibly polite way of putting it. Kira mutters. It is what we're looking for, right? A hail, on an open frequency, from the ship interrupted him. Is that you, Kira? Kira's heard that voice before. Athrun? Are you on that ship? As circumstances would have it. Athrun replies. This is the Eternal, but what are all of you doing here? We're here to search for a ship that's been emitting a rescue signal. Muru said. Judging by your reaction, that wasn't you guys. The Eternal was silent for a moment. This is Captain Andrew Waltfield, we sent a coded message to Orb. Waltfield replied. But we never tried hailing for a rescue, this ship is still in operational status. So who sent those messages? Kira wondered, looking around with his strike and drawing his rifle. More importantly, were the messages friendly to begin with? Mew mutters. Muru mulls it over for a minute. All ships assume battle stations. Give full power to our detector systems, if they're around here, we'll find them. Eternal, what are your plans? Given that our hiding spot is compromised, we'll escape into open space. Waldfield replied. We can think about what to do next later. Acknowledged, we'll escort you out. Murray responded. Isn't there an orb port in space somewhere? Kira asks over a private network. Heliopolis was the only overtly friendly one, the rest of the stages are a bit of a toss-up right now. Mew answers. Not sure if Usia has any that we should know about either. The 4 ships form up into a triangle formation, with the Eternal in the center, and sail out into the open space. Upon reaching the edge of the debris belt, however, they received what they were expecting. Contacts. Sai reports as the threat radar warbles. What the hell? He breathes in surprise. What is it? Mura demands. Sai grits his teeth. Contacts are 4 strike Gundams. The 4 strikes were painted in a uniform blood red and were accelerating towards the allied ships. Yeah, I see them. Kira replies, feeling a little put off by the fact that the faceplates of the red strikes normally a face is replaced with a blank slate with 7 glowing dots arranged in a hexagonal pattern. Bet you anything there are more of those Zoe units. How many are there and who's producing them? Mew wonders. The Federation. Or someone using the Federation. Murray replies. All units engage, take them down. We should get away from here. Waldfield advises instead. We've tussled with those things before. They're miles ahead of anything we've faced so far. Roger that. Mew replies. We'll be careful. He then fires 3 shots at the leading strike. It responds by jetting itself downwards, causing Mew's attacks to sail harmlessly over its head. It then responded further by returning the same 3 shots at Mew. Mew dodged them with comparatively less grace than the Zoe strike. Alright, it's no pushover, all units break off and engage the enemy units, gang up on them and don't let them support each other. He orders. Understood. Kira charges forward and engages one of the Zoe strikes in saber-to-saber combat. Surprisingly, the other Zoe strikes immediately disengage and fan out further. Are they luring us? Mew mutters. Don't chase them out too far, it could be a trap. Not like we can try with how slow strays are. Tall grumbles, firing at a Zoe strike with no real effect. Unknown location. Zoe Captain Unit 2 has made contact with the Super Coordinator. A robotic female voice reports tonelessly. It is proceeding with the data collection. Captain Units 1, 3, and 4 are awaiting alternative directives. Commence data collection. A robotic male voice commands in an equally flat voice. This is a prime opportunity. The Zoe captains are currently engaged in battle. The female voice reminds him. Our objective is the collection of data. The male voice replies. Taking damage is negligible. Acknowledged, deploying additional Zoe units. Archangel. What the hell? Mew scowls as the 3 Zoe strikes suddenly turn as one towards Kira and accelerate towards him with their beam sabers active. Kira. Watch your back. What? Shit. Kira breaks off his duel with his target with a kick and fires 2 shots from his beam rifle into its torso. The hexagonal pattern on all 4 Zoe strikes glow momentarily. They're all going for him. Tall snarls. All units open fire. Give Kira cover. The 3 Zoe strikes have already reached Kira, and thus supporting fire was more problematic than helpful. What's with these guys? Kira thinks as he dodges a lunge from one of the Zoes. It's like they're trying to get killed. Kira's reply to the lunge was a shot to the back of the attacking unit. To his surprise, however, the Zoe turned and intercepted the shot with its shield. He didn't have much time to think on it however, as his alarms were going off about another unit at his back. Kira spun rapidly with his beam saber and swats another Zoe that was lunging at his back. This time, he didn't arrest his rotation to stop, but instead accelerated into the spin and cut into the Zoe's armor with 3 very fast but very light hits. The 2 other Zoe units open fire with his beam rifles at Kira's strike as Kira regains control and accelerates out of the way, giving the breathing room needed for the rest of the Astrace on approach to blanket the Zoe units with fire. The Zoe units, in response, begin systematically dispatching the Astrace with extremely precise firing even as they erratically dodged incoming fire. All of you back off and leave them to me. Kira says quickly and desperately when half of the Astrace were wiped out. Doesn't look like we have much of a choice. Damn. Tall withdrew, his Astray having suffered a hit that destroyed its beam rifle and arm. Watch yourself, buddy. Kira's response was to slam into a Zoe strike with his shield and then impale its head with his beam saber. He then felt his strike shudder as it sustained a hit on the ALE's booster engines. He jettisons the ALE pack, as it was now no longer useful. It feels like they're improving. Mew breathes. They're sharing and receiving a large amount of data. Mirialia notes. So it's entirely possible that they're learning from each other. Kira heard it, and was not exactly pleased by that revelation. So they're here to gather data on me? Kira focused upon the thought of victory and went into seed mode. Then gather as much as you want, you bastards. 2 more Zoe strikes remain, and they backed off from the strike while firing at it with their beam rifles. Kira grabbed the remains of the ACES strike pack and tossed it like a boomerang at one of the Zoe strikes. The Zoe unit, in response, peppered it with its head-mounted Vulcans and destroyed it. Then there was a minor cry of anguish from the Archangel's hangars, but nobody heard it, so Kira charged through the scraps that used to be the strike pack with his 2 beam sabers active, and tear into the Zoe, chopping it up into its component pieces. The second Zoe activates its 2 beam sabers in mimicry of Kira's tactics and charges forward. Kira's response was to sheath one of his sabers and patiently wait. The Zoe unit charged at full speed, allowing Kira to dodge it by dropping downwards at the last moment. As the Zoe missed and moved to turn, Kira shot it unceremoniously in the torso, and the now uncontrolled Zoe strike sailed straight into the debris belt. To be honest, I expected more out of them. Kira said confidently. They don't seem to be nearly as dangerous as you say they were. Maybe this batch was defective. Athrun replies after letting out the breath he didn't realize he was holding. The one we met was zooming all over the place. Yet, compared to him, these guys were just sitting there and taking it. Isaac agrees. Are there more of them on radar? No, yes. The Eternal's radar operator says with surprise. More contacts coming on radar, approaching us at high speed. How many are there? Muru asks as Kira made his way back to the Archangel. 20. Mirieli says a little faintly. But based on these signatures, only one of them is a mobile suit, the rest are all mobile armors. Still, 20 enemy units. Mew laughs darkly. Who's out for us this time? Muru thinks it over for a second. All units prepare to engage. She orders and then turns to Sai. What's the IFF of the newcomers? Sai takes a moment to parse the name on the screen. The mobile suit is broadcasting as Zoe Ray, and the littler things are broadcasting as Zoe Ghost. I don't know what any of that means. It's definitely hostile, though. Sure enough, when they finally had the enemy unit on radar, it was a lone mobile suit with 20 red things arranged in a massive circle behind it. Oh, okay. Mew mutters as he zooms in on the mobile armor units. I've never seen those things before. Anybody else? He took special notice of its triangular design, green nose camera, and single cannon. It might really be a ghost. I'm just going to call them ghosts. Muru slightly shook her head in shame. Enemy units are not showing up in our database. Sai replies worriedly. Nor from the Yuuzhan database. Whatever they are, they're sending a massive amount of data over a secured connection. Mirieli reports. Commencing data interception procedures now. That Gundam is also different from ours. Kira murmurs. What's up with that thing? It's giving me the creeps. He took special notice of its bluish-purple paint job and 6 wing-like appendages on the back. I'm guessing that thing is the boss. Kira, we're here to help as well. Athrun deploys in his Aegis. I've never seen that unit before either, it's giving off an impressive pressure. Isaac and Dirka both deployed as well. Yet. Kira gulps, inwardly wishing he didn't trash the ale pack, he had to switch to the launcher instead. The two sides stared at each other for a minute, before the purple Gundam's eyes glowed a light. Simultaneously, the nose cameras of the 20 ghosts flashed. Oh hell, they're coming. Dirka raises the alarm in his rifle and fire at the ghosts. The ghosts, in response, scattered over the wide space all around the combat area with frightening agility, before diving towards the allied units with their guns blazing. Stay calm and aim carefully. Kira yells before panic could properly set in. To drive his point home, he leveled his Agni towards a ghost diving at the Archangel and erased it from existence. You have the biggest gun. Dirka points out, firing and utterly failing to hit anything. Gah. He was hit in response. Their caliber isn't too high, thank God for that. Us Strays aren't doing too good. Mew grunts, his targeting computer had flat out given up trying to track the ghosts as they zoomed around the combat area. I wish I had a faster gun. 20% of anti-air guns lost. Sai reports. We're getting hit hard here too. Strays, pull back to the ships. Provide them with support. Mew commanded. Sorry, kids, we're leaving the boss to you. All ships close in, saturate the airspace with fire. Waltfield commands, moving the Eternal closer to the Archangel and giving it assistance with its own anti-aircraft fire. But the ghosts were like buzzing flies, circling around the ships at their whim and attacking from near impossible angles. Despite the best attempts of the mobile suit pilots, it was plainly obvious that the ghosts were only interested in killing the ships. Though the Astrays gave everything they had to assist the ships, it was far and away not nearly enough. Every time an Astray plinked a ghost with its head Vulcans, all the ghosts within firing range would immediately turn on the offender and shred it with fire. Kusanagi 1 sustained a critical blow. Mirieli reports over the alarms blaring in the Archangel Bridge. It's going down. Anti-aircraft systems entirely down. Main engines are offline. Sai grits his teeth. The ship is effectively dead. An explosion shook the ship. Gottfried too has been destroyed. Muru said without waiting for Sai's response. What just happened here? Within 5 minutes, all friendly ships were effectively dead. The mobile suit squadron weren't doing well either. Gah. Shit. Isaac growls as his GUAIZ took a hit. Main camera's dead. What's with that ungodly output? The purple Gundam had shot him clean in the head. A thrun. Circle around, flank him. Kira orders, taking another Agni shot at the purple Gundam. The Gundam dodges easily out of the way and approaches Athrun's aegis. Damn it. Athrun activates the beam sabers in his Gundam's hands. He jabs at the purple Gundam and misses. In response, the purple Gundam roundhouse kicks Athrun's unit in the kidney, if it had one, and sends it flying. Athrun. Kira unleashes a barrage of missiles at the enemy, forcing it to evade and counter with the Vulcans instead of finishing off the aegis with its beam rifle. Stay still, you bastard! Dirka growls. His buster had lost an arm and a leg, but he could still aim. He depresses his trigger twice. The Gundam pulls out its beam saber and deflects the 2 shots aimed above him before dancing away from the Agni coming from below him. That kind of response time is not normal. Kira complains as his Agni was struck by the purple Gundam's beam rifle. He tosses the entire cannon at the enemy Gundam, but the cannon exploded before it even reached halfway. This is the worst situation. Athrun grits his teeth and fires at the purple unknown. Kira, our ships are getting hammered. He shakes his head slightly to clear it. I know, but we can't break from this guy. Kira retorts. Whoa. The unknown had charged right at him and tackled the strike in the chest before spinning and decapitating the strike with its beam saber. The strike responds with Launcher Pack's shoulder-mounted chain gun, but to avail. The purple Gundam's eyes flashes again, and the red ghosts were recalled to its side, reforming into their circular formation behind the Gundam like some demented ring of death. Oh, hell no. Athrun mutters. Something big's coming. The purple unknown's eyes flashed red, and the ghosts zipped towards the allied units even as the allied Gundams gathered together. The friendly units opened fire with everything they had towards the incoming ghosts, but the ghosts zipped through the hail of fire with their spastic evasive maneuvers while blanketing the friendlies with gunfire. With the amount of fire involved, the phase shift armor couldn't withstand the damage output, and within moments the strike, aegis, and buster Gundams were all inoperational. The ghosts, following their attack, reformed into their ring formation and struck again. Unknown location. Zoe Ray has finished its engagement. The female robot voice announces. Augmenting other Zoe units with collected data. Recall the deployed units. The male robot voice commands. Continue production of the Ray subroutines as planned. Archangel. The purple unknown's eyes flashed green again, and then it promptly turned around and zoomed off into the depths of space with its ghosts, leaving the wasted husks of the Allied fleet and Gundams behind. =+=+===. Author notes. I have an endgame planned now. Pom-poms. Also, I have made a mistake in the last chapter. The blue, tuning fork-like warship of Orb is the Izumo class, not the Kusanagi class. The ship's name is the Kusanagi. I will continue to make this mistake because Kusanagi is cooler. Chapter 25, Stage 22, Zoe 2. =+++==. Muro came to on the floor of her bridge. Groaning, she dragged herself upright with the help of her captain's chair and wiped the blood flowing down her face. Taking a moment to breathe, she assessed what she could see. Namely, the Archangel's bridge section had been miraculously spared from a direct hit that would have certainly killed all of them. That being said, it was still in rough shape. The damage done to the ship itself had caused many of the systems within the bridge to fail and, in a few cases, explode. Muru then noticed the massive gash on the reinforced screen between them and the vacuum of space. It didn't take a good eye to realize that the bridge is most likely no longer airtight, which would be problematic to those of the bridge staff still alive. Are you all right, Captain? Newman the helmsman asks, holding a bloody rag to his arm. Muru coughs as she tries to speak. I'm fine. She finally says. What's our situation? The ship has been critically damaged. Sai replies. Muru notices that the boy's glasses had shattered into his face. The engines are entirely dead and the ship's hull is reporting numerous breaches. We brought engineer suits from the hangar. Murdoch grunts. Those bastards are gonna get what's coming to them. Muru accepts the suit gingerly. It's that bad. 5 guys got out. Murdoch seethes. Those assholes killed my entire pit crew. It's like that across the entire ship. Mirielai reports softly. Everybody left alive is here. Muru closes her eyes and squeezes them shut for a little while. What of the other ships? The Kusanagi escorts have been sunk. Sai responds. We've been sunk too. Tal's voice come crackling over the radio. Archangel, are you guys okay? Millie. Mirieli smiles with relief despite herself. We're alive at least, Tall. What do you see out there? Ah, ow. Tall grabs a floating engine from one of the destroyed Astrays and pushes his own Astray into a slow spin. The other two ships are in scraps. I don't think anyone survived there. The Eternal is missing its entire bottom half. Waldfield here. Waldfield checks in. It looks like they retrieved our entire hangar section. Why would they do that? Tall asks before sounding like he just coughed up his lung. We were transporting 2 ZAFT prototype models. Waldfield explained. But it didn't feel like they attacked us for the sake of those models. Yeah, they just wanted to kill us. Tall made a mental checklist and tallied off every Gundam he saw. What is it, Tall? Mirieli asks quickly. Tall coughs again. The strike's missing. Orb, Morgan Roet. Morgan Roet was in an uproar. In a stroke of fortune, the Deep Space Survey and Development Research Station, DSSD, intercepted the general frequency Mayday signal from the Archangel, allowing the station to alert Orb on the condition of the Archangel and the fact that it required immediate rescue. Unfortunately, 1. It was a Mayday signal, and thus a sign that something had gone terribly wrong, and 2. The signal was a few hours old, and thus it was entirely possible that the ship's crew were no longer alive. Faced with the prospect of losing, or having lost, 3 of their currently 5 spacefaring warships, both Orb and Morgan Roet were not happy. Thus, Morgan Roet decided to ask Usia for help. One problem with that: Usia, despite being the, technically, strongest nation in the world right now, had no real way of sending a ship to space. To compound this problem, Usia didn't have many assets in space to begin with, being as concentrated as they were on the Earth itself, and what assets they did have were congregated at Artemis, and the space station had its own problems to worry about. Thus, the solution was as simple as it was haphazard. Usia would send what space-capable craft it had along with the junk guild ship home, while paying a premium to the ship's captain, the lady by the name of Professor, for the privilege. And while they're at it, hire us to go as support. Murakumogai of the mercenary guild Serpent Tail sighs. What a poorly thought out operation. You're the one hitching a ride back to space with us. Low snaps. Show a little appreciation, yet. I appreciate the professor for giving us a ride. Guy replies coolly. That's as far as it goes, though. If I didn't know better, I would have mistaken the two of you for friends. Ribbon smirks. Not funny, Ribbon. Low sighs. Well, it's not like we're enemies or anything. He adds. I just don't like his attitude. The rehome was going up into space with 4 units. Low's Astray red frame, upgraded, courtesy of Grunder, with improved arms, a more efficient battery, and extra verniers for better control in space. Guy's Astray blue frame, with upgraded wings on its back that can transform into a 2-handed blade. Mobius 1 CFA 144 and Dracula, with a special upgrade as requested by Nemo the computer, and Kagalai's Strike Rouge, with a specially designed ale pack. Why is the Princess of Orb traveling with us? Guy asks Kagalai. To be her bodyguard. Kagalai jerks her head to Lakis, the Princess of ZAFT. Ribbon idly wondered if there was a Princess of Eurasia, then decided that it would most likely be Flay. Why are there 2 princesses aboard a junk ship? Guy sighs, getting a hey of complaint from Low. Are you that worried about the kid? Ribbon asks Lakis. That Yamato kid, I mean. Lakis nods. Yes, I apologize for the inconvenience, Mr. Gwil. She bows politely to Low. Hey, it's no biggie. Low grins. Having fresh faces on a boat like this is always a plus. Especially one as pretty as hers, right? Kisato says loudly. Ribbon could tell from a mile off that this was a trap meant for her love interest. Low, not so much. I know, right? She's like a ray of sunshine for the entire ship. Hoo boy. Ribbon shakes his head as Kisato pouts. Before this gets any worse, let's get the briefing underway, shall we? The professor taps her pointer, slender metal rod type, against the star chart image superimposed on the table. The rehome has no dedicated briefing room, so the bridge will have to do. The last Archangel transmission placed them at this position. She said. A small red blip appeared just outside of the debris belt. Given the speed required to avoid collisions within the belt, after a few hours the estimates would place them around here. A red line extended from the initial blip and slowly spread out into a curved cone to show the possible position of the Archangel. This is seriously a rescue mission, hey. Ribbon mutters. Any data on the enemies we might be facing? The professor shook her head. Still nothing, Ribbon. All we've been told is that we should be careful. We do have the image Artemis sent us. Liam, coordinator, long blue hair, reminds her. Maybe Ribbon here would make more sense of it than we can. Sure. The professor agrees. Here you go, Ribbon. She brings up the image on the table. Ribbon frowns at the terrible quality of the image. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be looking at. Hold on, here you go. Liam gets the image to zoom in. Ribbon stares at the crimson red strike with the 7 dots on its face. That's a stupid looking design. Lo grumbles. Who replaces the main camera for just a set of dots? Zoe. Ribbon mutters. Does this ship have any electronic warfare equipment? He asks the professor. She looks at him like he was crazy. Why would we? More importantly, what is that thing? Ribbon turns back to the image. Although it's being applied onto a mobile suit, that's definitely Zoe. Zoe. Guy repeats. Is it an unmanned combat system? Unless you happen to have worked on the project, nobody really knows. Ribbon replies. But I believe so. He thinks back to the televised battles above St. Arc, and the planes that danced in the air that day. Its flying was far too sharp to have had a flesh and blood pilot. Zoe was, in fact, the catalyst for the advancement to the G-dampener systems that allowed later pilots a greater degree of resilience while flying and maneuvering, though some would debate on whether if Zoe's success caused the change, or if it was actually the need to create more pilots who could combat it should it be deployed by the wrong hands. An unmanned drone capable of rapid maneuvering. Guy muses. Sounds like both a worthy challenge and a serious danger. Lo, on the other hand, was a lot more animated. I want to pop one open and look at its insides. He says eagerly. Imagine all the things we can learn from it. Good luck with that. Ribbon thinks before deciding to do some more rounds in the Dracula. If his enemy was Zoe and judging by the message, multiple Zoe, then he needs to understand every last inch of the Dracula's behavior in space to have a chance. Unknown location. We have recovered 2 machines from the combat area. The female robot voice announces in her usual emotionless monotone. Analysis is commencing on the models. I cannot imagine us learning anything of great use from this group. The male robot voice replies dismissively. Document the recovered units and scrap them. Should we produce more of the Model 93? The female asks. It is superior. The male acknowledges. However, it is too complex. Use the Model 94 and V9 instead. There was a brief moment of almost silence, where the only sound was the whirs of the machinery. What of the coordinator? The female asks again. Make an image of his traits. The male replies with indifference. Then send him out to collect more data. Archangel splash site. Lo's response upon arrival, woohoo, wow, this is incredibly bad. This is Guy. The Blue Astrace pilot reports as he scans the area with his sensors. The amount of debris in this region implies that our prior estimates were incorrect. We'll compensate, send us your data. The professor orders. Roger. Guy begins transmitting. Yo, Ribbon. Lo calls him over a private line. What do you think? Ribbon scowls as his Dracula coasts past the shredded remains of what he thinks is a Lohengrin cannon. This is probably the closest thing to a massacre that I've ever seen. Yet. Lo ran some scans. A lot of scorches, a lot of impact points, I'm thinking overwhelming numbers. Or at least overwhelming firepower. Guy adds. We have new coordinates. Ribbon glances at his map and sees 2 sets of blips appear. Not what I'd call an accurate estimate, ship. He remarks. It's better to cover all of our bases. The professor shrugs. Let's hurry it up, I don't want whatever sunk the Archangel coming back. Mobius 1 Rogers. Ribbon selects the set of coordinates in front of him, under the assumption that the debris had traveled faster, I'll be going on ahead. The 3 of us will check the back point then. Guy responds. Keep your eyes open, Mobius 1. Ribbon's search was made harder by the fact that his new set of coordinates took him into the debris belt. He idly wonders if what was left of the Archangel would be smashed to bits within the debris belt, then shook his head lightly, he needed to stay focused. Sir. Nemo cut across his thoughts. I'm picking up a weak distress signal from deeper within the debris belt. Ribbon flipped to the frequency provided by Nemo and listened intently. It's just static. He says after a moment. There are disturbances within the frequency that would hint at its original broadcast containing more data. Nemo notes. Then again, we would be out of effective contact range with the rehome if we dove deeper. Ribbon thought about this for a while, and dropped a buoy, in space, that would act as a repeater for his signals. We're diving in. Yes, sir. Nemo activated all of the Dracula's scanners and watched intently as the plane darted deeper into the debris belt. On the other side, the 3 Gundams had found the Archangel's bridge section and were busy hauling it back to the rehome, with what was left of the Archangel's mobile suits tied up in a line. This isn't exactly what I had in mind. Tall notes as his Astrace cockpit block section floated at the tail end of the makeshift conga line. This isn't exactly what we had in mind, either. Lo laughs. How does it look back there? Tall's nerves were too frayed at this point to care, he had been stuck for hours inside the cockpit block as it was damaged and refused to open. Please don't do anything sudden like slowing down, he says tiredly. That's why Guy's in the back. Lo grins. We'll get you home safe and sound. Guy was, in fact, in the back, holding on to the tail end of the makeshift rope they were using. Why am I doing this? He asks nobody in particular. Captain Ramius, are you the only ones alive out here? Kagalai asks. There's still a section of the Eternal, which was the ship we were out here to find. Muru replies. But it floated off a few hours ago. It should still be within detection range if that's the case. Guy notes. Lo, ask your professor to run another scan when she can. Yeah, I hear ye. Lo replies. You guys just let them float away. Kagalai couldn't help but ask. Murdoch intercepted her question. We had nothing to tie down the Eternal with, all of our heavy machinery was destroyed. Kagalai's eyes went wide. And they had nothing to escape with. A little hard to live in space when all your suits are toasted. Waltfield, who was still within radio range, deadpans. Kindly hurry it up. Meanwhile, Ribbon had dove deeper into the debris belt in search of a steadily increasing distress signal. I believe this is the strongest location of the signal. Nemo reports after a little bit more of flying. The sensors do not display anything that is representative of recent combat damage. Ribbon couldn't see anything that would have sent the signal, to say nothing of any remains of what could have been a ship as sizable as the Archangel. Let's head back, it would be bad for us to run into an enemy out here. Per his predictions, as he headed back to where he placed the buoy, he noticed another heat signature on his scanners and immediately cut all but his sub-engines. Nemo trained its camera on the unit. The coloring certainly resembles the database on the Zoe. He says of the blood-red paint job on the enemy unit. But I do not recognize the make of the enemy unit. It looks similar to the Falcon. Ribbon notes. Maybe without the front sweeping wings, it's not in the Morgan-Roet database either. No matches. Nemo confirmed. It is sending and receiving data to a remote location. Intercept as much data as you can. Ribbon orders while slowing down the Dracula to match the speed of the debris. It doesn't seem to notice us. Ribbon notes. How? If it's unmanned then there should be no reason why it's not noticing us, even if the Dracula has some stealth capabilities. He stalks the Zoe Ghost for a few minutes back to his buoy. The Ghost reaches the buoy and just parks itself there. I guess it intercepted our signal. Nemo notes. I have some data concerning the enemy unit. Let's hear it. Ribbon orders. Understood. Nemo clears its throat, despite being a program. The Zoe unknown serial number is AF9V, its name is the Ghost V9R. V9? As in version 9. Ribbon vaguely remembered a missile also given a V designation. I assume so. Nemo says. The remainder of the data sent seems to be simple order adjustments. This unit is most likely autonomous and will be fully capable of combat regardless of what jamming we can employ. Ribbon grimaces at that. Just great, and we can't fly in space if our systems go down with an EMP. Just great. He then checks his instruments. Since it's just one, we can kill it and bring it home for analysis. Affirmative. Nemo sounded pleased. The R-110 is ready to go at any time. Okay. Ribbon took a deep breath. Mobius 1, engaging. Home. With the Archangel's bridge section recovered and its occupants freed, the ship could get underway again, namely, to fetch Ribbon, who had gone the other way, and the Eternal, before it drifts back to the debris belt. Can this ship fight once it comes under fire? Muru asks. This rescue mission will be for nothing if you guys get shot down as well. We'll be able to run away if we get targeted. The professor reassures her. More importantly, we'll need to reach the closest station and transmit this data back to Orb. The closest station would be the DSSD. Good thing, too. Athrun absent-mindedly fiddles with the cast on his left arm. We were no match for them. Not even coordinators could keep up with the enemies. Hey. Kisato, who is a natural, notes innocently, and gets a few glares in her direction in reply. Well, she's right. Nicole tries to calm things over. We ultimately needed to be plucked from space, after all. Not only that, we lost 4 ships in the blink of an eye. Is ACES. If they had been ZAFT warships we would have been court-martialed for sure. You got that right. Dirka sighs. What if those things were actually fielded by ZAFT? His following laughter was very much forced. Nicole actually thought it over. I'm not sure what would happen were that the case. He says. So who's the newcomer in this war? Nobody had an answer. This war is all kinds of wrong. Kagalai grumbles. First it's ZAFT versus the feds, then Usia jumps in, and now these AI folk. Moreover, the leadership of Plant, Patrick Zala, is still nowhere to be seen. The professor adds. Sounds like we're gearing up for something huge. Even better, whoever sent those fighters took Kira. Athrun growls. Lakis wasn't really over that piece of news yet. But why? Who knows? Maybe they swing that way. Dirka grins, for a few seconds. Bad joke, sorry. We've come into contact with a buoy dropped by the Dracula. Liam suddenly says. Ribbon is currently engaged in battle. Lo and Guy shared a glance before they rushed to their estrace. While you're off doing that, how about you come pick us up? Waldfield grumbles. Battlefield. That mobility is impressively annoying. Ribbon growls as the ghost zips away from another round of his EML. It seems to be a craft with impressive structure integrity, considering how often it makes those translational movements. Nemo comments. Firing laser. One of the ports on the back of the Dracula opened to discharge a beam at the ghost. The ghost suddenly slid left as the beam fired, and the laser beam discharge zipped harmlessly, for the ghost, into space. That's incredibly annoying. Nemo agreed. The ghost's claim to fame was its ability to suddenly change its flight path without changing its flight direction via use of its heavily modified engines capable of turning almost a full 90 degrees, which was both a bonus and a drawback. The bonus, the ghost can make use of its entire thruster output during maneuvering and thus can move with all the speed of a caffeinated hummingbird strapped to a series of rockets. The drawback, the structure of the ghost was heavily reinforced to keep the craft viable during its ungodly high-G maneuvers, as the strains of those maneuvers cause undue stress on the craft. This meant that although the ghost was theoretically capable of sustaining damage, any damage it takes would greatly hamper the ghost's ability to function, and a solid clean hit would kill it outright. Even better, the strength required for the ghost to keep its agility meant that it could only fit the single exterior cannon on its back and the two light Vulcans in its nose, as any heavier gear would compromise the unit's already problematic durability. The Dracula, on the other hand, was a modified and reinforced CFA-44 complete with phase shift armor and additional thrusters placed into its wings to assist space combat. Those thrusters are inactive during atmospheric flight as they would absolutely trash the craft's aerodynamic properties, and enough durability to keep the pilot inside alive. Thus, while it was in no way able to keep up with a ghost in terms of sheer maneuverability, it was more than a match for a single ghost when it came to survivability. Of course, the ability to shoot a laser from its back at the ghost whenever said ghost got a little ballsy didn't hurt. Said ghost was now looking a little worse for the wear, as a near miss from a laser shot had damaged one of its Vulcans, causing the onboard AI to disable it. It would be nice if he stood still for a second. Nemo complains. The R-110 is charged and ready to be deployed. Save it for now. Ribbon stops him, leading the ghost into an EML shot, before the ghost suddenly snapped downwards away from the shot while returning fire with its overhead gun. Damn, this is tough. Discharging laser. Nemo fires again at the ghost and it jerks out of the way again. Ribbon hears a voice over his radio. Mobius 1, are you in danger? Affirmative, Guy. I'm engaged with a highly maneuverable enemy. Ribbon shows a flicker of annoyance as the ghost in front of him dances away from a stream of bullets. Want our help? Lo asks, charging forward with his Gerbera straight, Gundam-sized katana, drawn. Negative. Ribbon replies curtly. He's mad. Kagalai deadpants. It's that tough. The target is extremely mobile. Ribbon replies as his craft shook from a few stray bullets. It was likely designed for the express purpose of space combat. Yeah, those are the things that attacked us. Dirka points out when the lead mobile suits were close enough to the action to send a visual feedback to the re-home. But why is there only one of them? When they hit us they had 20. That means there are more of them around here somewhere. Ribbon realizes. Nemo, you have permission to use the Delphinus. About time. Nemo said with a faint note of impatience. Detaching the R-110 from Dracula. The bottom of the CFA-144 opens up and a small fighter popped out. In order to test this new equipment, the ODLS was removed. The R-110 Delphinus was a smaller version of the R-101 Delphinus, and otherwise the two crafts looked the same. The R-110 was reworked to fly in space and has weapons developed from Morgan Roet's technology though. The R-101 Delphinus's design looks like someone married the F-4 with the Predator drone. It had the general shape of the F-4, but the sleekness of the Predator. The R-110 was the same, just scaled down to fit inside a Dracula with its folding parts. The Delphinus, controlled entirely by Nemo, surged forward with Ribbon's now far lighter Dracula on its wing. I wonder what my call sign would be. Nemo wonders aloud. Oh well, it's not important right now. Nemo, engage. With the additional of the small Delphinus on its tail, the Zoe did not seem to evade with nearly as much gusto as before, even as Ribbon's EML shots creeped closer and closer towards a direct hit. And then the ghost made a snap 180 degrees turn in order to escape an incoming trap, causing Ribbon and Nemo to both overshoot badly. The ghost itself suffered from the turn, with its overhead gun snapping off entirely due to the sudden forces. However, this maneuver allowed it to escape the battlefield at maximum speed, even with Guy, Lo, and Kagalai opening fire on it. Okay, that's incredibly annoying. Ribbon sighs as Nemo pulls the Delphinus back into the Dracula. Does anyone else feel like we were being played? In retrospect, it did. Nemo said slowly. The ghost only made aggressive combat maneuvers when we showed signs of breaking off from the battle. Lo took this moment to fetch the snapped-off gun from the ghost and return it to the re-home. Great, just great. Ribbon sighs. Mobius 1, RTB. Where are we headed to next? We're going to the DSSD. The professor said. We'll transfer our data there and drop you off for a shuttle back down to Earth. Not staying for the rest of the show? Kagalai asks with disapproval in her voice. We're up against something unknown and definitely dangerous here. My contract was to recover the Archangel's crew. Guy replies dismissively. Lo taps the blue astray with the recovered gun. Ignore him, we need to warn the rest of the Junk Guild, and the Serpent Guild, if this new threat primarily operates in space. Ribbon wasn't convinced. And sailing to the station is somehow faster than wireless communication. Most of the Junk Guild stations are shielded against being contacted by the outside. The professor explains. More importantly, if this does turn out to be a threat that doesn't obey the rules of war, then we might need to fortify those positions against future incursions. Great, just great. Kagalai grumbles. Just what we needed. The rehome makes it to the DSSD without incident, where it drops off the crew of the Archangel, Kagalai, Ribbon, and the top half of the Eternal. After compiling the data gathered by both the Archangel and Ribbon's somewhat more successful engagement and sending it off. I'm amazed the DSSD took us in. Isaac remarks. It's on humanitarian grounds, so don't get used to it. Athrun reminds him. Yet. Isaac grumbles. So what is this place? We are a research station dedicated to the advancement of deep space exploration. A man of no real importance says. We have a guest room ready for you, if you'll pardon the conditions. It'll be good to sleep in a bed right about now. Dirka says with a yawn, and the ZAFT boys follow the man to their quarters. Ribbon, on the other hand, had a direct connection to Morgan Roet. What do you think? He asks after the other side had gone through the combat information. I think if we turn this into a space battle, we're going to lose badly. Cypher replies. That mobility is uncanny. Ribbon nods. According to the Archangel, there was also a purple mobile suit that acted as a master controller for about 20 of these ghosts. Moment of silence. Sounds like we're screwed. Pixie chuckles. If they have the combat prowess to dodge fire like that, then there's no way we can hit them. We'll pass on the message to Grunder then. Cypher decides. Tell them to work on subsystems resilient to being shut down via electronic warfare. I feel like that would be the most useful thing against an army of ACE. Grunder wasn't about to refuse demands from the Demon Lord anytime soon. Yeah, I think so too. Ribbon agrees. How goes the mop-up? Fast. The feds are capitulating at a breakneck speed. Cypher laughs. You'd think they planned this from the beginning. All things considered, that might not be too far from the truth. Ribbon thought darkly. Elsewhere, aboard the Dracula, Nemo ran a series of codes. A sub-onboard computer of the CFA-144N came to life, and it briefly read connecting to electrosphere before he turned the display off. It wasn't like he needed a graphical display to tell him what he was doing. Elsewhere still, on Earth, within the control room of the Stonehenge installation, one of the usually neglected screens briefly flickered to life, displayed a series of garbled numbers and letters, and then turned off like nothing happened. =+==============================================================================================================================================================::::::://///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Not gonna lie, I kind of regret doing this story with Seed instead of 00, since I'm more familiar with 00, but oh well. Chapter 26, Stage 23, Gathering Storm. == Following the report of the sinking of the Archangel by Zoe to Usia, the entirety of that nation's military force waited with bated breath for another attack, for the next 4 days. There was no concerted attack, which only served to heighten the sense of unease that Usia had. Meanwhile, what was left of the Federation folded entirely to the Usan forces, and Earth was again united under one banner through conquest. Except for the Copernicus city on the moon, as the city had gone silent. Obviously, that had set everyone up to believe that the city had fallen to whatever force controlled the Zoe, but unfortunately Usia was unwilling to investigate, as its space force is still paltry as all hell and honestly the Zoe is terrifying. Thus, high moon orbit. The area around the moon had a surprising amount of shrapnel and debris. Behind one of the larger pieces of a scrapped Federation warship, there is a shimmer, and Ribbon CFA-144 Dracula appears into view anchored onto the warship debris. Ribbon goes through his checklist. Harpoons are okay, Mirage generator, stable. The Dracula was embedded in what can best be described as an oversized cardboard box. The oversized Mirage generator, along with attached coolant systems, allowed the fighter to remain undetected while it made the 3-day journey from the DSSD to the Moon. Long-range scanners show no reaction from Copernicus. Nemo reports. It also shows no traffic of any kind over Copernicus City, either. While the Seed universe isn't known for its prolific space travel, it was fairly reasonable to see small operation crafts, such as small worker units, within the boundaries of any space installation. Right now, however, Copernicus was entirely silent, and that was cause for concern. How are we going to approach this, Mobius 1? Nemo asks. Ribbon mulls it over for a second. We'll leave the stealth unit here and conduct a high-speed recon. Nemo was curious. Why not use the generator and go in slowly? Given how the DSSD folks described it, this thing can't take a hit. No point running the risk of being shot down with the generator. Ribbon flips a few switches. All clear. Nemo blinks affirmative. Roger that, the ODLS system is primed and ready. Let's do this. Ribbon put power into the Dracula's thrusters, detached himself from the Mirage generator, and dove towards the city. DSSD. Sai caught Mireille going through the station's scanners again. They were still stuck on the station. Still looking for Kira? He asks her. It's been days. Mireille grumbles. He should have told us something. Sai didn't feel like bringing up the possibility that Kira's disappearance might have not been entirely voluntary. Maybe he's just especially busy. Well, Mireille couldn't really debate the point. Maybe he can just write us a letter. Sai sighs in the oh well kind of way. The two of them then hear the particular scanner they were watching blip. 1 unit incoming, 1 unit incoming, a DSSD operator reports, checking cross-section match, clear. It's a ZAFT Nazca-class cruiser. ZAFT. The station captain repeats with a frown. What's a ZAFT ship doing out here? Hail them. Yes sir. Another operator nods. This is the DSSD hailing unidentified ZAFT cruiser. Please respond. ZAFT cruiser, please respond. Static. ZAFT cruiser, please respond. More static. A gruff voice interrupts their efforts. Station master, this is the hangar, we have 2 pilots ready to deploy if there's something going on. The station captain took the call himself. Station master here, we copy. Have them ready to deploy immediately. Mew blinks in surprise when the message was relayed to him. Immediately? What's out there? A ZAFT cruiser just came into our outermost defensive line. The mechanic helping him with his DSSD Astray, UT-1D model, replies. It's not responding to our hails. Kagalai seems confused. ZAFT has nothing to gain by attacking this place. What the hell are they sending a ship for? Guess we're about to find out. Mew pats the Astray he's borrowing. Let's do this, princess. The ZAFT ship entered the second defensive line before Mew and Kagalai's Astrays were able to deploy and intercept. Note, while the DSSD has defensive lines set up in their operational doctrines, they don't actually have the guns to enforce said defensive lines. Whoa. Mew whistles as his Astray approached the ZAFT cruiser. Station master, I'm relaying a feed from my cameras. You should see this. Good idea, bring it up on the main monitor. The station master commands. The large primary monitor at the front of the room comes alive, and the station crew all bore witness to the smoking husk that is usually the blue, cross-like ZAFT cruiser. No wonder it couldn't hail back. The operator hailing it mutters. Mew flipped through a few frequencies for a response before giving up. Let's try some shorter range comm systems. He says instead, and accelerates towards the cruiser. He then puts one of his Astray's arms onto the ship's hull and turns on his speakers. ZAFT cruiser, can you hear me? Mayday, mayday. He heard the automated system in the ship respond instead. This is the ZAFT cruiser Voltaire. We are under attack and have sustained critical damage. All hands are abandoning ship, requesting immediate rescue. Mayday, mayday. By the looks of it, a lot of the escape pods are still on the ship. Kagalai notes in her flight around the cruiser. Nobody got out. She felt a little sick. Think optimistically, princess. Mew reassures her. Station master, scramble rescue assets, let's get this puppy open and see what's going on. Station master copies, we're sending staff, stand by. I've watched enough sci-fi to know that we should keep that thing away from our station. An operator mumbles. Fortunately, his alien knowledge was unfounded, as the cutting crew was able to gain entry through the ship's warped catapult entrance with neither issue nor xeno interference. Also fortunately, they were able to rescue a small contingent of the ship's crew, who had managed to lock themselves down with the ship's life support systems before the rest of the ship depressurized. That was a week ago. The first thing the trapped ZAFT crew did upon their release was to ask for clean water. The second thing they did was to meet with the station master and to debrief on exactly what attacked their ship. Long story short, it wasn't pretty. About a month ago, ZAFT experienced a spate of digital attacks within their networks, found out only after the fact, and post-action analysis indicated that the attackers had accessed their blueprints, which were supposedly one of, if not the most, well-defended data within the entire ZAFT network. 2 weeks ago, a ZAFT patrol found a rogue Nazca-class cruiser with an unknown IFF and engaged. The result, what's left of it, was in front of them. If nothing else, this new enemy of ours has some amazing production capabilities to bring a ship from blueprint to full operational status in just 2 weeks. Mew had noted. What color was the enemy Nazca? Muru asks. Purple. One of the ZAFT survivors says. I think it was purple. He wasn't sure why this information was important. Who dyes their craft purple? Kagalai rolls her eyes. No taste at all. There's nothing wrong with purple. Mew replies. It's better than if the ship was all red. They all agreed on that one. So what do we do, Captain Ramius? The station master asks Muru. There's something extremely dangerous in space lately, might this be from the same source? Muru frowns. I would like to conduct an investigation if possible, but they have no ship, and the only mobile suit they technically had was Kagalai's Strike Rouge, and it was out of power. The Strike Rouge was not compatible with the batteries used by the UT-1D Astray that the station fields, owing to the station wanting to maintain its neutral status against all conflicts, thus denying it the possibility of a resupply. Even better? The external connector of the Rouge didn't match the ones used by the Astrays, so it couldn't even be hooked up. The mechanics are working on an adapter module, but for the moment the Archangel crew's hands were tied, unless they felt like asking for the DSSD to loan them a few units. There's an intact GIN in the ship. One of the ZAFT survivors spoke up. You can use that. If the enemy is affiliated with who we think they are. Mew's smile was a bit sad. Then going out in a GIN will just get the pilot killed. It might be better to wait for Ribbon to return from his investigation before we plan our next moves. He's that much better than you. Muru couldn't help but ask. Mew grins. Not if I had a mobile armor. Unknown location. Copernicus City has detected an interloper. The robotic woman voice announces. Visual match confirm that it is the Reaper of Usia. His current flight patterns imply that he is on a recon mission. Mobius 1, hey. The robotic male voice muses. Do we have enough assets to stop him? Copernicus City can deploy up to 20 strike daggers immediately. Projections suggest that it will not stop Mobius 1. In that case, do nothing. The male voice sighs. Instead, what of the preparations for the seed operation? The operation should use a better name. Rejected. The male voice snaps. The female voice could have been smirking. The preparations for the operation will be complete within 20 hours, and the bonus objective has already been achieved. Excellent. There are a total of 210 units participating in this operation. The female voice continues in its flat tone. 150 are Model V9, 50 are Model 94, 6 are Model 93, and 4 are GP03. The Model 94 and 93 were not adapted for atmospheric combat. The male voice notes. Have the changes been made to their fin funnels? The fin funnels have been adapted with technology derived from the V9. The female voice answers. They will perform normally while within an atmosphere, although with reduced service time. Good, good. Copernicus. You know, I thought this place would be a lot more dangerous than it is. Ribbon mutters. It really is a ghost town. Sensors report increased heat generation within the city. Nemo replies. But it doesn't seem to fit with any kind of civilian life. Shit. What happened here? Ribbon made another pass over the city, this time flying slower to get a better reading and view of the city. There's no sign of combat, but the entire area terrifies me for some reason. His attention was then stolen by an explosion from a point on the city opposite of his current position. Being a responsible adult, his natural reaction was to turn and investigate. Unknown. The shark has escaped from its tank. The female voice reports. About time, too. The male sounded like it was being snide. I would have expected him to be far more decisive. He has stolen data from our V9 designs. The male voice suddenly lost all traces of derision. Kill him. Copernicus. Fighter detected, it's using Atlantic Federation IFFs. Nemo reports. Cross-section check confirms, it's a Mobius 0. Looks like it has company. Ribbon says upon seeing a quad of strike daggers chase after the 0. We're engaging. Acknowledged, ODLS is primed and ready. Nemo replies. Mobius 1, commencing assault. Ribbon declares and hits his afterburners. The pilot of the 0 grimaces as the strike daggers open fire on his small craft. He then blinks in surprise as a volley of bullets strike the lead dagger, destroying it immediately. Mobius 0, this is Mobius 1 of the Yuuzhan Air Force. The Zero's pilot hears over his radio as he watches the CFA-144 mow down the rest of the daggers with concentrated fire. State your affiliations. Affiliations, he says. The pilot grunts. This is Colonel Markov of the Russian Air Force. I request assistance against these bastards. Russia? Ribbon muses. Never heard of it. Roger that, Colonel Markov, though it's best if we leave this airspace immediately. Enemy Mobius interceptors coming from above. Nemo notes. Whatever Markov has, these guys don't want leaving. Pa. Markov spat. We'll break through them. His Mobius Zero pulls up and ascends toward the dozen or so regular Mobius crafts diving down to meet him. Strike daggers below us. Nemo adds. Ribbon. Do the honors. Ribbon rotates to have the back of the Dracula face the moon's surface. Roger that, ODLS discharging. A series of short laser bursts spew from the back of the Dracula and strike the daggers like a rain of knives, shredding their armor and tearing the AI-controlled machines to pieces. With the threat from below removed, the Dracula could now head upwards against the incoming Mobius crafts. And here I thought we would be going up against those ghosts again. Ribbon thought. Guess I can call myself a bit lucky today. Then he saw exactly how many Mobius crafts were being sent at him. Colonel Markov, did you take something from them? Ribbon couldn't help but ask upon seeing the wall of guns. Only what I was owed. Markov grins savagely. Don't fall behind now, boy. He then detaches the 4 gun barrels that make the Mobius Zero special and ties them to his aircraft with their wires, but with their thrusters facing outwards. All ODLS ports on standby. Nemo reports. We're ready to break through at top speed. As if sensing this, the wall of Mobius aircraft opened fire with their linear guns. Unknown. If the male robotic voice had limbs, it would have clasped its fist in victory as it witnessed the torrential downpour of fire upon the 2 escaping spacecraft. If the male robotic voice had limbs, it would have then grabbed its head in shock and disbelief, like someone would at the end of a particularly rough sports game, as the CFA-144 Dracula utterly blowing through their lines with all of its guns blazing. And the Mobius Zero helped too, with its linear gun and gun barrels. Copernicus. Yikes. Ribbon breathes as he tore through the defensive line, his Dracula moving as quickly as he dared while darting around to avoid the fire now chasing after them. Damage report. We've lost the right wing thruster. Nemo reports. ODLS ports 6 through 16 are offline. Pa. I lost 2 barrels. Markov spat. Too many targets for us to shoot. He detaches the 2 gun barrels and they explode in the salvo of fire going after them. Head into the debris, we'll use it as cover. Ribbon orders. No point trying to make a silent escape. He thought glumly, before coming to another decision. Nemo, open a long-range line to the DSSD. Understood. Nemo replies and gets to work. Given that they were already under serious attack, Ribbon figured that there would be no extra danger from using the long lines. He would be half right. A girl's voice marred by static eventually comes over the line. This is the DSSD. She says. What's your situation, Mr. Ribbon? Copernicus is under enemy control. Ribbon reports. We're doing a full run back to base. Expect pursuers. The operator on the other end of the line was in a bit of disbelief. After all, the pursuers would need to follow Ribbon for at least 2 days. Well, more accurately, Ribbon would need to evade his pursuers for 2 full days before they reached the station. She did get her wits back fast enough though. DSSD acknowledges. Please stay safe, sir. Can't promise you that. Ribbon grins despite himself and makes a snap turn with his remaining good enough. Guide for me, Nemo. He orders his digital partner. If only Nemo could shake his head. Yes, yes. He sighs and takes over the controls while the spacecraft is zipping forward backwards. With Nemo controlling the stick and executing evasive maneuvers, Ribbon was now free to use every last drop of ammunition he had against the stream of Mobius crafts following them, and use every last drop he would. The chasing battle ultimately lasted for 2 hours, with the pursuers eventually running out of range and turning around. With the help of Colonel Markov, who had turned his gun barrels around to provide what supporting fire he could, the 2 of them racked up around 600 kills in total. And they still had more to throw at us. Ribbon noted during his debriefing back on the DSSD. I don't know what we're up against, but it's definitely an organization with a tremendous production capability. A tremendous production ability and not nearly enough pilots. Colonel Markov added as the data he brought back was examined. Their military force is entirely automated. According to the data brought back by the Colonel, their enemy's primary offensive spacecraft was the AF-9V Ghost, an ultra-maneuverable unmanned strike vessel belonging to a certain line of production that the data referred to as the Macross series. Ribbon had never heard of that term thrown around anywhere, and Grunder contacts within Morgan Roet, who received the data per Ribbon's behest, had never heard of a project under that name, either. However, the data did tell them exactly where the ghosts were being produced. Genesis. Mew frowns upon reading the topmost name in the list of production plants. That's an oddly fitting name for a factory. Sai was a little less interested in what the place was called. Look at those production numbers. He mutters. Genesis has to be huge to produce ghosts numbering in the thousands. Mew chuckles. That's true, imagine if all of those ghosts had the Zoe thing installed into them. All in attendance imagined it, and then immediately realized that it probably was true. Ribbon feels himself sweat a little. I have difficulty believing that whoever we're up against can only produce these ghosts. They could produce the strike as well. Mew suddenly realizes. Those things have the Zoe system as well, and the Vesalius warships. All in attendance look at each other again. We need to contact Grunder. Ribbon mutters. We have a war on our hands. With the revelation that this Genesis was fully capable of fielding powerful automated units numbering thousands, Grunder switched to the mass production of the CFA-144 Draculas with all haste and began churning them out from the production plants in Usia at a remarkably rapid pace. As the pink-coated Grunder representative in Morgenroet put it, against something like that, giving our ACES the best machines we can build is top priority. Unfortunately, they were hard-pressed for time. 3 days after Colonel Markov's theft of the enemy's data, the DSSD was under attack. 1 enemy unit detected, 1 enemy unit on radar. A DSSD operator announces. Cross-section match from the Eternals data plan, it's the Freedom. The main screen brought up the main camera, where the station staff saw the white and blue Gundam, with wings, in its full glory. Mew heard the announcement while suiting up for combat. Is it being fielded against us? He mutters. Oi, Tiger, you got any idea what's going on here? Waldfield was also suiting up. The odds are 50-50. He shrugs. Either the kid stole it back, or they slapped that Zoe thing in it. Damn it. Mew grits his teeth. I guess we'll find out. For the record, Hails to the Freedom did not garner any response, so either it could not receive the general frequencies, which would be highly unusual, or it was under enemy control. What's its IFF? The station master asks, hoping to get a definitive response. It's using a Federation signal. An operator replies, her tone communicating her doubt. Nothing saying it can't spoof IFFs. The station master thought glumly. Very well, all units, you are hereby cleared to deploy. Engage and destroy it if it shows signs of aggression. Roger that, Mobius 1, taking off. Ribbon declared as the leader of the attacker squad. With the ZAFT boys back on plant along with the recovered ZAFT crew, the attack squad was comprised of Ribbon, Mew, Markov, Waldfield, Kagalai, Tall, and 4 NPC pilots. Ribbon had his CFA-144, Markov had the commandeered Mobius 0, and everyone else had the UT-1D DSSD Astrace. Now then, what are you going to do? Ribbon mutters as his craft closes in on the Freedom. Mercifully, it didn't seem to have the 7-dot pattern that denoted the integration of the Zoe subsystem. Break! Break! Nemo suddenly ordered. Knowing better than to argue, the attacker force broke from their arrowhead formation and scattered as the Freedom unleashed all of its guns at once. Tall spoke for all of them. Holy shit! He said as the 4 NPC Astrace were taken down. Engage! Engage! Ribbon declares and blows past the Freedom. The non-NPC Astrace all open fire with their beam rifles unto the Freedom. The Freedom, in response, accelerates upwards and evades the rifle fire with ease. That mobility is insane. Mew snarls. Stay still, damn you. He fires a shot at the back of the Freedom when the Gundam was just a little too preoccupied with the Mobius 0 plinking it with its linear gun. The Freedom suddenly turned with its beam saber active and parried the beam rifle shot. Mew blinks in surprise. You're joking. He says flatly. You guys made a seriously troublesome suit, Andrew. Only when it's in good hands. Andrew laughs, his suit charging forward at the Freedom with its beam saber ready. The Freedom evades some more fire and counter-charges with its own saber, and the two clash, and the civilian Astray was handily overpowered. As someone who's aware of what the Freedom was capable of, even if the knowledge was only of its theoretical abilities, Waldfield never believed for a second that the UT-1D was at all a match for the Freedom. Instead, he used the blowback from having his blade blown away to make a fast turn and draw his other beam saber, intent on making a cut across the Freedom's cockpit and drag its pilot out. The Freedom, having only a split second to react, used its own momentum from the swing that broke Waldfield's guard to turn away from his Astray. The Freedom then activated its main engine against the Astray and gave itself a little distance while burning the Astray's faceplate. Markov releases a gun barrel. While Waldfield recovers from his cameras malfunctioning from the heat damage, the Freedom inverts and aims its waist-mounted rail cannons at Waldfield's Astray. With a slight dodge to evade the quick burst from Ribbon's ODLS, the Freedom fires. Waldfield feels his unit being knocked downwards as Markov's gun barrel made contact with his unit's head. Thus, instead of the Freedom blowing Waldfield to smithereens, it simply de-armed Waldfield's Astray. The Freedom was then prevented from firing a second shot as Kagalai and Tal laid down a barrage of covering fire. The two of them opted to take 2 beam rifles each. That reaction speed is insane. Tal complains as the Freedom extends its wings and escape from the covering fire he was providing. Kira. Is that you in there? He asks over a general band. No response. Tal's actions exasperated Mew. Why did you think that would do something? He asks before noticing the Freedom going after him. Because it doesn't have the Zoe thingy on it. Tal defends himself while pouring fire on the Freedom in the hopes of stopping it from skewering Mew's astray. It doesn't work too well. Stop that. Mew snaps as he dodges another shot meant for the Freedom. Circle above him. The Freedom drives into Mew's astray and skewers its head with its beam saber. It then executes a flip and a dropkick and drives Mew's astray downwards, away from the DSSD. Downwards in respect to its current location. Gah. Mew hears his ears ringing. My control system's damaged, activate auto recovery. Maybe he is holding back. Ribbon thinks as he makes another pass against the Freedom to no avail. Kira or Zoe, either of them would have already killed all of us with a suit that powerful. He then rolls and evades a beam shot as the Freedom focuses on him next. He then goes through a few wildly implausible turns, if it was an atmospheric battle, to evade the barrage of fire the Freedom threw at him. Well, at least this is a bit fun. Ribbon starts smiling despite himself. Let's see if you can keep up with me. Be careful with your taunts, lest you tempt fate. Nemo chides him. Activating all Dracula subsystems. The CFA-144 Dracula spezzed a little bit as Nemo did the necessary power rerouting needed to bring said subsystems online. Glowing blue streaks then ran along the wingtips of the fighters and it picked up speed while additional bracings circled around Ribbon and clamped him in position. The G-dampeners won't last if you go into a full dogfight. Nemo warns Ribbon. So finish this one quick. Roger. Ribbon finds the added padding uncomfortable, but hey. Mobius 1, engage. The Freedom, having found its first 20 shots or so inaccurate, took its time to aim at the fighter that now trailed 2 lines of blue behind it. When the Dracula finally took an approach vector towards the Freedom, the Gundam fired a shot from its beam rifle. The Dracula translated itself upwards much like the Ghost, and the beam sailed harmlessly underneath it. I'm a little bitter the Ghost stole our trump card. Nemo notes icily. Firing lasers. 2 ports on the bottom of the Dracula open up and discharges bursts of red towards the Freedom, forcing it to evade. The Freedom then pulls out its beam saber and makes a swing for the Dracula as it blows past, but misses as the plane translates downwards by a fraction. In retaliation, the Dracula extends a small beam emitter at the tip of its wing and singes the Freedom as it passes by. Doesn't look like the blade wings are too effective. Ribbon comments. The engine can't provide power to all sources at once. Nemo gripes. Keeping the ODLS at half power is draining enough. The Freedom, apparently unhappy about being slightly burned, chase after the Dracula at full speed. The two of them run circles around the DSSD a few times, with the Dracula shooting backwards and the Freedom shooting forwards. The Astrace would like to interfere, but the speed involved makes it impossible. Doesn't he run out of juice? He's been shooting all the damn time now. Ribbon growls, then makes another evade upon hearing the threat receiver. It's definitely not powered by a battery like we are. Nemo says. By the way, we're almost out of juice. To no surprise. Ribbon grumbles. Then let's end this. Ribbon suddenly makes an over-telegraphed turn to attack, practically inviting the Freedom to take the shot, which it does. To Ribbon's surprise, the Freedom then follows up its beam rifle with its waist-mounted cannons and then the positron cannons that were a part of its wings. The cannons fold over the shoulder to fire, otherwise it might as well be a part of the wing. The Dracula, under Ribbon's skillful hands, darts around each and every one of the shots with ease. After luring in the Freedom's barrage, Ribbon found a split-second opening in the Freedom's movements and fired a grapple towards the Gundam. The grappling hook wraps itself around the Freedom's leg and Ribbon's lack of deceleration allows the Dracula to blow past the Freedom yet again. With the grapple, the Dracula was able to pull the Freedom with such force that the Gundam ended up spinning in space a few times. Unfortunately, the speed involved caused the grapple to rip straight out from its reinforced hardpoint and wrap the rest of itself around the Freedom. Damage to the tail. Nemo reports, the grapple had taken one of the Dracula's tail fins. Worth it. Ribbon grins and uses the momentary confusion of the Freedom to align the Dracula's back to the Gundam. Nemo. ODLS, full discharge. Nemo announces. Burn, baby, burn. Sadly, due to the Dracula being almost dry, the Freedom wasn't so much as burned as simply greatly singed. However, the damage done to the Freedom encompassed its cameras and control systems, and thus the Freedom was crippled well enough for the civilian Astrace to come in with their own tools, tie the Gundam up, and drag it home to the DSSD. While that was happening, however. Stonehenge. Boss. Murata Azrael didn't look up from his stack of documents, he's taken to working in the Stonehenge Command Center for convenience. What's wrong now? He asks lazily. The operator who addressed him blinks at the screen. There are a lot of dots coming down over our heads. That got Murata's attention. Enemies? ZAFT. We're not recognizing their IFF, so it's not in Usia's banks or ours. The operator says. Some of them are the ghosts Usia newly encountered though. So it's the new targets? Murata puts his documents aside. Given their history of attacking Usia, they're probably enemies. Incoming message from Usia, another operator, a cute little hazel-haired girl, announces. We are to open fire on the unknowns. Thought as much. Murata smiles slightly. Activate Stonehenge. Open fire. Yes sir. The base commander grins. Fire. Nothing happened. What's going on? The base commander demands. Stonehenge isn't responding. Operator girl replies in panic. All guns are not responding to commands. Did we get hacked? When did that happen? The commander mutters. Damn. Purge the system and cut all outside connections, bring our backup online. The base does as commanded, going to backup power temporarily as they cut power to break any outside connections. Azrael couldn't help but marvel at the sheer capacity of the Stonehenge installation as it went down and back online in a matter of seconds. Operator girl typed in a few commands when the main power came back online. It's not responding to any input, the gun control servos must have been compromised. That's not possible. Azrael wanted to point out, but was interrupted before he could speak by the face of a middle-aged man with dirty grey hair interjecting itself onto the main control room screen. Well, you must be Murata Azrael. The man said, looking down on the blue-suited leader of Blue Cosmos. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Your operation to obtain Stonehenge was certainly unexpected. And who do I have the pleasure of speaking to? Azrael asks with a nervous smile. The man ignored him. Historically, you were supposed to become a major factor within the natural forces die aboard the Dominion. I suppose that's no longer possible with you holed up here on Earth, now is it? Azrael was now apprehensive. Historically? What do you mean by that? The man ignored him again. I suppose I can consider this to be a reasonable side effect of introducing foreign elements to a pre-established timeline. He scoffs. Looks like I need to reassess the potential of the Blue Cosmos. The man then looked directly at Azrael for the first time. I do, however, thank you for your connection to Logos. The knowledge they held proved greatly beneficial. The hell? Azrael frowns. Wait, Logos had a technical leak a month ago that left virtually no traces. Were they somehow responsible? I won't ask you again, who are you? Who do you work for? It is not beneficial to give our names to the dead. The man replies tonelessly, almost robot-like. We will be seizing this station for our future efforts. I trust you will have no problems with this. Stonehenge as an installation then shook as something heavy impacted the base. But it would be improper to deny knowledge as it is demanded. The man has the barest hint of a smile. DSSD. The Freedom was hauled into an empty station and Waltfield opened it up. Strapped to the Freedom's cockpit seat was Kira, with wires running from his flight suit onto a massive panel installed in the back. Holy, cut him out, right now. Muru orders and the station crew moves to do as she commands. They didn't need to bother though, the wires automatically detached themselves from Kira a few seconds later, and the boy fell forward into Waltfield's arm. At least he's still breathing. Waltfield sighs. You guys, get him some help. He nods to Kira's friends. We'll take care of him. Sai promises, and with Tal the two help support the unconscious Yamato up and away, as Mirialia beats herself up for being angry at him. The unknown attack upon Stonehenge was covered up by Stonehenge itself, especially as it sent a message to Usia that the attackers were dealt with and required no support, along with an expertly doctored video footage of the action. Due to the lingering doubts of one minor Yuuzhan officer, a single scout boat was sent to Stonehenge to confirm that it was indeed safe and did not require help. However, even then, it would take another 2 weeks before Usia received notice that the scout boat sent to do the scouting was sunk in action around supposedly friendly waters. During the 2 weeks. Unknown. Operation Seed has reached its projected halfway point. The female voice announces. We are now waiting for their retaliation. Good, what did you think of Azrael? The male voice asks her. He could have been more interesting. The female voice replies bluntly. I hope his continued existence proves to be useful to us. I do as well, proceed with the secondary part of the operation. Begin leaking data to the Usia High Command. DSSD. Kira woke up looking upwards into a soft, white light. He momentarily panicked and thought he was back at, wherever it was, but the soft snoring by his bed alerted him that he was, in fact, in the company of other humans. Namely, his 3 friends had fallen asleep by his bed. Kira sat up, feeling a little rough around the edges but otherwise okay. The sound of him getting up managed to disturb Tall, who by now was a light sleeper, and his piloting buddy looked up at him beerily, before breaking into a smile. Kira, you're up. Tall yawns. What happened to you? He asks once he's shaken the sleep from his eyes. Tall's voice woke the other two, and Mirialia proceeded to give Kira a bone-breaking hug. It's a bit of a blur, actually. Kira admits once he could breathe again. Last thing I remember was seeing some place with a lot of electronics, before they stuffed me into some weird cockpit thing. The three of them pelted Kira with some more questions before the head doctor kicked them out. The next day, they received a proper debriefing, from Nemo, of all people. The system installed into the Freedom is a modified version of the coffin system. Nemo reports, by default, the coffin system allows the pilot to control the unit in question through neural connections. Mew didn't like that. Whoa. It lets you fly with your mind. It is a modified version. Nemo points out. In this case, it lets Kira control the Freedom Gundam through the signals within his entire body, allowing him to use the Freedom as if it was his own limbs. Nemo chuckles. Perversely, it is the application of this system that made the Freedom easy to bring down, as Kira's body was unaccustomed to operating in outer space. Thank goodness for that. Ribbon notes. You okay, kid? He asks. Kira nods. I'm fine now, thank you. Is there anything else you can tell me about the Gundam? Well, prior to us shutting it down, the Gundam was transmitting a copious amount of data elsewhere. Given the packets of data the DSSD staff managed to intercept and decrypt, it is my personal belief that the deployment of the Freedom was for strictly data-gathering purposes. That's all fine and good, but they've lost their toy. Chief Engineer Murdoch says gruffly. Whoever it is, they're not all that smart. I would have to disagree. A DSSD chief scientist, Namatag, Solryun El Ange, says. The data was plenty clear that the Freedom was discarded due to having collected sufficient data. So I only won on a technicality. Ribbon sighs theatrically. Woe is me. He says with a glance at his Dracula, now with a tail fin missing. What else do we know? Well, nothing beyond that. Nemo concludes. Although I do have a conjecture. Share it with the class, Nemo. Waldfield says. I believe that the Freedom and Mr. Yamato were both sent to collect data for a piloting program. Nemo says. Thus, it is now entirely possible that the enemy's ghosts would be outfitted with ACE comparable to Mr. Yamato's skill. There's a moment of dead silence as everyone in attendance let that sink in. Unknown. Is it a loss to release the coordinators so early from us? The female voice asks. It is a short-term loss. The male voice admits. However, having Yamato on the enemy side will help their growth. It is a preferable alternative to having the enemy focus on him and him alone. And what of the other? The female voice wonders. He knows that we are using him and allows himself to be used for his greater goal. The male voice sighs. He will be useful for additional data, but I doubt he will be much beyond that. I see. Following the 2 weeks, UCA military elements across Earth received a command. Stonehenge has been compromised. Kill it. Blaze summarized. How was it compromised? It was under Yuuzhan control, right? Judging by the sound of things, it was attacked 2 weeks ago. Talisman says. Whoever attacked it fed UCA spoofed data until now. The two of them were testing out the mass-produced CFA-144M Draculas that Grunder were churning out as fast as they can. They were flying against X-02S being piloted by the rest of Wardog Squadron and a small contingent of Astrays flown by Orb pilots. The mass-produced CFA-144M Dracula have an onboard computer to assist with targeting, much like Nemo, but lack Nemo's sophistication. Also, owing to the data gathered from Ribbon's fight with the Freedom, the mass-production versions have a minor version of the ODLS, featuring only 4 discharge nodes, and extra batteries devoted specially for the ODLS systems. So this makes Stonehenge an enemy again, hey? Who took it over this time? Blaze asks as an X-02 pings him. I see you, Archer. He adds. Roger, Captain. Here I go. Hans Grimm, call sign Archer, says a tad shakily. We don't know who took it over, which is why it's surprising. Talisman continued, flying against another X-02 being piloted by Nagase, call sign Edge. By the sounds of things, it was the attacking faction that let UCA know they attacked the installation to begin with. Hey? Really? Blaze casually executes a barrel roll and places himself behind Archer's X-02. They're pretty damn confident, aren't they, taunting us like that? Archer's X-02 made some evasive maneuvers but it couldn't throw off the Dracula on its tail, and soon flashed the signals for defeat. I personally don't think it's a taunt. Talisman replies. The data leak was too well executed. He then inverts and evades the X-02 being piloted by Marcus Snow, call sign Swordsman, before he could settle on Talisman's tail. So they want us to hit them. Blaze summarizes. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not just an act of kindness or hubris. He then dives and sweeps the astray with his guns. Faster on your engines, kids, you'll die if you stand around like that. He warns them. Yes sir. The orb pilot captain replies readily. I think UC is going to pool their resources for this one. Talisman says. It's going to be big. Stop chatting and take us seriously, damn it. Swordsman snaps. In response, Talisman executes a sudden cool bit, a super tight loop turn, and Swordman overshoots Talisman's Dracula badly. Tag. Talisman says with a cheeky grin. You're it. Swordman gapes. Best 2 out of 3. Unknown. Usia will mount an attack on Stonehenge with a concentrated force within 3 days. The female voice says. They are moving a little slower than expected. It is no matter, continue to grant them information as planned. The female voice could have bowed. Understood. =+====. Author notes. Rush to completion train might have hit a few snags. A few snags called work.